Hello everybody and welcome back to the GSI ClubSport series by IVRA here for round 2. It's the 700 kilometres of Road America here this afternoon for the second part in our 6 rounds championship here this season. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be joined a little bit later on by Stefan Stacker, I do believe, but for now it is just me taking you through the early part of qualifying here this afternoon, which has just begun, and we'll get to that very shortly, of course. Not before, of course, we have a look at our schedule here for this season. This one's going to be a little bit of a longer race compared to what we saw at Daytona. Just 500 kilometres there in what was a great opening round to our season. Road America and Road Atlanta are going to confuse us as we mix them up over the rounds 2 and 3. And then the 500 kilometres of Indianapolis, which is on the ClubSport calendar this season. VIR and Interlagos round off our America's sort of look to the schedule here this season. Let's have a look at the format before we go any further as well, because there's plenty to get through when we get there. It will be the qualifying for the lowest of our 4 classes here this season. The TCRs will be out first, then it will be Sport, then Cup, and LMP3, our new entry into the fold this season, will be on there this season. So there is your timings. We're just underway with the TCR qualifying, as we said. Then we'll get to the green flag. 88 laps here tonight with or this afternoon, I should say, with 44 laps, there being the halfway point where half points are awarded, or 1/3 points, I should say, are awarded these days in IVRA. These are the classes. The Ligier JSP 320, the highest of them. The Porsche Cup class returns again, the GT4s as well, and we've got all the TCRs available as well. Despite the fact we've added a class, we're still able to keep all the cars because of iRacing's new edition of the amount of cars you can have in a session. We're very much enjoying that in IVRA here this season in the ClubSport series, the GSI ClubSport series, and I hope you will enjoy it with us here this afternoon on RaceSpotTV. Welcome along, one and all. Good to have you along with me for the race this afternoon. 700 kilometres of racing around here at Road America. Should be around 4 hours tonight. The races in ClubSport a little bit shorter this season because of the slightly higher class, or the faster, highest class that we've got here this season. So, welcome on to qualifying and TCRs, which are, well, they're all together, as you can see, around this circuit. It's a very much a flat-out slipstream kind of circuit here this afternoon at Road America, and that means all of the TCRs will be very much staying together for the session. It's a bit like this at I remember a 24/8 Series Esports qualifying last season at Spa when it was sort of similar like this, and it is again here this afternoon in the GSI ClubSport series. So leading them around, I think, is well, it's not one of the guys in the train actually, it's one of the other TCRs actually leading them around, and has actually got free from the rest of them. Then there's a group of 4 all slipstreaming off of one another. Then Impulse are leading another line of 3, and I think that just about does it. It's Team Huizinfeld who are leading the field around. They were the winners, of course, at Daytona as they defend their TCR crown again. They are so good in this category, and once again lead the way in one way, I suppose. They lead the field around here in qualifying. It's Roman Pershko who's out there first, and he will be setting the benchmark for everybody. Still, the class numbers, of course, starting with the number 1 here this season for the TCRs. As always, the LMP3s have taken up the class numbers from 1 to 99 here this season. Taking that off the Cup category, who are now the second of them. There is Obsidian Racing. They're leading the line in one of the Hyundais. That's Gio Cortesa, who is in that car, Spanish driver. And it's a very Spanish team, other than Michael Polasek, the American, who is in with the Obsidian team in there for this season. Anyway, Sam Blease is next. That's for HydroRace Geodesic Racing, currently 3rd in the standings after their 3rd place finish at Daytona. And he is, of course, part of the all-British lineup there. Spencer McCarthy and Stephen Walker will join Sam Blease in the HydroRace Geodesic Racing car this season. Of course, you might be wondering why I'm reading out championship standings as if it really matters after round 1. Well, because of the halfway points, for which you get 33% of the full race points at the end, it does mean that you can actually not be in the same position where you finished at Daytona. So, for example, Obsidian finished in 6th at Daytona, but they are 5th because they got 3rd at halfway, or 4th at halfway, I should say. And so that's what changes it. So we will watch the end of this opening lap, and then we will get to the standings, of course, which have been shaped by that phenomenon I've just been talking about. Huizinveld is the word I'm looking for there. Go over the line first to set the benchmark, as long as they've stayed on the road. A 2:21.0. It's a long way around here for the TCRs. Then what about the rest of them with the slipstream? Wave Italy Racing Team go to the front, and that says a lot about the slipstream. Huizinveld more than half a second down because they didn't have any slipstream around them in that opening lap. Let's take you through the standings and show you where everybody is at the end of the opening race of the season, because it was an interesting one at Daytona. Just 500 kilometres, bit of a shorter one, but a good round for Team Huizinveld. They ended up taking the win, and 27 points as well at the halfway stage. That was for finishing 3rd at halfway. Brabham Esports in 2nd, who have currently gone 5th in this qualifying session, by the way. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing rounded out the podium with Impulse, the first team not to have 100 points. Then it was Obsidian Racing, Wave Italy Racing Team, XPDMO Racing, Goyero Autosport and Core Team to round out the 9 teams that took part in that opening race of the season. Of that, 8 have gotten into this race, and the Goyo Autosport team are the only ones not to be on this grid again for the TCRs. They're back down. They're not actually in the entry list anymore, from what I can tell on the IVRA website at the moment. So not entirely sure why that has been the case, but they are no longer part of the entry list for the team registered in Morocco. And yes, it's apparently the first Moroccan team in IVRA history, first Moroccan driver as well on the grid in the form of Akram Zinoune, but unfortunately they've dropped back down below the line and are on the reserve list again. So in theory, I guess everybody is here, all 8, but we're just missing one that was here at Daytona. Through Canada corner for Jose Heredia. He's on board with the 111 XPD MO racing car, improving by probably the most of anyone in the field at the moment. Brabham Esports certainly won't improve on this lap, I would imagine. They are down at the moment, but Huizinveld do. They jump up to 4th. Obsidian go a bit quicker. 2 minutes 20.0, and then Wave Italy overtake them. Brabham do improve, so my numbers lying to me clearly. A 2:19.7 is the new benchmark by Damien Owen Harris. Jose Heredia manages to get up into 7th for XPDMO Racing, ahead of Core Team, who are now 8th. There's Damien Owen Harris. He set the new benchmark. The only driver to be below the 2 minute 20s in this session. So he is now the one to beat at Road America here this afternoon. New best lap time, 2:19.7. That gives him a quarter of a second over Gio Cortese, who is part of the Spanish Obsidian team, of course. Up the hill they go through Corvette now. Cortese leading the line. You would think that it's a disadvantage to be leading the way around here, but apparently not. Cortese able to make it work. Damien Owen Harris probably is benefiting though from this bit of slipstream. Well, once again, a welcome into everyone who's watching on here in YouTube chat this afternoon, I should say. Bit of support for Sam Blease coming in, which is good to see. He'll be using that to move forward. 6th place for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Echelon, to give them their full name at the moment. Don't worry about the qualifying timer at the top left of your screen, by the way. They don't have 58 minutes remaining in TCR qualifying. That is for the overall thing. Qualifying, of course, for the 4 classes takes a bit longer in ClubSport and the GSI ClubSport series than it did last season. Now then, into the final corners again for the TCRs. At the moment, it's Honda leading Hyundai, leading Honda. with both Elantras and Velocitas represented on the top of the order, or in the 8 cars. Anyway, there is the manufacturer breakdown. Over the line again. Does Damien Owen Harris improve this time? Doesn't look like there have been many improvements. Brabham Esports and Jordan Bachmeier gets up into second. There he is. Also benefiting from the slipstream. Invalid lap time there from Gio Cortese on that time. Sam Blees as well. Not quite an improvement from Marcel Joachim in the Impulse Racing car. Don't think Damien Owen Harris's lap counted there either. Good evening to Thomas Cope, who's in the YouTube chat as well from Olympus Esports. Wonder if we'll be seeing him out there today. Says good luck to all the competitors, which is very nice of him. But wonder if we'll be seeing him out there on the ClubSport grid here today. He is registered as a driver in the Cup category, alongside Christian Arpen at Lubov Ozaretskovskaya, who is, of course, their usual driving partner of Thomas Cope for Olympus Esports. Let us know if you'll be driving, or who's going to be qualifying your car at least. Thomas, give us a bit of background information there. On board with Jordan Bachmeier at the moment in the Brabham Esports TCR. This is one of the Hyundais, and I'm sorry to the Americans, by the way, who I'm annoying with my pronunciation of the word Hyundai, but I apologise. It's the Elantra, which he has chosen. It's the Veloster for the Team Huizinfeld team, the race winners of Daytona, and the Core team as well have gone for the Veloster this season. Bachmeier just seemingly having one or two problems staying connected in this session. Thomas Coke is being encouraged not to spill the secrets, which is fair enough. But we'll find out soon enough when we get to Cup qualifying soon. Cope is currently registered in that car, by the way, so I'm going to guess it's him. Roman Paschke makes his way up towards the line now for Team Huizinfeld then, as we get towards the back end of TCR qualifying. It is an improvement from Paschke. That may well be second row. It is 4th place for Huizinfeld. What about Gio Cortese? Can he go any quicker? Yes! And he goes to the front. Damien Owen Harris comes in right behind though and immediately goes quicker again. It's a very close qualifying session, but Damien Owen Harris is back in front by 100th of a second. Fantastically close between Honda and Hyundai. Wave Italy Racing Team back to the front again. And now Team Huizinfeld slow down, so they want a bit of the slipstream. Now the games really begin, because the championship leaders are slowing down and getting involved in the pack. Down into turn 5 they go. There's Impulse, who are riding around on their own. Still running third though, which is a good place for them to be. 2 Hondas on the podium positions here in qualifying at the moment. Then it's, of course, Brabham, Geodesic and Huizinfeld, those who are within half a second. XPDMO Racing and unfortunately Core Team as well are a little bit further back. There is Yuri Visulzil. I'm pretty sure Dustin put that graphic on the screen just so that he'd make me say that name. It's part of the Core Team, of course. 146, an all Czech lineup. They are Alice Plever and Roman Prikaril is the driving partners of Yuri. They're currently running in 8th position. We've seen recently a bit of an advent of all One Nation teams. It's the case for Core Team, mostly for Obsidian, other than Michael Polasek, of course. XPDMO Racing are Spanish as well, for the most part. It's been a bit of a common theme of IVRA competition in the last couple of years. And Czech Republic are the most recent, Czechia, sorry. Most recent nation to get their own team. Over again for all of this then. Are we going to see any improvements here? certainly not Hoytingveld because they dropped back into the pack and we'll be hoping for this to be a little bit better. We'll race it a bit late and that'll be the end of their session probably. Brabham Esports move on to third ahead of Impulse then. And Court did get up in 7th place in the end as well as we were watching the second half of their lap. Now the business end. And Obsidian, I think, are just weaving around. Surely they can't be on a lap themselves, and surely they aren't. They're going to slow down and they'll let Wave Italy Racing Team through. So who's going to lead now? Are Wave Italy going to just take that, or are they going to fall back into the pack as well? You can see Hoytingveld have got very close to Brabham. I would argue they're maybe too close. Note from YouTube that Gio Cortese has got impressive pace with that slipstream. Certainly has. Currently second, only a 100th off of Damien Owen Harris. I am on my own at the moment, by the way. I will be joined in a few moments' time by Stefan Slacker at some point through qualifying, and certainly by the time the race has begun. Stefan will be joining me for the first couple of hours of the race as well. Now through goes Roman Paschke. So after all that, he's dropped to the back. He sort of started this chain reaction, and now he's the one at the front again. So he's not going to be pleased about this. Sam Blease and Jordan Backmeyer there just pulled to the left of the carousel, and they've just let everyone through. So Paschke does lead again. Damien Owen Harris now slips into third. Not sure where Backmeyer has gone at all. Let's see here. He's a long way back. Or is it Sam Blease who's... No, Sam Blease is just behind him there, so not sure where Backmeyer's got to. But he's not with these guys anymore. Ozzy Heredia has seen enough in this session, and that's the end of his day. There's Backmeyer. He's not even in the slipstream of anybody here, really. Not long to go, then, in TCR qualifying. Just 100th between Damien Owen Harris and Gio Cortese, and that looks like it will be that. As they come into the pit lane, Mosso Hockheim is the only one still out there, and so is Roman Paschke, who was on a lap there and goes to third. 1/10 behind for Paschke. What about Hockheim? It's going to be 4 for him. So Hoytingveld and Impulse improve on their last lap, and they join each other on the second row of the grid. That is TCR qualifying, and that was very close indeed. Let's take a look at the full order and the full rundown at the end of that session. And we will learn quickly that Damien Owen Harris will be on the front with Gio Cortese. Roman Paschke and Mosso Hockheim will be on row 2 with their late improvements. The only two to improve at the end, in fact. Jordan Backmeyer and Sam Blease will be on row 3, both within half a second. And then, unfortunately, there's a bit of a gap back to Core Team and XPDMO Racing, who will be at the very back of this humongous GSI ClubSport Series grid this afternoon. So, that is TCR qualifying complete. It's time for the GT4s and the sport category to make its way out onto the circuit. Let's show you what happened last time by giving you the championship standings. And you will note immediately that it's a classic iRacing team name on the top of the standings all over again. Let's take a look at those before we get into the actual lap times. Glacier Racing, top of the tree by 20 points as well, taking almost the maximum of 134 in a day. Hydro-Ace Geodesic Racing were second and third, and SimCity Racing, who had a good day, in fourth in their second IVRA season. German Sim Racing round out the top 5. Then there's a bit of a points jump to Impulse. RJD are in 7th, ahead of Wave Italy Racing Team, who we just saw in their representation in TCR. Hujas and Archer Brothers round out the sport grid. Hujas, of course, championship contenders last time out. Didn't quite make it in the end, but gave us the closest run for our money in that standing. So there are the sports standings after one round at Daytona. Everybody, and now the games begin here as well. Look at this, side by side. Nobody knows who to go through, who not to go through. Where do you go? Where's the track space? It's a bit of a mess out there on the circuit. Glacier Racing, of course, an all-Finnish team. Speaking about the One Nation teams, well, Finland have got one. And it's Glacier Racing. Been around for a long time in iRacing, of course. Been up there in special events. Remember, if anyone, Joni Hagner, by the way, you can see there in one of the few relative McLarens, actually. Joni Hagner has got Otto Pustonen, Timo Valkjärvi, Ville Raiola and Ville Talika with him in the Glacier Racing car. I apologise, by the way, for butchering any names here this afternoon. But anyway, Joni Hagner is out there for Glacier Racing. I seem to remember a very long time ago, about 2016, and props, hats off to you if you remember this. Glacier Racing were leading the 12 Hours of Sebring iRacing special event back in the Daytona prototype days. It's either 2016, as I say, or maybe 2017. They had a crash with about half an hour to go after leading all day, and they ended up losing the race after a pretty controversial incident on the way towards Bishop at Sebring. Not Glacier Racing's standout achievement, I have to add, but that is just a memory I have. So hats off to you if you remember that in the YouTube chat. I wasn't commentating at the time, before anyone asked. I was just watching, I guess, is fair to say. The team's been around since the early 2000s and currently leading the GSI ClubSport series as well. They're on their own, and then it's the trains come further back. Sasha Angelsy is in the Impulse Racing car, leading the line, in the second line. One of the two French drivers of the Impulse Racing team lineup. A very multi-nation lineup for them. Plenty of places around Europe represented. Got Sasha Angelsy and Jeremy Rolleau from France. Thomas Marks Burgess from Great Britain. Tim Graven from the Netherlands. Timo Hayden, who's always been there for Impulse Racing. He's German, of course. And then one of the Bulgarians, Vladislav Shopov, is the last of the 6 drivers. Can't imagine we'll be seeing all of them today, but go through the lineup anyway. So Sasha Angelsy makes her way around the kink now. A very committed corner in these GT4s. Don't have quite enough downforce to go flat out through there. It's a corner of commitment. So lap times should start here in a couple of moments' time. Glacier Racing go over the line there. I'm not sure Geodesic actually were able to set one there, were they? No, Joni Hagner sets the benchmark. 2:15.4 from him. Only Archer Brothers within half a second of him at the moment. Rusty Spatulas can't really get anywhere near. German Sim Racing pull off to the side. They're not going to be going anywhere. Echelon Simsport only in the top 5. Kremer Racing Esports as well. Apex 1 go close. That's a bit better. The 401 of Apex 1 go second. And absolutely committed as well in the Aston Martin. Look at that. Around turn 1. It's Maciusz Gronska. I'll try that again. Gronka, sorry, maybe. In the Apex 1 car. Only 83 thousandths between first and second. Then it's Impulse Racing and Hyperion Racing, followed by Wave Italy. Half a second separate the top 8 at the moment. Prestana Nomad, the last of the 8. Jan Zilikus is in the Rusty Spatulas car. I think Dustin's just picking out difficult names. They're 9th at the moment in the 411. Rusty Spatulas, of course, been in the Endurance Series last season. Went pretty close to a win at Fuji, I seem to remember, the final race of that season. And now in the ClubSport Series. And so we ride on board with them now. Through the kink. This is such commitment through here. Lovely corner to drive. Don't go too wide, get yourself in the grass and in trouble. Just staying on the road if you can. Now into Canada corner. You're going to see a lot of action down here today. No doubt about that. Now through Thunder Valley into Bill Mitchell Bend, turn 13, and then the final corner at 14. There's your manufacturers, 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Only BMW in the field is the Hugh Jazz car down in 16th. Not a good start for them as Hydrace Geodesic Racing have all of a sudden come in and gone to the top, although Glacier Racing aren't going to let that slide too easily. They go now to the front, 2:15.0. XPDMO Racing go right up to the front as well. Good time from them. There is RJD. This is difficult. Simon Rendell at the wheel of that one. The shortest team name we've almost ever had. I could do with some more of them, although it's difficult to say. The 450 was in the top 10 of the standings, of course, after Daytona. And they will go up the order there with that time. 16th it will be. It's an improvement in time, but not necessarily of position. Lots of GT4s on the grid here today, of course. 20 of them so far. 21, actually, I can count. And Core Sim Racing haven't even set a time yet with Ronald Grossman. So that will be 22 when we get to that. Ah, no, we already have 22. So maybe 23. I don't know. Oh, yeah, it is 22. Sorry, the Core Sim Racing car did set a lap time just while I wasn't looking. Dennis Brizik is in the German Sim Racing car. Of course, they're becoming regulars of IVRA now. They can guess where they're from. It's only 22nd at the moment for German Sim Racing. Had some good runs in the GT Sprint Series in years gone past, but unfortunately that hasn't returned for this season in 2023-24. Which is a shame, of course. Now, on board with Brizik as he looks to just get himself up through the order, very possibly with this lap time. Into the final turn. Try and get a late apex here and get a good run onto that front straight, which is exactly what you need for a good time around here at Road America. So much of this circuit about straight line power. Brizik now up towards the line. What's the time going to be? It's much better from him as iRacing Geodesic Racing have got Glacier Racing very much guessing at the moment. Glacier Racing go back to the pit lane. That may well be it for Joni Hagner. iRacing Geodesic Racing with Justin Rim. Who else with the best time on the board? A tenth and a half ahead of Joni Hagner. Sven Janssen is only 3 thousandths behind in the Porsche. So it's McLaren, Porsche, Mercedes, the top three. First Aston Martin down in 11th with Dennis Brizik. Only BMW last with Antonio Alvarez. And last by some distance as well. Not a good circuit for the BMWs by the looks of it, after a top 10 at Daytona. Geeks Energy fiercely forward move up as well. And Apex 1 too. So the 401 jumps up as well. This qualified session is difficult to keep a handle on at the moment, I've got to say. In the Apex 1 car, it's Maciej Gronka, as I said earlier. And he's gone up into second position for that team. They were only down in 16th after the opening race. And now they're going to slow down. And maybe they have been getting a bit of slipstream assistance. Now they're going to slow down and let a few drivers through. So there's the previously highest placed Aston Martin. No longer, of course, German Sim Racing. Here we go with iRacing Geodesic Racing. Hearing these guys have swapped now, so it was the McLaren benefiting from the slipstream before. Now it's the Porsche, from what I understand. And that Porsche only in 5th position. Maybe the McLaren team feel that they've got this with Glacier in the pit lane. Although they have come back out again, so maybe there is a last chance for Joni Hagner. What can the Porsche do this time? I reckon, though, that they might have had to slow down to reverse the places on this time around. So maybe it's not really a representative time, and I don't think it is. It's not a new fastest time for the McLaren either. German Sim Racing jump up to 8th place. But new times or faster times are coming harder to come by now. Out of turn 3 for Sven Janssen, who's trying to jump up the order. Oh, and he's just dropped down because of Daniel Lopez. Huge ass BMW now is in the slipstream of one of the Mercedes. Will that help them maybe to jump up? Yes, they are now 18th. But still a long way back for this team who were so close last season. Not in the BMW, of course, they were in a McLaren. And now, a new time from Frederick Schwartz. And it's the best time of the day. Geeks Energy fiercely forward, yellow. Go to the front in the 444. Just 22 thousandths ahead of the rest. That may well be them for the session as well. But they are now in front. Justin Rem is now pacing the Porsche around, of course, of Sven Janssen. Maciej Gronka has gone back to pit lane for Apex 1. They're not going to improve. Daniel Lopez must be towards the early part of the lap. So let's see what Geodesic can do. They'll be next on the board to improve, if at all. SimCity have just improved as well in the Mercedes. That's now 7th for them in the 471. Their second season of IVRA competition. Pit lane for Apex 1, as you can see. A little bit wide from Justin Rem there, but can he find the 22 thousandths he needs to take pole here at Road America? It's Sven Janssen, he's pacing though, and I get the feeling without the slipstream, it's going to be a struggle for Rem to retake that pole position. Looks like it's going to be front row shared between the McLaren and the Mercedes. Sven Janssen in the slipstream then. What can he do? Can he steal it all from 6th place? Oh, he can! Sven Janssen has just stolen it for Hydrace Geodesic Racing. A great lap. Great pacing as well from Justin Rem, who put in a decent one himself. It was actually invalid though, with an off-track, but Sven Janssen goes to the front towards the end of the session. That might well be that. Geeks Energy fiercely forward are back out there again, but not on a lap here. Whereas Waverley Racing Team are. Stephen Michaels in the 486 next to the line, and he'll go to pit lane instead. So who is going to continue on here is the question. Floyd Kerr for her Hyperion is. Might not be too many improvements here. Davide Troccioli will be next to Sabo Esports at 9th. Eden Williams may well do his own, a new look satellite racing team. Not sure if I prefer the new satellite livery or not yet. Still looking to see it. Yeah, still deciding really. We've got Impulse just behind them. Impulse being 8th position at the moment. Then Prestana Nomad are just behind them in the standings. They're 16th. There's Joni Hagner. Now, is there going to be an improvement here? Are Glacier Racing going to have it all their own way after all? Over the line, Joni Hagner does improve, but it's not enough. It's his first 14 of the session, but it's only 4th. He'll be alongside fellow McLaren Hydrace Geodesic Racing. It'll be an all McLaren row 2 as things stand. XPDMO Racing are out there at the moment, but are they improving? Yeah, maybe. I reckon that they are the most likely to trouble the front 2 rows at the moment. XPDMO in GT4. I think Mackenzie Currents is also on a lap for SimCity. Sasha Anglesey maybe could shave a few hundredths off his best. Now through Canada corner for Daniel Lopez. Thunder Valley and Bill Mitchell Bend as well. That's a little bit less of a committed corner than the kink is a little bit further back. Now through the final turn. Daniel Lopez looking for the line and not finding it. He will go to pit lane. So Mackenzie Currents may well be the last one. He does seem to be improving a little bit actually. And Sasha Anglesey as well. Maximilian Zora for Kramer Racing. Looking to improve as well. Although it's going to take a big jump to get into the top 5. They're 4 attempts away. And they've just been pushed further back by Archer Brothers. Oh, they'll take that back though. And into 11th they go. 1,000ths off of the top 10. Mackenzie Currents. The final of the top 10 to improve, I would imagine. Unless, as I say, Sasha Anglesey has got anything to do with that. Through Bill Mitchell Bend. Final turn to come as well. Just needs that late apex. It's a bit of a slide. It will be pit lane for Mackenzie Currents as GT4 qualifying draws to a close. Johnny Hagner is still out there, but he's not improving. And neither is anyone, I think, at this stage. I think it will be pit lane for everyone at the end of that lap. So GT4 qualifying pretty much complete, barring any improvements late on, and I don't think there have been any here in the final couple of moments. So those 22 cars are now ordered, and we'll have a look at the grid in a few moments as the Porsches are actually out there already, are they? Not quite, I don't think. But because we've still got a couple of the GT4s out on the circuit, the Porsches are now leaving and they're on their outlap at the moment. So let's show you the GT4 standings and the qualifying results from their session. In the sport category, it's Sven Janssen with that relatively late lap to overhaul Geeks Energy fiercely forward by 66 thousandths of a second. Justin Wren was within a tenth as well. He'll be alongside Johnny Hagner in an all McLaren row 2. Matthews Gronka and Daniel Lopez will share row 3. Mackenzie Currents and Sasha Engelsey will be 7th and 8th, then of Dennis Briddick and Davide Troccioli, who rounded out the top 10. Maximilian Zora and Stephen Michaels just missed out on that top 10. Just outside of half a second back, it's Floyd Kerr and Marco Pereira. Liam Matthews only 15th ahead of Ayrton Williams, with Ryan Scott Hamilton and Jan Zilikas rounding out the top 18 before Ronald Grossman and Antonio Alvarez, the only BMW, down in 20th. Simon Rendell and Jason Taylor round out the 22 car sport grid. And so we move to the Cup class. This is the Porsche Cup class, of course. Let's show you the championship standings coming into this round after the opener at Daytona, of which, of course, all of the Porsche Cup cars got to the end of the race, by the way, or at least got classified. So that doesn't happen always, and a good achievement by everybody to get there. It was SimCity Racing, though, who took a famous victory, had a Visceral Esports, reigning champions, or reigning champion team at least, 2nd and 3rd. Olympus Esports 4th, ahead of Kremer Racing. Then it was Impulse Racing and ATRS Esports returning to IVRA once again. Olympus Esports 8th with SRN Motorsports moving up to Cup. They're 9th ahead of Waverley Racing Team, who have been in every class so far. They are 10th. Waverley, you might be pleased to know, or maybe not, that they are not in the top class, but they're in all the others. So there you go. There's your fact for the day. Don't think we do have any teams in all of the classes. Would be quite a mammoth effort for anyone. But it has been done before. So, well, not really sure what these guys are doing, to be honest. They're clearly not going at full speed. And the cat and mouse games have commenced, I think it's fair to say. Impulse have finally bitten. So they go through. Mostly German team with some, with a bit of Polish interference as well, with Adam Kotarski. Mario Velgut is going to be the driver for these guys. Nicholas Norda, Pascal Costa and Philip Hammer, the others. Philip Hammer last season drove for, I can't remember the team name now, but it was Valkyrie XP maybe or something. Drove for another team. Now part of the Impulse setup in the Cup category. In a season where they did come quite close to winning the title in this class. Dear me, this is a big mess now. Marcin Rybachuk has been trying to get behind everybody, and so has ATRS Esports, actually. They're still slowing down. It's almost as if they're so transfixed on each other that they can't drive at the moment. Fraser Smith is the other driver. The only ATRS Esports Cup car this season. They had 3 last season. Fraser Smith, the British driver in a multinational team. Louis Balecki is the German driver. Omar Akin from Turkey and Sebastian Hove as well. Relatively young driver from Denmark. Not done a lot on iRacing as far as I'm aware, but he is here for this team this season. They're still following each other, these two. The first times they'll come in, though, and it will be Waverley Racing Team who set the benchmark. 2 minutes 8.0 for them. Patrick Hingston, previous ATRS driver, now part of Visceral Esports, makes his way to the line, but it goes to the pit lane after towing his teammate around. I think that was the reigning champions car, but very possibly. This could be a good lap time from the 901. Mike Dam also from Orion Race Team setting a benchmark. But it will be SimCity Racing with the first 207. A great start to the day for them. Zoltan Zavadil it is at the wheel of that one. And what a start to the season this still relatively new team have had. ATRS go 9th, of course, 20 seconds down. They're still not happy, I don't think. And I guess they wouldn't be. They've got no slipstream right now. Olympus just in behind them. Then it's Apex One, who have also gone pretty slowly in this opening lap. Impulse and Geodesic did the same. So, into the 5th turn goes Fraser Smith as SRM moving up. There's Olympus, maybe the other Olympus car moves up. Thomas Cope never did tell us who's going to be starting their cars. In the end, in the 922, or at least qualifying their cars, of course. In the 922, it's Christian Arp, and Thomas Cope himself will drive the other car. So Christian Arp, the lineups are mostly the same. Christian Arp and Lubov Ozaretskovskaya are in both cars. Thomas Cope is only in the 946. And Daniel Sedley and Patrick Thompson are only in the 922. So, not sure what they're doing really with their lineups, but that's the way that Olympus have decided to work it this season. Been in the Cup car now, at the very least they were last season. The GSI ClubSport series. And through Canada Corner. Holding a fairly nice tight line through that turn actually. A little bit of a lift off through Bill Mitchell Bend. Bit more of a challenge in this car than it is in the sport category. Now into the final turn for Christian Arp. A neat line on the exit there as well. Just stay rather tight on the exits here as Kremer Racing Esports go to the front of the standings. Only 700ths of a second or so. Impulse now go to the front as well. What a time that is! 207.1 from Impulse Racing. Mario Voga has absolutely flown there. And the 915 is now top of the tree. What a lap that was from him. So a new fastest time, and it goes to Mario Voga. Kremer Racing with Mark Bowser is in second, Zoltan Zavadil third, then Jeremy Lamier and Mike Dam to round out the top 5. But what a time. Thomas Cope goes second. It's half a second behind Impulse. And so good time from them there. Zoltan Zavadil still 4th in the race right now. Or in the qualifying, I should say. Out through Corvette goes Zavadil. And down the hill as well. Another committed corner at turn 7. And another right-angled left-hander this time, turn 8. And then the long carousel. Find it very frustrating in GT cars, the carousel, I've got to say. As a driver, anyway. And that's exactly why. The understeer that you get slightly going downhill. Which feels like it is going on forever. Get on the power not too early. You will never realise that you've got on too early either if you... Not until you're actually in the grass on the exit of turn 10. Then through the kink at 11, which is a fantastically brave corner. And then into Canada Corner, where there will be some overtaking later on today. So absolutely sure. Then Bill Mitchell Bend and the final turn as well. So Zavadil will aim to get on to, at the very least, to the inside of the second row. Maybe even onto the front row, actually. He's just under 4 tenths behind Olympus Esports. As now he makes his way to the line. This could be a good time from Zavadil. And it is. It's very close to pole for SimCity Racing. That is front row for Zoltan Zavadil, who moves ahead of Olympus and Kremer Racing Esports as well. Great time from the SimCity Racing driver to move himself up into second. Any other improvements looking at the moment? Not sure there will be from this lap, I've got to say. Christian Arp might be the only one even anywhere near a improvement at the moment. It does seem that on this occasion they've gone for one or two flying laps, then pit, then back out again, whereas the TCRs and GT4s for the most part, with the exception of a few, just go out there for the whole session and pound around. There's Austin Hereford for Geodesic. I think he was part of the RPC esports team last time out. A few off-season driver transfers. Certainly one for the driver from Norway to interrupt an otherwise American team. But Ian Lake and Johan Shirazi will be glad for his input, of course. Had some good qualifying last season, RPC, but never fully converted in the race on occasion. Did all right in a few races, but I remember getting pole for Fuji actually, but never really converted by the end of the race, the end of the season. They weren't in the standings for some reason. Don't know whether they changed their name, didn't they? Maybe at some point, I don't know. But anyway, I can't seem to find them for the moment in the standings. Austin Hereford, though, will make his way towards the line now. I think he's one of the very few on this in this moment who could actually improve. Yes, probably is. Thomas Cope might be out there improving as well, though, from 4th place. We'll see what Hereford can do first, though. Could be a good time. It is. It'll be 3rd for Austin Hereford there for Geodesic. That's a big jump up for them. Now Thomas Cope, he really is motoring at the moment, is Cope. Down towards Canada corner for him now. The only driver of the 3 in the 946 who are tied to this car. Hereford was driving for Geodesic as a GT4 driver, not season, not RPC. So I'm losing my mind. Clearly, thanks for clarifying that in the YouTube chat, by the way. Because yes, I'm clearly losing my mind. Thanks very much for setting me straight. Thomas Cope then makes his way towards the line as Visceral, the reigning champions, have gotten up to 2nd. Impulse have just improved in the 1st position. Olympus move up to 4th. And so Thomas Cope is now on the 2nd row. Well, you've heard quite enough of me, I think. It's time for me to bounce off someone else for a little bit, of course. Joining me now, myself, Ewan O'Leary, is Stefan Slacker for the opening moment of this GSI ClubSport Series race. Welcome in, Stefan. Good to have you alongside me. Good to have someone to talk to. It's good to have you back for IVRA once again. We're just in qualifying at the moment. Looking forward to 700 kilometres around here at Road America. And if Daytona's anything to go by, this is going to be a very, very busy race with a very big grid indeed.
Yeah, most definitely. And we all know ClubSport is always bringing on the show. And let's be honest, America's greatest racetrack, Road America. I am in for this because, let's be honest, I don't think there's a better track than Road America in the US.
Well, I'm glad you've started off with controversy. This is America's best circuit. I can't say I particularly agree, but all right.
Fake news. Fake news.
Well, yeah. We'll have that argument over the course of the day. I think the best circuit in America, by the way, is coming up next round at Road Atlanta, but there you are. That's just my opinion. Jeremy Lamier makes his way around the final corner now for Waverley Racing teams. A lot of teams actually clumped at about a second or just more than a second back, but some of those teams now starting to stretch their legs, and Waverley are one of them. 6/10 worth of an improvement there will get them up to 5th place. As we get towards the end of Cup qualifying, I think Impulse and Mario Voga are going to be up against Visceral and Vince Peters for this one, though can't see Peters improving at the moment. Marcin Raya Bashuk will be next over the line for Apex 1. That's a decent improvement for them, but I'm not sure he'll get any places, and he won't. He'll stay 8th for the moment. You can see the LMP3s lined up at the pit exit there. They're eager to go. So only a couple of minutes left now. The pressure is very much on for everybody because there's only 36 thousandths between 1 and 2, and this qualifying session is almost at a close.
Yeah, it is. It is super close at the top 2, but then there's a 3/10 gap, which is a little bit surprising, back to 3rd place. But then once again, super close between the rest of the field, of at least of the top 5. So 5/10 spread the top 5, only a 10th, and you're gonna be already up in the very tight battle for 3rd place. So you really need to bring on your A game already qualifying, and we all know how technically little importance there is to a qualifying in an endurance race, but with the dynamic that the ClubSport series has, there actually is a little bit of more emphasis to this qualifying than to a normal standard endurance qualifying.
Yep, certainly is. So let's see how the rest of this session goes, although it should be drawing to a close now, I would imagine. Mario Vogel should have the pole, although he is still on a lap. I don't know if this is going to be an improvement, really. The 206.6, 206.8, I should say, should be enough for pole, and it's quite a gap that the front two actually have over the rest of the field, over the next 10 or so. Quite a gap that they have. There's Vince Peters in the 901. Reigning champions, of course, but don't really look like improving either. I think he'll be returning to pit lane at the end of this session in 2nd place. Wonder what kind of bearing this qualifying session is going to have, though, on the remainder of this race, and whether it's going to be important at all in the GSI ClubSport series. I would argue that it is, because once you get hit into traffic, the gaps generally get a little bit bigger, and it gets a little bit more difficult to move forward. So being up there towards the front is certainly key, and I think for the front two, they've laid down a marker to the rest that they have pace that the others don't. There's quite a big 2/10 gap between 2nd and 3rd, which is a little unusual.
Yeah, most definitely. The closer you are to the top point of the standings, the better it is for you once you hit the first time of traffic, because most definitely all the 3 classes will be still very tightly knit until that point, and then you want to make quick moves, and you're only going to be able to do that if you're at the front of the field, because you're going to have to deal less with your own traffic as well as the slower classes, or faster.
Mark Bowser there over the line, and that should be the end of the session pretty much for the Cup cars. Marcin Rybaszuk is also out there, but don't think there'll be anything to report from that one at the end of this Cup qualifying session, and indeed there won't. You can see Rybaszuk actually in the wall just under the cheese bridge. So that will be the end of Cup qualifying. And we can move forward to the LMP3s. First of all, let's take a look at the results. Mario Vogel and Vince Peters will be on the front row together in Cup. Zoltan Zavadil and Thomas Cope will be on row 2 ahead of Jeremy Lamier and Fraser Smith sharing row 3. Austin Hereford there just under 7/10 back for Geodesic, with Patrick Hingston now driving for Visceral Esports in 8th. Mark Bowser and Marcin Rybaszuk round out the top 10. Cosma Storm and Mike Dam are on row 6. Bit of a surprise for Mike Dam, I've got to say. He was doing well earlier in the session, but never really improved. Jason Derrod and Christian Arp round out the 14 driver grid, or 14 team grid, I should say. So that is your Cup qualifying. It's now time for one more qualifying session here this afternoon. It's time for the LMP3s to get themselves underway, and this is how they stand at the end of one round. HydroRace Geodesic Racing are leading the way in the standings despite not winning the race. They took the maximum points at halfway in 2nd place at the end, which puts them 2 points ahead of Prestana Nomad, with the other Geodesic car 3rd. Boots and BDS by undercut are 4th, ahead of another Geodesic car in 5th. Kremer Racing Esports, who are almost everywhere in this series, are 6th, ahead of Moore and SM Squad, who I've got to say I tipped for series victory, or class victory I should say, in this series. Vipperman Racing are 8th, ahead of Trek Esports and Team Huizenveld, who round out the top 10. A new addition, Stefan, to the grid, LMP3 in the ClubSport series. It reverts back to the prototype days of the Radicals quite a long time ago. And it's good to have prototypes back, I suppose. It's added a new dynamic to the GSI ClubSport series and a 4th class as well for these races.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it was the first season that they ran the Radicals, if I remember correctly. in the ClubSport series, which also featured the Porsche Cups, if I remember correctly. So yeah, most definitely back to the roots for this series in sorts with once again racing with prototypes, but obviously vastly different machines than the Radicals we had seen in the first iteration of this series. But I think these LMP3s, they're most definitely a thing to stay in this series because they most definitely fit in quite perfectly with the Cup Porsches and the TCRs.
Yep. So, great sound that these...
Of course.
Oh, sorry. So, great sound that these LMP3s make, by the way. Miguel Vigo is the one we're following at the moment. It just feels like a real ramp up in pace, though, doesn't it? After watching TCRs, then GT4s, then Porsche Cup cars, all of a sudden you've got prototypes with downforce, and it feels like, goodness me, this is quick, and it certainly is. Miguel Vigo is at the wheel of the LMP3. Of course, he's one of the Endurance Series drivers as well this season for GSI. He's always been part of that team. So into the kink he goes, Vigo, and he'll try and set the benchmark. I wonder how much quicker these guys are going to be in relation to the Porsche Cup cars. I'm imagining quite a lot quicker, but the real challenge for these LMP3s is somewhat survival, really, in terms of getting all of the traffic out of your way. It can be tricky from time to time, and so that's going to be the real challenge today, rather than particularly losing sleep over any of these qualifying results.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be interesting, though, if I'm honest, how GSI is going to perform here today. 3 cars could potentially lock out here a little bit, at least the front row, if they manage to do a good result here in qualifying, and that can be a huge boost already in the first part of the race, because let's not forget about your own competition. Obviously, is your teammate. Your first enemy is your teammate, but quite honestly, if they can lock out the front row and then go on and dominate the race, at least until they hit the first time traffic, that could be huge for them, especially for traffic management, making it a lot easier for them to weave their way through TCR, GT4 and Cup Porsche traffic.
Valentin Bonny is at the front of the standings at the moment, although tied on time with the ATRS Academy. Gareth Higgins has gone second in the number 12 car, the driver from the United Kingdom, alongside Brandon Blakesley, Vincenzo Amico also from the UK, with Tom Katsadonis, the Australian, joining them as well from the middle of the night. Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? Getting quite late now, and it's not going to be any earlier or any more reasonable when the race finishes, I wouldn't imagine. So he's in for a long evening. Bonnie, though, is just sharing the car with one teammate for Boots and VDS by undercut. That's Christophe Herbignaud, who he is sharing with. I'm presuming they're both from the French-speaking part of their respective countries, because neither of them are French, but they sound like they've got French-sounding names anyway. So maybe there's more of a story to tell there. But yes, Bonnie is the one at the wheel now, and will be slowing down on this lap, as does Gareth Higgins, actually. So no improvements this time. I do wonder how the LMP3s are kind of going to play this qualifying session, as to whether they're going to are they going to go out there and pound around for the entire quarter of an hour, or are they going to pit in once, maybe twice, for new tyres and fill up again a little bit on fuel as Vigo goes quicker? He will now go to the top after a bit of a better second lap.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I think the biggest pointer for that will be Prasad Nomad and Hydro Race GSI, Miguel Vigo. But we might even see a split strategy between a field, that some are going to continue to just pound around and drive the full session, and some are going to pit for some new tires. I mean, tire wear isn't that much of an issue, if I remember correctly, in the LMP3 qualifying, at least for its pace. So definitely should be interesting to see how the strategies are going to be playing out already in qualifying. And
it says a lot about the way that this track is going as well, doesn't it? That Boots and VDS and ATRS Academy, both having not improved, have gone from first to second to now 7th and 8th in the field. That's 6 teams who have gone better than both of them, and Geodesic have gone better by half a second more than. So that says a lot really about the way that this track is evolving, and also the way that the tyres sort of come in on these LMP3s, that you can't really do just one lap very clearly, because that one lap now is not looking so good for Boots and BDS, or indeed ATRS Academy, who find themselves 7th and 8th again.
Yeah, no, most definitely here at Road Atlanta, you're going to need at least 2 fast laps for these tires to really warm up and be at their peak performance, like you can see here now with Jason Dilworth going through the kink easy as he goes with all the downforce that LMP3 provides here.
On board we go into Canada corner with Jason Dilworth, one of the stalwart Prestanda Nomad drivers over the last couple of seasons of IVRA competition. Very present in the GT Sprint Series, of course, last season. And now they make their way into the final corner in this LMP3 class. A step up here in the GSI ClubSport Series. They go to pit lane though. No improvement to be made there, clearly. So Dilworth comes in and decides that that is enough. Valentine Bonny is improving again though in the number 92. Migo Vigo goes up to 3rd. Over the line for another couple of the geodesic cars. Alexander Delatraz has gone up to 2nd. Ian Lake up to 7th with those couple of improvements. There's Valentine Bonny out of the final turn now. Still tied, of course, with Gareth Higgins in the ATRS Academy car in terms of time. Now over the line, Bonny improved by half a second, will go to 3rd, but not quite to the front. Austin Young's time still holding up for Hydrarace Geodesic Racing at the moment. Not a bad time at all, though, from Valentine Bonny. A good improvement, although he's going to have to get round again pretty quickly if he wants some new tyres. There's only 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, right now that even makes the biggest gap I think we have between 1st and 2nd in qualifying right now, between Austin Young and Alexander Delatraz of 2/10. I think other than that, the TCR cars, if I saw that correctly, have a 1/10 gap between 1st and 2nd, so already doubling the gap between the first 2 cars in the front row, as it stands.
As it stands, it could all change in the remainder of this session. There's Austin Young. Seems to be on a lap at the moment, although not necessarily setting the world on fire as of right now. It's only around 5/8 of the way around the lap, if you like, around the carousel. He is getting a bit of slipstream, and this is the advantage for Geodesic. Wasn't expecting to see too much of it actually as the cars got faster, and now we're in the fastest class, of course, but Geodesic deciding that the slipstream is worth it a little bit, is worth something, and Austin Young gets a little bit of it into Canada corner on that occasion.
Yeah, with how much downforce these LMP3s provide, it's not much of a hindrance through the kink for them. Still can go flat out, still can keep the perfect line with the draft, so it is most definitely going to be at least half a tenth here at Road America, rather. But look at that, Austin Young, he uses the draft, but decides this is not a good lap, so heads into pit lane for another set of fresh boots on his prototype.
Valentine Bonny in the final corner right now. Can he improve again? No, it's going to be pit lane for him, although I think he was improving on that lap. He's decided not to go through with it. More on this M squad. Alec Bergstrom has been quiet so far this session, but he's improving here, and this could be big for him. Over the line, it's a couple of tenths of a second, and it's 4th. The second row for Moran's M squad. That team contains a lot of the main players from the LMP3 category in a Precision Racing League series that we cover on RaceSpotTV on Monday nights, and they've got all of their drivers from that up there in this particular series as well. Alexander Delatraz still out there for Delatraz Automotive in the number 8 car, only 2 tenths away, but that does seem like a big gap to cross between 1 and 2 at the moment. That lap from Austin Young is looking strong.
Yeah, not only that, but he's also a little bit under pressure from behind, because there's only about 300th of a second between 2nd and 3rd, and then which is really tight is the midfield of our LMP3 class right now is between 3rd and 7th. We only have about a 10th in qualifying right now, so this field still can get shaking up quite heavily, but as it goes right now, Austin J. Young, they're in that 64 on pole position, looking a little bit clear of the rest of the field right now.
Into Canada corner goes Alexander Delatraz. Quite tight on the way in. It's just fed him out quite wide through the exit of that turn. Now just clip that apex and avoid the curb on the outside of Bill Mitchell Bend. That corner is relatively easy to stay flat out in the prototypes. Pretty narrow entry into the final turn as well. Maybe hindered Alexander Delatraz's run slightly on the way up the hill and over the line. Is this enough for pole? Oh, it's very close, but no. Alexander Delatraz misses out by 1/4 of a second. He will be ruining that because that is very, very close. And in the end, it's just not quite enough.
Just not quite enough, but it is enough to not be the biggest gap between first and second anymore, because that now goes to the GT4s with that 1/10 gap between first and second. How tight can you get without getting that pole position?
Well, 25 thousandths closer, but not. He'll be hoping that he can do a little bit more than that. Jan Volmers makes his way over the line as well for Kremer Racing Esports, and that is 8th for them in the number 32, just ahead, rather nicely as far as the numbers work, just ahead of the 33, which looks nice. So there's 8th and 9th. Any improvements coming in here at the end? There's going to be a lot here, I reckon. Everyone's been in the pit lane, I think, almost everyone anyway. And now they're all back out there again. Can't see anyone in the pit lane as things stand. And so they're all going to be improving towards the end. Andrei Reiskovic, unfortunately, has been struggling a bit here. And Team Huisingveld a little bit off the pace compared to the rest.
Yeah, the whole field is covered by 6/10 down to 11th, and it's another 6/10 to Reiskovic. So very, very interesting to see Team Huisingveld struggle. Never honestly seen them struggle this much, being basically the entire gap of the cars in front of them behind their next rival. So that is super strange. 49, most definitely with some issues here at Road America.
Absolutely. Andrei Reiskovic, by the way, the Austrian in an otherwise German team. Some plenty of normal and regular Team Huisingveld names there, like Jan Sinkowski, for example, in that car. We'll get through them a little bit later on. Alec Bergstrom then makes his way to the to Canada corner. Is he on an improvement here? I would say so. Is it going to be pole? Well, I'm not entirely sure it's going to be good enough, but it might well be front row, although to get on the front row, to be fair, you have to get pretty close to pole. It's going to be difficult for him to slot himself into second, but you never know. The number 3 car now makes his way out of the final corner for Moore and the M squad. What can Alec Bergstrom do in this qualifying session now with just 30 seconds remaining? Bergstrom over the line, takes pole. He does take it at the end. Moore and the M squad may well be on pole for the 700 kilometres of Road America here this afternoon with that late lap time from Alec Bergstrom. He goes to the front ahead of the rest. Valentin Bonny is going to try and get up the order as well for Boots and VDS by undercut. This is not a bad lap time at all from the Swiss driver, and it could well be a front row start for him too. The top 3 currently covered by 700s. Is it about to get closer? It is! Through into 4th place goes Boots and VDS. They're also within 1/10 of a second of Moore and his M squad, who I think have done enough for pole at the end.
What an incredible twist in this qualifying. Top 4 covered by 88 1/1000ths of a second. This is just less than what the GT4 pole to second place is. That in a prototype class here at Road America, such a tough track for LMP3 cars because you have to be so incredibly precise, and then it's 4 drivers being within 1/10 of the precision of that leader.
Well, what a lap at the end from Alec Bergstrom. 43 thousandths ahead of the field. He is on pole for the moment. However, both Alexander Delatraz and Austin Young are out there on laps at the moment, and it's a minute improvement from Delatraz right now. It may well be enough, though. It's very, very close already. He's only 700ths behind right now. Can he get those 700ths? Yes, he certainly can. And Delatraz Automotive will now be on pole, and it's 1/10.5 as well. Austin Young may have something to say about it, although he's not improving as much. Or saying that, his middle sector was actually very good. His middle sector is looking fantastic, in fact, and so this may well be enough for another twist in the tail, very possibly. Trek Esports have got up to 6th, by the way, in the number 33 car, as the checker flag is waving now. It's last chance saloon for absolutely everybody. There's a couple of cars in front of Austin Young right now that won't have been hurting him, I wouldn't imagine, over the course of this lap. Is it enough for pole? Oh, it will be! Austin Young takes the pole position. An amazing end to qualifying here for the 700 kilometres of Road America. And LMP3 in qualifying have put on quite a show, and Austin Young in the end takes pole for HydraRace Geodesic Racing. Is Miguel Vigo going to make it a dream day? Not quite, unfortunately. He can't improve. It's Geodesic who are first in the end, but that had more twists entailed than a roller coaster ride. That was unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. From just 88 one-thousandths of a second, we jumped to a little bit over a tenth between first and second, and the rest of the field gets even further behind. But this is a starting lineup with some explosion indeed.
Well, at 91 thousandths the gap at the end between Austin Young and Alexander Delatraz. Alec Bergster and Valentin Bonny held the pole position throughout some of that qualifying session as well. HydraRace Geodesic Racing and ATRS Academy will share row 3. Then, just over at half a tenth back, it's Sven Newman for Core Sim Racing. Tim Hertroys for Trek Esports is 8th ahead of Kramer Racing Esports and Prestana Nomad. With Geodesic Racing's Miguel Vigo surprisingly down in 11th. Team Huysingveld quite a surprisingly long way back in 12th as well. Couple of cars, by the way, not on the grid here today that were on the grid at Daytona. Viperman Racing and JDR Graphics Simsport, for whatever reason, not on the grid here for this race at Road America. Couldn't tell you why. They are both still on the entry list, just not present here this afternoon for the race. So now it's time for warm-up. Everybody out there together again, and especially for the TCR drivers, Stefan, it's going to be nice to get back on the racetrack because their qualifying was about 45 minutes ago now. They'll be able to get back out there, and everyone will be able to get the feel of traffic all over again after those qualifying sessions.
Yeah, they're most definitely enjoying that they're able to drive once again, because 45 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but if you have to come down from pro qualifying again, the stress that you have putting on that picture-perfect lap for your car, that is quite a long time in reality. So they most definitely happy that they can drive there out again, because they might have even forgotten a little bit how to drive on that race setup after all that stressful qualifying.
It's a very, very different sort of mindset, isn't it, going into one of these races where you've got traffic, you've got to preserve yourself from qualifying, where it's just all out. And this is the kind of thing we're going to be seeing a lot of. All 4 classes in one shot. You've got a Cup car going past a Sport Class car with an LMP3 mixed in. They've all just passed a TCR. Around the outside will go the LMP3 because they've got the downforce, but make sure you don't squeeze the lower downforce cars on the inside too much, because you'll get hit by them. They can't hold quite as tight a lines as you can. And there's the problem. One of the Mercedes GT4s off the road. This is exactly what we're going to be seeing a lot of.
Yeah, right there, example A on your screen with that GT4 going wide. I think there was Liam Matthews there in the Archer Brothers car. Yeah, you have to be so careful as an LMP3 car to not squeeze them or to overtake them at the wrong spot, simply because these GT4s will most definitely gonna need to use all of the track available to them.
They certainly do. So let's just take a look at some of the things that we showed you at the start of the broadcast, of course, but we couldn't, you may not have been with us, so it will show you now, starting, of course, with the schedule, where we've already had Daytona on our schedule this season. Then, of course, we're now at Road America, Road Atlanta coming up next for the second of our 4 700-kilometre races. Trip to Indianapolis for the first time in a while. 500 kilometres at the start of January, the traditional opening weekend of endurance racing here in IVRA. Then it will be the 700 kilometres of VIR, followed by the season finale at Interlagos. Stefano, I always love Interlagos for a season finale, and that's exactly what we've got at the end of March.
Yeah, Interlagos, the home of the true season finale, if you ask diehard fans of a certain real-life racing series. Yeah, no, Interlagos always a great track, always brings on the heat, especially in endurance racing. And it also is a fan favorite of pretty much everybody that has ever raced on it.
It seems to get further away from the end of the F1 calendar these days, doesn't it? But there we are. It's at the end of ours, so that's all that matters. Let's tell you a little bit about, as well, what's on the circuit here tonight. The car classes. LMP3, of course, is a fairly easy decision, and so is the Cup class. for those picking. Aston Martin, McLaren, Mercedes and Porsche available for the sport category here this afternoon, and then TCRs of the Audi, the Hyundai and the Honda, although we don't have any Audis actually. We've only got the both representations of Hyundai and one or a couple of Hondas, but there is only one Honda, if you see what I mean. So that is the TCR class. Good to see that iRacing has extended the amount of cars you can have in a class, because that has certainly helped us this season. I have a feeling, Stefan, that's why that we've gone with 4 classes this season, because if we'd have kept the limit of amount of cars in an iRacing session as to what it was, it might have been difficult to get 4 good classes on the grid, and we might have had to go down to 3, but we've gone with 4, and I think that's a great thing.
Yeah, would have been a little bit tricky to make this happen with 4 classes, and what was our old limit? Seven cars, I think?
Yeah, 7.
So yeah, it would have been a little bit of a weird mix-up with. I mean, the easy part would obviously have been LMP3 and Cup, because you only have 1 car each. So it would have been a little bit of a different setup probably for Club and TCR. But let's be happy, let's enjoy that we have so many different cars finally racing on a track together on iRacing. And yeah, it most definitely is a big boost to any endurance competition, be it official or hosted or league, that we have this added limit to the cars that we can have.
Yeah, it's kind of an update that came out of the blue as far as I was aware.
Yeah.
I wasn't really aware that there was even a suggestion that was being done, but it has been, and it's been a great addition, as you say, to not only this series, but it means in the IVRA Endurance Series as well, we can have all 4 of the hypercars on the grid at the same time. The GTPs, sorry, I guess to give its IVRA title. We have all 4 of them on the grid together, and a healthy selection of GT3s on the grid as well. That's an absolutely wonderful thing. Very much enjoyed the opening couple of rounds of the Endurance Series so far, and great to see we've got so many different cars in ClubSport as well. It, as I said earlier, it has a different feel to it now that there's prototypes involved now as well, and proper prototypes as well. You know, the Radical is sort of an enigma. It doesn't really fit into any other category, but the LMP3 certainly does, and just given the GSI ClubSport Series a bit of a different feel here this season. It's made it a bit difficult for everyone though, as you can see. It's going to be a lot about preserving your car over the course of today, whatever class you're in.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, with the addition of the LMP3, not only to iRacing, but also then obviously also to the IVRA ClubSport series, it also gives a little bit of a stepping ladder feel to this series now that we have also LMP3, that we have a prototype in this field, because obviously with the Endurance series having the GT3s and the GTPs, you always had a little bit of a disconnect between the 2 series, as a feel of ClubSport being a feeder series for the Endurance series. But now that we have this LMP3, it kind of locks these 2 series very well together that IVRA has for us here. And it most definitely feels much better connected between the 2.
That is the end of warm-up then, and we do often skip on forward early, so don't worry about that. We are now getting ready to grid up, and Joni Hagner's very eager because he's on the grid already for Glacier Racing. I think we can go through the entire grid just to show you all over again who is where, because I understand TCR qualifying was an hour ago now, and you may not have been with us at the time. So I believe we can go and show you the entire grid when we get it, because they'll be on a long formation lap as well. So let's start with the LMP3s and do this, of course, one by one. Austin Young and Augustin Bernier looks to be starting that car. Alec Bergstrom and Christophe Urbagnot will be starting theirs as well. Some driver changes here in the warm-up session. Ian Lake and Gareth Higgins, though, will qualify and start their cars on row 3. On row 4, Sven Newman and Jim Hutchers will share that one ahead of Jan Volmers and Jason Dilworth. Miguel Vigo and Andrei Rajkovic will also start their cars, having qualified theirs, with Gabriel Ruse actually joining for Vipperman Racing in 13th to make up the 57th and last spot on this grid. In the Cup category, it is Mario Vogt who will be alongside Vince Peters. Those two showed good pace over the rest. SimCity Racing and Olympus Esports will share row 2 ahead of Waverley Racing Team and ATRS Esports on row 3. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing are down in 7th with Patrick Hingston for Visceral in 8th. Chroma Racing and Apex One round out the top 10. Geeks Energy Sim Racing and Orion Race Team were either side of a second back, with SRM Motorsports and Olympus Esports rounding out the top 14 in that class. In the sport category, it's Sven Janssen with the relatively late lap time to take it over from Frederick Schwartz of Geeks Energy fiercely forward. Justin Rim and Joni Hagner will share row 2 with Maciej Gronka and Daniel Lopez on row 3. Mackenzie Correns was just under 3 tenths back in 7th with Sasha Anglesey. Then it is Dennis Brizik and Davide Triccioli inside the top 10. Maximilian Zora and Stephen Michaels share row 6. On row 7, it's Floyd Kerr and Marco Pereira. Liam Matthews, Nelson Williams next head of Ryan Scott Hamilton of Prestana Nomad, with the Rusty Spatula's car of Jan Zilikas rounding out the 9th row. Then it's Ronald Grossman and Antonio Alvarez to round out the top 20, and Simon Rendell, Jason Taylor bring up the back of our biggest grid of the 4. TCR then with just the 8 cars here, of course. Damian Owen Harris took pole here ahead of Gio Cortese by just 100th of a second. Roman Perska and Marcel Jogheim rounded out the 2nd row. Then it's Jordan Backmeyer and Stephen Walker on row 3 with a bit of a gap back to the final row of the grid. Yuri Vesluzil, and Jose Aradia rounding out the grid. That is 57 cars in the on the grid here this afternoon for what's going to be a very exciting race here today. So we've got a long race ahead of us, 108 laps. I know I said 88 laps earlier. That was the Daytona distance I was reading. I apologise for that. 108 laps around here. Points given out at 54, the end of lap 54. That'll be 33% of the regular points given out. But other than that, we're looking forward to a good race. Interesting to me, Stefan, that a few of the LMP3 teams have changed their starting driver, whereas most of the teams in the other 3 classes decided to keep the one that qualified their car.
Yeah, you know, sometimes the fastest driver on a single lap is not the fastest driver at the start of the race. That definitely can happen. It just comes down to how experienced, how cool you are with your nerves, because the starting phase of an endurance race is always the most hectic one. You have to be wary of cold tires, but then also after a few laps you're going to have some massive traffic issues, which you normally don't have in other racing series, so you really have to be careful in that sort of sense. The good thing is, for all of these, we have a starting zone, and our classes are also separated. They have their own start, so not like in official racing series where you just leave a courtesy gap between the 2 classes and then gun it as soon as the green flag is out. No, in this series we do have a starting zone in which the leader of the class is allowed to start their own race at their leisurely pace. So most definitely a little bit of a better setup for these guys, and is gonna erase a little bit of the kerfuffle we might be sometimes able to see in official races, where the fast class has an issue and then the slower class catches up to them and maybe even right into the scene of an accident.
Well, you're not immune from penalties in qualifying either, and I'm afraid we have got a couple of them. 20 seconds given out to the 133 of Gio Cortese, who qualified 2nd in TCR for Obsidian Racing, and to Daniel Lopez as well of XPD Emil in GT4. He qualified 6th, of course. Penalties both given out to them over the course of that qualifying session. That's not an ideal way to start your race. 20 seconds worth of a penalty. The saving grace for them, I suppose, is the fact that they can serve it at their first pit stop, and they don't have to do it within 3 laps or whatever. It's not a stop and go. You can just add it to your pit stop time served in the penalty box, of course. But either way, it's not a good start to your day, and really avoidable penalties as well in qualifying.
Yes, but the thing is now, I'm not sure about the exact specifications in the ClubSport series. I just know it from the endurance series. In the endurance series, at least, you have 90 minutes from the moment that the penalty is received, that you have time to serve that exact penalty. So it might be the same for endurance, for ClubSport as well, that a 90-minute limit is set. So obviously that will be counted from this drop of the green flag. They have 90 minutes until they have to serve this penalty. It might be the same for ClubSport as well. So yeah, this most definitely not as much of an issue in the class itself for the GT Force, but with Obsidian Racing, that is second place right now in the TCRs from qualifying, so that is a huge one.
You are right, by the way, the ClubSport deadline is the same as the Endurance. You get 90 minutes to serve penalties, and your timer gets reset every time there's a safety car as well. So
yep.
You can't serve it under a safety car, of course, but you can't be caught out because of that, if you see what I mean. So you'll be fine in that respect. Into the final corner then come the leaders. It is time for the 700 kilometres of Road America. A very exciting qualifying session indeed, especially in LMP3. Now they're going to get us underway at the front of the field. It's round 2 of the GSI ClubSport Series for the 23-24 season. And in control of the field at the moment, Austin Young, after a great lap in qualifying to just beat Alexander Delatraz, will make his way towards the line. They'll be dead level as they wait for the green flag, which waves now. 108 laps, 700 kilometres around here at Road America is now underway. Austin Young pulls to the racing line immediately, having known he's gotten the good jump over the rest of the field, and he's gotten the lead into turn 1 as well. Just in behind him, it's the Delatraz Automotive car with Alec Bergstrom fighting Valentin Bonny for 3rd place as well. Bergstrom hangs on to that position. It's side by side down the hill towards turn 3, but the top 5 or so, a single fast start.
Yeah, so far a good start from all the classes. Now watching the Porsche Cup cars head into turn 3 themselves. A little bit of a 3 wide there for a moment through turn 3, but also they super clean. Now we look at a GT Force in behind the 3rd class to start this race. Seems like so far, Ewan, most definitely no incidents.
Well, there's one there, or a minor one anyway, and off in the background as well. I think Satellite Racing maybe. Apex 1 though it was, trying to shove out wide one of the cars further behind as TCR slot into a line immediately, and that's going to be the story of the first stint of their race, I have a feeling. But side by side up the hill through Corvette in Cup it is then. I think the main battles really are in Sport actually, in GT4, and we'll just try and see how they've prevailed. Sven Janssen has gotten off to a good start there and obviously leads the way, headed just in Rem. Then further behind it's Joni Hagner, who's gotten into 2nd position, sorry, 3rd. Head of Matthews Gronka, who tried to push out wide Mackenzie Currents, I think it was, in the SimCity racing car. It was pretty rude, I've got to say, and Apex 1 actually didn't gain anything from it. Joni Hagner certainly did, and got up to 3rd, but Geodesic were very coordinated off the start to now lead 1-2.
Yeah, this is great news from Geodesic for Geodesic. Being able to just go 1-2 in their respective classes is just perfect. Perfect
start at the end of lap 1 for them. Good start for the Geodesic LMP3 leaders as well. Now side by side in Cup here through the Bill Mitchell bend. This is exciting stuff, and around the outside I think that's Kramer Racing maybe, who have just made their way through. It is Mike Bowser ahead of Patrick Hingston there, who's dropped down to 7th. Behind Bowser, who's now 6th. Then we've got Fraser Smith there as well, trying to overtake his former teammate Patrick Hingston. Esteo Cortese takes the lead in TCR all of a sudden ahead of Damien Owen Harris. Wonder what's happened down in TCR. I think it's still pretty single file there, and it certainly is. This is what we expect from the leaders in this category. Road America keeps these cars very close together with the slipstream.
Yeah, TCRs are going to be very hard to break up here until the first part of the traffic comes around them. But obviously, Obsidian, they most definitely need to make the most out of this right now, because remember, they have that 20-second penalty that they're going to have to sit off at the first round of pit stops, so they're going to be far behind the rest of the field if they're not able to split this field apart and break them up in some nice little packs. We see a little bit of too wide going on with the drift.
Yeah, this is TCR, and excuse me, this is Sport, I should say. And Geeks Energy, firstly forward, have not had a good start at all. I think it was them actually who were pushed out wide by Apex 1, and now it's just going from bad to worse, really, side by side with SimCity Racing. And they hang on to 8th position on that occasion, Frederick Schwartz, but not a good start. He's forced to defend again in towards the Corvette. Keeps his car to the inside and defends nicely on the way through there. That was good driving from them. Here's a bit of curb action over the bump they go through turn 7. Bit of a slide from the SimCity car, and they are forced to slightly defend on the way towards turn 8. here as well. Hearing, by the way, that it is not allowed to change your starting driver from the one who qualified, so clearly there were just visual problems for us at the start, and so and indeed Delatraz and Bonnie are both in their respective cars right now as well, so they are they haven't committed an offence basically. They're absolutely fine. They started with who they should have done in the race here this afternoon. End of a couple of laps then, and it's been quite a good start actually. Nobody, as far as I can tell, yes, in fact nobody has been down pit lane at the end of a couple of laps, which is great to see everybody getting away cleanly.
Yeah, most definitely. However, I can already see that Race Control is already looking at two different incidents in the TCR field, as well as one in the, I think that's the Sport category, the GT4, so have to see what comes from that.
Certainly is the Sport category they're looking at. Oh,
no!
Into the wall!
That's
has gone straight into the wall on the exit of turn 7, and immediately has disappeared from the session as well. A difficult start to the season for Delatraz Automotive at Daytona. They only finished just inside the top 10, and now it's gone from bad to worse, I'm afraid, in the second round at Road America as well. It just looked like he got a bit wide into the grass and slid straight into the wall.
That, we're most definitely going to have to see that from an onboard once again, because that did look weird, like as if something disconnected for him there, for Delatraz, and he wasn't able to steer away from the barrier there anymore. So gonna have to wait on a replay for what exactly happened with the Delatraz Automotive, but that is some devastating news for everybody involved. There we go, on board now with Delatraz.
He just gets a bit of I think you're right.
Just continues straight on, look at that.
Yep, and then immediately leaves the session as well, or in some form. He's no longer present in the server. As far as the timing screen is telling me at the moment. Side by side for, I think Miguel Vigo is making up some places here. Down the inside he goes. Was that on Jan Volmers maybe? Not quite, I think actually. It may have been Ian Lake passing Gareth Higgins, and that, yes, that is indeed the case. Ian Lake in front of the ATRS Academy car now, so that's a good start for him. There's Ian Lake into the top 5 now, but this is going even better for Geodesic now. They've got no challenge from Delatraz behind, who is really unfortunate there in his demise.
Yeah, that is obviously good news for Geodesic, bad news for Delatraz. Might even be bad news for everybody in behind of Delatraz, because there now is about a 1.5 second gap between first and second in the LMP3s, and we all know in iRacing the draft is round about 1.5 seconds in pretty much any car there is, so they're now all out of the draft of Geodesic, and if the 64 of Austin Young can keep up that pressure right now, it only seems that this gap is going to widen, and that is going to play huge dividend when he is going to reach the first TCR traffic.
That can't be too far away either. They're gaining about 20 seconds a lap. The laps around here are 2 minutes for them. So
that's
just
a few
6
more
laps.
Corners.
Yeah, 6 laps in theory, but of course they start a long way behind the TCRs as well, don't they? At the minute they're about 1:40 behind the leaders, so they do need a couple more laps maybe, but we'll be there soon. I mean, it's not the first run through TCR I'm particularly worried about, I've got to say, because there's only 8 of them, but there's almost triple the size of the field in Sport. That's the problem. TCR is that was TCR already, and then you bonk up to the back end of the field of Sport and wonder where you have gone wrong on the circuit, because all of a sudden you have a massive amount of traffic ahead of you. So most definitely it's always an interesting sign to see a class that is just incredibly massive in field. Yeah, it certainly is. It's side by side all over the place in Sport as well. This is Wave Italy Racing Team going side by side at the moment. A little bit further down the order, this is Hyperion Racing and Floyd Kerr, who is on the inside and gets back through again into 11th. So the car just up in front is back in front again. Sebo Esports Davide Triccioli has got back into the top 10 for that team. He's where he qualified. Then it's Hyperion and Wave Italy who are fighting over 11th further back. So Well, it's a Mercedes heavy field and a couple of Mercedes fighting here. This is exactly why I'm concerned about it, though. It's look at the long line of sport cars, and it's not going to get split apart by the time the LMP3s get there.
No, most definitely. And I have some very bad news for every single fan of Wave Italy Racing Team, the 161 in the TCR class. Right now, second place, Damien Owen Harris, lined up on the incorrect side of the grid. 20-second penalty for second and first place in the TCR field now.
That is a bizarre... I don't know if I've seen that penalty in IVRA before. I mean, obviously I know it's a rule, but that is bizarre. For someone of Damien Owen Harris's experience and ability as well, to just line up on the wrong side of the grid is a very strange mistake to make. As now they are in the traffic, by the way, the LMP3s. I'm sure you can see there is Austin Young just making his way through on those now, through on Brabham, who are 5th at the moment. But yeah, you're right. That's a silly mistake to make, really. And now the TCR traffic begins to bite for the LMP3s. They should get a lot of it during this front straight.
Yeah, this is some great news once again for Austin Young. He can clear pretty much half of the field here in TCR with just that pass on the front stretch. And look at this, second and third place in the LMP3s are not going to get past these two here, so they have to slot down. That is a lot of speed difference between an LMP3 and a TCR in turn 1, and so they lose massive amounts of time. Gap already opened up to 2.5 seconds, nearly 3 seconds even. By the end they come through turn 3, so yeah, once again, great news for Geodesic, already up to 3 seconds. The lead is for them.
Apparently, by the way, that happened to Wave Italy at Daytona as well. Obviously, I wasn't there for Daytona, so apologies for not picking up on that. But wow, that's a strange penalty to get, as it's almost free wide here with TCRs involved as well. Deary me, this is very busy on the way down towards turn 5. A tricky braking zone downhill as you're going downhill, plunging towards the bottom end of the circuit. Now up in towards Corvette, side by side, Preston and Nomad get through on the leaders in TCR as well. That all worked out all right in the end. Most of the LMP3s now are through on the entire TCR field.
Yeah, so this is good news now for LMP3 field, as they are cleared through the TCRs, but obviously the sport category just a few corners up ahead, and my goodness, 3.8 seconds between Austin Young and Valentin Bonny. That gap is massive already, but this also helps Austin Young. Obviously, the next time he comes past a sport car, a little bit of a gaggle ahead of him, he can take a little bit of time out of his lead, because he's not going to be under pressure because of that.
He can just take a little bit of time in this next bit of traffic, which will be soon, of course.
Oh, once again,
and there they are.
Austin.
Yeah, there they are. There are the GT4s. So we're back into traffic again, and this is going to be almost constant now for the remainder of this race, because by the time they get to the Cup class, I'd imagine they'll be quite close to catching the TCRs. So here we go. Austin Young makes his first moves, the huge ass BMW being one of them, and he is through. Now will he go round the outside of the Aston? No, probably a good idea. Tucks back to the inside, and then that's the easy bit. That's the sort of warm-up, if you like. Now that was Echelon, Simsport, Huge Ass and Satellite Racing, who they just got through there. Now there's much bigger trains. I mean, Sven Janssen, for example, has got 7 cars behind him. The top 8 are all together, for example.
Yeah, but it is great for Austin here. Once again, he only lost 0.2 in turn 1 because he had to slot in behind that. I think it was a Porsche that he had to slot in behind, if I saw that correctly. But he was able to pass 2 cars here. He's not going to be able to held up through this kink here, and can pass probably another 2 cars just right here through the carousel. He can go around the outside, so this is working out quite nicely right now for Geodesic, while the others have to slot in behind cars, have to wait a little bit here and there. And then once again, look at this, to the inside, now goes to the outside through that carousel. It takes 2 cars here. This works out perfectly. Not even GT4s are going to be held up here, as we have a little bit of a kerfuffle a little bit further down the road. Yeah,
this is Gareth Higgins, I think, who will have been off. Yep, the HRS Academy car has been off with Core Sim Racing held up by this too. Oh no! Oh, and off!
Oh!
Into the wall for Satellite Racing with Gareth Higgins as well. 2 incidents on the same lap, and Satellite Racing are in the wall, and they'll surely have a lot of damage. Higgins will probably have some as well. Etton Williams just drives along the grass, staying out of everyone's way at the moment. But that was a big moment. You don't often see moves into the kink, and that's why.
Yeah, especially on the GT4, you don't want to do moves on them, simply because they need all of that road available to them, and they're still gonna run a little bit onto the grass. Yeah, just so unfortunate there for the Satellite Racing. Like they were in Endurance last round at Road Atlanta, they were also very unfortunate with both of their cars being involved in incidents, and it continues in ClubSport as well.
It unfortunately has. We'll get some replays in a few moments' time, but there's a lot going on. And Justin has indeed found a replay immediately. So here we go. Higgins tries to go round the outside of the kink. I mean, it's just never going to happen there on a GT4.
Yeah, as you said, you just can't do that. It's always an impossible move to make. The outcome will always stay the same, that you're gonna both crash into the wall there. It's just not the best thing to do. Also not the best thing to do, by the way, is having a collision while you're on probation, as the 401, that's the Apex 1 GT4 car. Right now, I think in 4th place in the sport category. 10-second penalty for an incident.
Yep, and that was at turn 3 on lap 1, where they just didn't give the space to the 444, and I absolutely agree with that penalty, I've got to say, because I thought it was a bit rude at turn 3. That was a 3 wide moment, and remains 3 wide on the exit of turn 8. Goodness me, very close again. Round the carousel they go. This is a long line of LMP3s, right the way back from Alec Bergstrom, who's third, just on backwards from that, basically, to the rest of the field. What a opening we're seeing to this one so far as they go through the traffic. Now they're up towards the leaders. So side by side here for 5th place between themselves, I think, Miguel Vigo and Jim Hertroyd, who's down the inside at Canada Corner. They've got GT4s just up in front as well, nearly hitting each other. They're 3 wide with the Impulse GT4, and they've made it through, and through in the end goes Miguel Vigo. Into the top 5 he goes. Joni Hagner goes off the road in sympathy almost. This is very, very busy now at the end of the lap.
Yeah, so Miguel Vigo nearly lost the lead and lost the position there because of a GT4 car slowing him down, but because he was able to box in his competition behind another GT4, he's actually able to keep that position, and now is on the back of his teammate, that is Ian Lake, in 4th position. So 5th and 4th now side by side into turn 1.
Around the outside for one of the geodesic cars on the other. It's Ian Lake versus Miguel Vigo, and right now Miguel Vigo is having a great start to this race. He's up to 4th all of a sudden. The championship leaders, the number 72, are now down a place into 5th, and under pressure from Jim Hertroyd as well, on the way in towards turn 5, although Hertroyd has got his own battle to worry about. That's Jan Volmer's just behind in the Kramer Racing esports car, and so they're all defending from each other. Prestana Nomad's weight on behind, and staying on the inside is the good choice from Ian Lake there, and he'll hold on to 5th on that run through traffic. They can all just breathe a sigh of relief as the traffic will now go away for the next few moments.
Yeah, but one thing that I've just seen is that 2nd place has massively gone out of the window of 3rd place. There we have them, Bouts and VDS by undercut. Still Valentin Boni behind the wheel of that LMP3. The gap now between 2nd and 3rd is roughly 7 seconds open up, just because of the traffic of the sport category. Meanwhile, also the gap between 1st and 2nd has gone up to 5.5 seconds. So this top 3 really have split apart in the LMP3's first round of sport category traffic.
Oh, and Impulse losing places. This is in the Cup category now. Mario Velgut was 2nd. He qualified on pole, of course. Vince Peters overtook him. Now he's been overtaken by Thomas Cope as well in the Olympus car. Now Jeremy Lamier is just in behind in the 916, the Waverley Racing Team car. That's not one of the Waverley cars with a penalty, by the way. You'll be glad to know. No, we were talking about that earlier on. This is a big battle in Cup going down in towards turn 5. And these guys can't be too far away from the TCRs now either, on lap 10 now.
Yeah, and I think the way this all works out, it might even be that the LMP3 leader, Austin J. Young, is going to catch them at roughly the same moment as they're going to catch TCR, the thick of TCR traffic it's not going to be too thick, obviously, with 8 cars in the class, but still is going to be a little bit of a troublesome spot for the Cup category, as they're not only going to have to move past this lower category, but also have to worry about LMP3s racing past them.
But also, if you think about it for the LMP3s, if you're adding the Cup and TCR classes together, it's effectively the same field size as they just got through with the Sport class, and we know how chaotic that was with 22 in the GT4s in front of them. It's basically going to be the same now, just with Cup and TCR traffic in front of them, if they are indeed combined when they're trying to come through.
Yeah, most definitely, and you know, it's one thing if you have to move past one category. It's a whole nother thing if you have to move so many different categories, because it is 2 categories that you're going to have to move past, so you have to be worried about is that Cup going to make a move on the TCR Cup car while I try to make a move on the Cup car? Is that Cup car going to notice me flying up to the back of him? Hopefully he's going to stick behind the TCR and let me pass actually as the faster car, so it is much more hectic in a situation like that.
There's the full split of the Cup class, all of the field covered by 10 seconds pretty much, and the top 6 all in one long line. Ending of course with SimCity Racing, as you can see on the left hand side. There are the TCRs joined in with them. 8 of those involved, so 22 overall. As I said, exactly the same as the Sport category in 1. However, the LMP3s aren't quite there yet. Austin Young's just got over the line, as you can see. That was quite helpful. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, and that might well be the fastest lap that stands to the end, Stefan, because I can't see there being very many laps with free traffic between now and the end, although I guess there are safety cars. Maybe that's when it'll get overtaken, but in this stint at least, it's going to be difficult to beat that now.
Yeah, it seems that way right now, unless somebody in behind gets mega draft and isn't being hindered by any other car, then I can see that lap falling, but other than that, only see Austin Young being able to reproduce that kind of lap times, because he's also in a little bit of a field of his own lap time wise, because everybody in behind in the LMP3 field is doing 59s while he's doing 58.7, so really sets himself apart right now and gives a good base for the rest of his team during the next part of the race.
So lap 11 here at Road America. 700 kilometres this afternoon in round 2 of the GSI ClubSport Series for the 23-24 season. Into Canada corner now go Visceral Esports, the reigning champions of the Cup category, because when it was the top class last season, they're leading the way at Road America. Round Bill Mitchell Bend they go. They've got to negotiate Sam Blees in the TCR geodesic car. They're currently running in 6th place, a couple of seconds up to Jordan Batmar, and then there's 4 for the lead. It's Obsidian Racing leading Wave Italy Racing Team, Impulse Racing, and Team Huitingveld, the top 4 in TCR. There they all are, and there are the Cup cars, side by side for second indeed, and going through will be Impulse, as they've got the slipstream over Thomas Cope. They'll duck past Jordan Backmar as well, and here goes Mario Vogt. There's contact! Oh, there's so much contact! Thomas Cope will try and go through, and on all of them, Kremer Racing and Wave Italy Racing Team are both going to go through here! Oh, more contact! How are they all still on the road here? I've got no idea. Thomas Cope got back to the lead now. They're 3 wide again. This is unbelievable stuff, and Thomas Cope leads Cup now.
Yeah, and we might once again get a little bit of a 3 wide situation there.
Sorry, I thought there was going to be some massive contact there on the back straight. Thankfully, they've sorted it out. Wave Italy Racing Team have gone from nearly first to back to third again, because they came across on a 3 wide moment and they could have been put around there quite easily. And now down the inside they'll go of Roman Pascu, who really doesn't want any part of this. But what a battle that was. And now Olympus and Kremer leads. What on earth has gone on here?
Yeah, I think this was all created by the back marker that is Sam Blees in the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Echelon, the 53 TCR car, and Thomas Cope had a little bit of a slide out of the last corner onto the front stretch. So yeah, really lucky that not more happened than just a few cars off track and a little bit of contact between them. So yeah, really great racing by the Cup Porsches there to keep that all under check somehow and not cause a massive incident there.
Massive incident! Mario Vogt's in the wall! Mario Vogt in the wall for Impulse, and he needs to get out of there as he possibly can, and he will do. the leader, the overall leader as well. iRacing Geodesic Racing currently go through as well. How on earth is Mario Vogel going to get that turned around at this part of the racetrack? I can't see how he's going to get that turned around. Well, he'll go now. Here we go. Yeah, he's done well there, to be fair, but unlucky to get tipped into the wall.
Yeah, a little bit of an ugly incident there. Might have even been caused by a car behind. We'll have to wait for that replay to come, but seems like Feelgood at least is going to be able to nicely get that back to the pit lane.
Well, here comes the overall leader. 3 classes together. The Cup cars have now got through on the TCRs, and clearing all of them is Austin Young pretty much now. So he's done a very, very good job, I've got to say, of clearing all of the traffic. A great job so far from Austin Young to lead this race so calm and composed. He is at the front after 12 laps. Further back, it's going to be interesting for these guys. I think that's to say the very least. Battle for third. Miguel Vigo has gotten past Alec Bergstrom. What a start it's been for Miguel Vigo, who qualified, I think, outside the top 10 or very close to the bottom end of the top 10. He's now on the podium already.
Yeah, so not only Austin Young has some paces. You see that that incident here once again might even be a pen. Oh, that was close with the Heusenfeld TCR there. Oh, that could have been so much worse than what we saw. But yeah, just a slight tap to the rear, loses the grip and spins around into the wall. Heavy impact for the impulse car, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be required to some extensive repairs needed on that Cup portion.
Yeah, I think it was Vince Peters who made the actual contact there, and he might well land himself in some trouble for that. Since he's the car behind, the one in control of the situation, I think he'll be in a bit of trouble. So there goes all the traffic through on well, everybody else. Let's hope they make it through the kink. Oh, I think that was a big slide for the TCR leader. Waverley Racing Team and Damien Owen Harris still leads in TCR, but I'm not sure how. I think he had a huge slide through the kink there as everyone tries to go through on him. And it's side by side for second. The lap cars have gotten through on those guys, but not quite Damien Owen Harris. And so Obsidian do hang on ahead of Impulse. They'll be glad that's over because that was very, very busy.
Yeah, thank goodness for front-wheel drive cars in that situation, because with a rear-wheel drive car, I think that would have gone massively wrong there with all the LMP3s and Cup Porsches behind him. So, yeah, once again, a situation that got diffused simply by good driving skill. Oh, now we see that incident once again, and how close that could have been to a massive, massive incident with the Impulse car getting flung back onto the racing track.
Very easily could have been a whole track blockage, couldn't it, really? If some people get involved there, they spin across the road. It's not a wide part of the racetrack, and so that could have been that could have had everyone involved, including the overall leader, who would have been first on the scene as well at the time. He's now through on all of that and holds by far the biggest gap of any class leader in the field. In fact, if you added up all the other class leaders' gaps, you would still not get anywhere near the gap that Austin Young holds at the moment. 6.5 seconds. But then 12 to third place. I said earlier on that traffic generally does spread the field out, but I didn't quite think it was going to be like this after only 13 laps.
No, Geodesic has an incredible pace. I mean, even if you look at Miguel Vigo, who is pretty much with Austin Young in a pace of his own, he also doing a great job running through the field, so they most definitely are sharing the setup quite nicely between the Geodesic racers, as Vigo putting in some stellar lap times himself, trying to drive through the field. So maybe even able to challenge Bouts and BDS by undercut their 4-second place in a little bit of time, as he's trying to close that gap out in as well.
To Canada corner as the main part of the LMP3 field comes through on the main part of the Cup field all at once here. Following Jim Hertroys as he tries to close down on Ian Lake for 5th place in the iRacing Geodesic Racing car. Then it's Alex Bergstrom. Quite a way in front, actually. So they're continuing to battle with one another. There are the standings of LMP3 and Cup together. So interesting to see how the way that Cup has changed over the course of this race. It was Visceral versus Impulse in qualifying. They were miles ahead of the rest. then they were fighting in the race, and then the lead changed about 50 times in 2 corners during the other lap there. It was one of the most amazing battles I've seen for quite some time, and these 3 were involved as well. Jeremy Lamier is now finding his way into 2nd place, ahead of Kramer Racing, who are looking for a way through. Lamier is on the outside of Thomas Cope, and through the middle, is he going to go? No. Kramer Racing decide that this is not a good idea to go 3 wide. Instead, Mark Bowser pushes Thomas Cope on the inside, trying to get him the lead of the race, but it's not going to happen. Round the outside goes Lamier, and he tries and fails, unfortunately, to get the place. Now into Corvette, there's going to be a move for Bowser as the LMP3s behind are furious. They want to get through. Now they finally will do. That was a very long, drawn-out way to say that no positions actually changed at the end of all that.
Yeah, most definitely a long argument to not switch a single position there in the Cup Porsches, but it might still have a twist in its tail as we have more LMP3 cars now going around the outside at the carousel.
And also a penalty coming in for one of the LMP3s, by the way, Gareth Higgins in the ATRS Academy car. Oh, it's just gone off himself actually at the carousel. Vipperman Racing get inside the top 10, then Team Hoisenberg will go through now as well. But you may be pleased to know that they'll receive a 30-second penalty for trying to go around the outside of the Satellite Racing GT4 through the kink, and it obviously didn't work out. They got 30 seconds for that, which is quite a severe penalty, but consequences were even more severe for Satellite because they're out.
Yeah, most definitely seems like we already have 2 retirees. First of all, the Della Truss car, and then Satellite, but also something happened to Visceral. They're out.
Yes. Oh, Satellite Racing are actually back in the race, sorry. They've not DNF'd, they're back out, but after a long stop. Visceral, yes, have dropped back. The 997 Visceral car. Patrick is actually, not entirely sure, don't know that, but he's not in the session already. It's either a very quick quit or he's disconnected somewhere around the circuit. So it looks like equipment failure actually. He just
stops out of Canada corner.
Okay.
It's really bizarre.
Well, it looks like maybe our 2nd technical failure in the course of half an hour, which is somewhat unusual, but maybe that is the reason for a 2nd retirement. Well, we don't know if they're retired yet, to be fair, but they are going to be a long way back, and that's a real shame for another equipment failure to spell the end of someone's challenge.
Yes, it seems like 2 equipment failures already in quite a short span of time for 2 different competitors in 2 different classes. Spelling, quite some unfortunate there on this race early on already, as I see another car dropping positions there.
Yoni Hagner. It's Yoni Hagner.
That was counted. I was seeing positions drop. What happened there?
Well, I think there may be some interference with LMP3s as they're coming through again on the sport class here. There is going to be a replay coming your way very soon about that one. The championship leaders, though, in the GT4 category have gone around, or sport category I should say, have gone around and dropped down to 9th after being up there inside the top 5 for the majority of the race so far. This is the incident. It involves an LMP and Apex 1 have dived it down the inside. They've already got 1 penalty. I suspect they'll be getting a 2nd.
Get another one. Yeah, most definitely. That is going to be at least a warning for them. If they're on probation, that is going to be even a penalty, as Visceral is back on track here.
Yeah, that's the Cup car we were just talking about. Not the reigning champions car, by the way. That was the other one, so not the one with Vince Peters driving. They're still running in 5th place, but the other Visceral car is at least back in the race again, albeit embedded within the middle of the sport class, which says all you need to know really about that. So LMP3 continues to be very interesting as they find their way through the sport class for a 2nd time. It's going to be like this for the remainder of the race, though. The slower classes not really spreading apart, and that's making the life of an LMP3 driver very difficult this afternoon.
Yeah, most definitely, but that is the nature of Road America with all the draft zones that it has. It is hard to break up the pack because the only real difference you can make is either in your setup choice or through the slower parts of this track, like we have here in the mid sector, where you get held up a little bit in the carousel because you can't drag out as much or something like that. So it really is difficult to navigate this GT4 field there, as I think there was ATRS in behind them who had a close encounter with the GT4 at the exit of the carousel.
There's going to be plenty more of them before the end of today. Almost 3 covered by a blanket at the moment in this battle for 6th place. They go past Joni Hagner, and the scene of the accident for him 1 lap ago. Apex 1 continue on further up front, by the way, and will not have a care in the world for the moment, but they'll have a long penalty to serve, I suspect, at their first pit stop of the afternoon. Another fastest lap for Austin Young, who is absolutely flying here so far.
Oh, who was
that
that?
was a very wide moment. That was Geodesic off the road, surely, for TCR, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the 162 Sam Lees who was off track there, so something might have happened there as well, because that was a far excursion for a TCR car, as we have to replay up on your screens. I can't, by the way, confirm Patrick Hingston.
Oh no.
It was his PC
Teammates
crashing.
Well, there wasn't contact, but the teammate was there, so that's why I said it. Sam Blees off the road, almost maybe scared to cut across with his teammate or be hit by an LLMP3. Just goes off the road there and slips back even further into 6th place. Actually loses a place to 7th now, because he's actually been in the pit lane at some point earlier on. We missed that, but yeah, he's been in pit lane a little bit earlier on. Not sure what that was all about, unfortunately. Jim Hertroyce is on the defensive from Crema Racing Esports at the moment and fends them off quite well. He's still in 6th place in this battle that doesn't really seem to be going away, even while in all that traffic they just had to negotiate a couple of moments ago.
Gap up front, by the way, Ellen. Woo! That was close. Just about in time brake for that corner to not hit the car in front of Track Esports. The gap up front, though, it continues to widen, 7.5 seconds already between 64 and 92, and also the gap between 2nd and 3rd in class has opened up now to 11.5 seconds. So yeah, not the easiest of times it seems for LP3s right now in traffic, with all the thickness that especially the sport category is still producing.
Patrick Hingston has come into the YouTube chat to tell us, unfortunately, that he has his PC crashed while driving earlier on, so he's now at the car. Ollie Peacock is now in as Kicks Energy fiercely forward, get down the inside of German Sim Racing, and Impulse Racing will say, I'll fancy a bit of that, thank you. I'll go into 5th place as well. German Sim Racing losing out on another place, and then there's XPDMO Racing, who of course have a penalty from qualifying to serve at their first pit stop of the afternoon. And so that will be 1 position lost on the race so far, but a few more lost when they come into pit lane in all those laps time. The Cup cars now working their way through on sport, although it's difficult to work out in such regular phases the way the traffic is going now, because the fields are spread apart a little bit now. There's some people out of position because they've been in the pit lane, and this race is just going to be a constant battle of traffic from now on, really, rather than it coming in, you know, all at once and then not at all, as it has been for the start of this race. So the Cup cars battle their way towards turn 1. That was side by side, I think, involving Trek Esports, maybe, yes, or Orion, sorry, I always get them mixed up. It's Kicks Energy Sim Racing versus Orion Race Team. Cosmos Storm prevails in that famous livery, although slides, and Orion Race Team are going to look for their way back through again in towards turn 5. Is there going to be a move here? I don't know if he's close enough, really. Here, Mike Dab. He's inside the top 10 again, at least, but not close enough there, and so we'll jump up to the reigning champions. I think Visceral have lost some places here, have they? Yes, Vince Peters is down a couple of places and embedded in traffic here as well. Now behind Sim City, who go off in front of him, and he'll go through 3 wide in the middle into turn 8, and he will make that place.
Yeah, sure, why not 3 wide in one of the tighter places in Off-Road America? If you can, why not? Worked out perfectly for them, gaining that position against Delta Savadil in the SimCity Racing 971, and might even create a little bit of a gap here into the kink. You know, both cars get past.
get through this wonderful corner, and not a wonderful corner for Sam Blease. He's off the road and not in the wall, thankfully. It's actually quite difficult to go off the road there without hitting the wall, so he's done a good job there. And he'll count himself lucky for that, although, this is very busy. Apex 1 diving down the inside of everybody, and they're going to get stuck now behind the TCR, maybe not. They'll just dive down the inside the penultimate turn. Sam Blease will be staying on the road, thankfully. He'll stay to the inside this time, going into the final turn, which is probably the place to be. They'll go side by side, and he'll be very glad that this lap of traffic is over.
Yeah, these two classes interacting with each other, the sport and the cup categories, this is probably the hardest to overtake between the two, simply because of how similar-ish these cars are in lap times. I think it's only a 5-second difference, if I remember correctly, here at Road America between a cup car and a sport car. So they most definitely have to make the most out of the opportunities they get, because they're not going to be able to overtake one or two cars just that easily.
Through turn 3 go these guys, and unfortunately that battle in Cup is just going to peter out. Oh, through the middle. Oh, don't do that. Dear me. SRN Motorsports, I think that was, trying to find a gap through the middle of the two sport cars, and they very nearly found themselves a gap in the wall as well, or making one anyway. So thankfully that didn't happen, but goodness me, that was close. Oh no, and off. This is the battle for P2, yes, Wave Italy Racing Team off the road, and they rejoin right in front of the pack. That was very nearly a bad rejoin. It was a little bit bad, but it's fine. They get back going again. Mark Pereira has to slow up in the World of Sim Racing GT4 just to let him get back up to speed again, but there's clearly been an incident out of turn 6 in that battle for second.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. That is in class.
Kramer, who they were fighting with, Mark Bowser. And to be honest, I don't think Jeremy Lamier gave enough room there. Did it to himself, as you say.
Yeah, that most definitely looks self-inflicted. Pushed the Kramer car onto the curb and then didn't let them rejoin basically the racing surface anymore, the tarmac anymore. So that definitely looks self-inflicted right there for Wave Italy.
Not a good moment for them, but I don't suspect there'll be any further action about that one. Thomas Cope, by the way, has got a 5-second penalty for missing a braking point and causing a minor collision with Visceral Esports. I think that was at turn 1, or maybe turn 3, but anyway, they slight bit of contact. And this is the view that Kramer got, by the way, of that incident. I think it reiterates that they really couldn't do anything about that.
No, not at all. Where do you want that Kramer car to go? He can't go onto the grass there. He has to come back onto the tarmac. So yeah, it's just 100% self-inflicted from Wave Italy. A little bit too excited from that. So yeah, just unfortunate that it all turned out the way it did. By the way, just in the 401, that is the Apex TCR, the GT4 car, I think. 10-second penalty for turn 12 incident with the 455.
Turn 12, that was down at Canada Corner. Yes, I remember that now. I don't think anyone will be surprised to read that, to be honest. Not least Glacier Racing as well would be very pleased to read it, I would imagine, as well. As the LMP3s now look like they're making pit stops. Boots and VDS are in the pit lane, and Apex 1 are off the road. Just as we were talking about their penalty, they're off the road and in the fence, and they've actually found quite a nice cut through there, so he might get away without going to safety car in the end, but unfortunately the 401 is in the fence, and they may well never serve that penalty now.
Yeah, but it looks like another failure, because that car was doing burnouts against the wall for quite a long time. So yeah, weird how many strange incidents we have.
Oh wow. You're absolutely right. His bottle's stuck. We're hearing, and so we'll see a replay of that now. Here we go. Oh, his brakes are on, but he's still going. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, and then the throttle's okay. So after he's hit the wall, it's okay, and then I think it just turned back on again. But absolutely right. 3 technical failures in, what, 3/4 of an hour? This is bizarre.
Yeah. This is extremely bizarre. Oh, right out sideways, that Mercedes of the XPD team.
Well, it's about time we had some pit stops. I think a bit of a break for some of them. And in sport as well, we've got a pit caller in the form of Glacier Racing. Boots and BDS have been into the pit lane so far, and here are some of the others who have made their way down pit lane. Hydrace, Geodesic Racing and Big El Vigo. More in a SEM squad with Alec Bergstrom, the other Geodesic car, the championship leaders, Trek Esports, ATRS Academy serving their penalty, of course. Team Hoisingveld as well with the first driver change. In fact, both of those teams have driver changed. It's Brandon Blakesley now in the ATRS car, and Sandro Petroziello is in the Hoisingveld car. And just as that comes to an end, the overall race leader comes into pit lane to kick us off for what is going to be a very long and drawn out pit window, as eventually all 4 classes will make their way onto pit lane in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I always love how in the ClubSport series these pit windows sync up so nicely between all 4 classes. It just shows how much dedication these race control have in setting up these classes very nicely together. As we see 2 geodesic cars here, I think that is even first and second. Yes, it is the 463 and the 462 being chased down, handed out by some Hungary Cup Porsches.
Yeah, it's been a leading battle that's been ongoing, but since there hasn't actually been a lot of overtaking between the two, or indeed anything going on, we haven't seen too much of them. And so here they are getting a bit of airtime. Okay, so more pit stops happening at the moment for some of the teams, and as I say, over the course of the next 20 minutes, we are going to see almost everyone in. The TCRs, by the way, are fuel limited, well, I should probably start that in a different way. The most fuel limited cars are the TCRs, is what I should probably say, because normally, Stefan, I mean, we see it in the Train for 8 series, don't we? They can go an hour and a half, probably more sometimes on some circuits, but in IVRA, they're limited to roughly an hour. In terms of their fuel tank, I think they get roughly 2/3 of a tank season upon season. It obviously changes slightly, but
Yep.
They're very much limited around here because these slightly shorter races. You don't want to see a race in a one stop, which is not out of the realms of possibility at some tracks in the ClubSport series, especially at the 500-kilometre race of the season. So it's good to see that they're slightly fuel limited, but it does still mean I think they do still go the longest of the 4 classes anyway, but only just, rather than by about half an hour as they normally would.
Yeah, normally they would go way too long for endurance race, really, as they are just either set up for obviously the now defunct TCR World Series, or for endurance series like the 24-hour series and whatnot we have where TCRs take part. So yeah, it is most definitely one of the weirder fuel cells, so to speak, in endurance racing, as they just can't take on such an amount of fuel and just race for end on end. As also one thing we have is the 64. They have a driver swap their knees now inside that car, so Austin Young stepping out of that car. Massive stint for him and for his team to put himself and them into the lead for about 7 seconds now behind, in front of second place. Also, one thing that I've just seen is it seems like there's more problems for the Apex 1 team, as they are reported to race control by race control themselves, probably for that exit that they did, but probably won't happen anything to them as they had that stuck throttle.
Well, this is Team Hoisingveld, and it's awkward. It's very awkward.
No.
It's off the road for Team Hoisingveld. That you could see that coming from a long way out, couldn't you? There was no conviction in that overtake. Oh no! Don't!
Ooh.
Oh,
what?
Oh no!
That was touch. That was a touch.
There was a touch. Yeah, there was, and that was not smart, I'm afraid, from Team Hoisingveld there, who just rejoined on the road right onto the racing line there, and they've not covered themselves in glory. First of all, there was no conviction in the overtake at all, and you could see that going wrong from a long way out. And then they obviously rejoined like that, and surely they'll be getting at least a word from race control about that rejoin.
Yeah, most definitely there will be something. Oh, and by the way, we're just getting word that there was some pit stop issues for the 64, so they lost a massive amount of times reportedly during that.
Did they have a... Well, they've lost 30 seconds. We're wondering whether we've missed a penalty.
No, there's no penalty,
I
think, at all, even apart from the ATRS car in the LMP LMP3 class. Yes, only the ATRS car has a penalty there. So, oh, and even now Spawn. So Danny's most definitely not the greatest day for him right now.
Not a knee start. No, anyway. Sorry.
Get out of here.
Sorry. 10th place for them at the moment. This is what happened down towards turn 5. And it's just on the power. And he's just lost it slightly in front of the BMW. It is a good job to slow down and not get involved in that halfway around the corner. But 10th place now for the team formerly leading this race. Now, the difference for them has come in the pit lane. A 1:12 time in the box, which is more than double what you'd expect normally from an LMP3, and I can't think of any real reasons why.
Yeah, I had a quick look at their pit stop, and all I can see is them going onto the checks twice during their pit stop, so most definitely something went wrong there in the pit box of the 64. Maybe they tried to bolt on some Ferrari master plan and put on some wet tires instead, so most definitely something went majorly wrong in the camp of the 64.
Yeah, pit stop issues we're hearing, but nothing more specific than that. There's the pit stop time zone. Unfortunately, Tetros Automotive are now out of the races. We've got the car stopped on circuit. XPDMU TCR. Have they run out of fuel? It is TCR pit stop time, and I wonder whether they've just gone too long. Oh no, this is their outlap, so no, that's not happened. Unless they forgot to fill it, I suppose. Forgot to tick begin fueling, but this could be a problem in TCR.
Would be the first time that we hear something like that. They are on the brake. It's just standing there on the uphill incline.
Brakes will be creaking now. It's quite steep. Nothing, no engine noise at all, which does fill in with a lack of fuel. Oh, be careful making moves, and now there's a safety car.
Yellow is out, so something most definitely has happened to the XPD Emerald TCR car. Will be interesting to hear an onboard from them, as I don't know, it looks like another failure of some sort at least.
I think everybody, I think what race control may have been waiting for was to everyone to come in for their first stop, because if you do it halfway through, then you're going to really ruin the race. And if you don't have to throw the yellow, which of course we don't, and he wasn't in an endangering position or anything, so we just decided that it was probably a good idea to just throw the yellow after they've all made their stops, and then we can get ourselves sorted under this safety car. There is the race leader, the Boots of BDS by undercut red car. Christoph Herbigno is at the wheel of that one now, by the way. So yeah, there's been a driver change there for Boots of BDS, but there is the sport leaders just behind them. They are going to lose the lead to Geeks Energy, and that sounds like fuel to me, Stefan. I don't know about you.
Yeah, that is fuel. So they were in pit lane. Either they forgot to check the box for refueling, or as we know, that can be a very strange issue that you don't get fueled even though you have ticked that box. So most definitely something went wrong inside the Hyundai.
There's absolutely nothing in there, and that is an embarrassing trip back to pit lane, unfortunately, for XPDMU Racing. Now, the leads have changed in, or the lead, I should say, has changed in TCR because, well, it hasn't TCR, but that's not what I was going to say. Team Huizingbeld are leading the way there now, by the way, in case you were not aware. Impulse Racing behind them, and then it's Brabham Esports and Geodesic, actually, who are up a position again. And Core Team, for some reason, are laps off the lead, so 6 on the lead lap there. What I was going to say was that there's a lead change in Sport, and Geodesic are not going to be very pleased about this, because effectively what's happened here is Boots and VDS, knowing they're the race leader, have slowed down before the safety cars pick them up, just to make it a bit more clear and a bit easier where they are and where the leader is in comparison to the rest of the field. So they've slowed down. However, as you can see just behind, there's 2 Hydra Race Geodesic racing cars, and they're in the sport class, of course. They were stuck behind the race leader, so they couldn't get out ahead of Geeks Energy by Fiercely Forward, and so there's been a change for the lead. The 444 is now in the lead because they left it so late. Now they're going to go to the end of the field. They're not going to get this lap's lead, by the way. The field will be sorted into a fairer order. But for the moment, they do have a huge lead, and Geodesic are going to be furious because they were caught behind the race leader with nowhere to go, and now they're second and third rather than having a commanding lead of this race, which is what they had previously.
Yeah, most definitely a little bit of an unlucky situation, but I think they both got waved by. Yeah, there we go. They are now driving both past the leader. Now I wonder, where is the 64? Where are we? So that's Ian Lake 64. Oh, 64 is nearly all the way at the end of the field in the LMP3 class now. So yeah, this is really great news at the same time for Dan Neese, because he can now settle into this car a little bit, save some fuel in the safety car period, but most importantly, that gap to first place, all the time that they have lost, it's gonna be closed down most of the way. Basically, they're now gonna have 8 cars in between themselves and the leader, but the good thing is they're not 20-30 seconds anymore down the road.
Now there's a wave around going on for the Cup cars and the Sport class as well, all of whom are going to go through, although it's a bit messy, isn't it, as they all try and find their way through. Well, I'm not sure why Sebo did that, but they have done, and everyone needs to be a bit careful here not to hit each other. I think what's happened is the leader has lapped almost everybody apart from the race leader, and so there's a lot of people who are trapped. Pretty much the whole field for 2 classes have had to go through. Not sure why Sebo have done what they've done though. Davide Triccioli seems to be a little bit confused about what's going on, because he's now put himself in front of the overall leader in their line, which is odd because he's not the race leader. But anyway, I'm not going to get involved in that because I don't know. I'm not involved with one of these teams. I'm not a part of the setups or whatever, so I'll stay out of it. But effectively, a lot of the field for both of those classes have had to go through, and that's even before we can open the pit lane for everybody here, so that's going to take a bit of time as well before we can get back to green flag racing all over again. Still myself, Ewan O'Leary. Stefan Slacker will be with me, and we'll be here for the next 45 minutes or so, and then we'll change over just before the halfway mark, and Joey Tebben and Derek Watson will take you to the end of the race, which will be a good end to this one. 108 laps around here for 700 kilometres of Road America. It's round 2 of the GSI ClubSport Series in 23-24. So you've seen the order on the left-hand side there for LMP3. Let's tell you about the Cup class. Visceral Esports are back to the front there, actually. They, of course, are reigning champions. Vince Peters at the wheel of that one. Then it's Geeks Energy Sim Racing in second. Michal Limon, who's moved up to the Cup class this season from the GT4 driving that he did last season. ATRS Esports are third, ahead of Jeremy Lamy, who's back to fourth again, despite that spin out of turn 6 not so long ago. SimCity Racing round out the top 5. Kremer Racing have fallen out of the top 5, with Apex One in 7th. Got a note on them in a couple of moments' time to bring you. Olympus Racing are in 8th place with Lubov Ozoredovskaya in that car. Akira Iwata is in 9th for Orion Race Team, and then SRN Motorsports round out the top 10, Stefan.
Yeah, and I don't know if you already noticed that, but the Apex One, the 992, 7th place, they have a 10-second penalty for the violation of the 5-second rule going into pit lane.
I'm not sure
into the pit box, because you're not allowed to drive on the slow lane / the pit stalls themselves for longer than 5 seconds previous or after you enter your own pit stall. Yes. Yeah, it is basically driving through too many stalls in the pit lane.
I saw a violation of the 5-second rule, and I was thinking, did he not pick his food up off the floor quick enough? I was very confused. I didn't know what was going on. But anyway, that's not the violation they're talking about quite clearly. So anyway, he'll be in for that at the next stop. Let's go through sport as well, because we haven't been through that just yet. As XPDM actually joined the train again, having put fuel in their car now. Geeks Energy's fiercely forward lead in GT4. They are ahead of Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing and Justin Rem. Then the other Geodesic car is nowhere to be seen. It's German Sim Racing third, ahead of Glacier Racing. Otto Pustinen is at the wheel of that one now. Mackenzie Carintz is still in the Sim City Racing car. Hyperion have got Turner Schroll at the wheel with Kramer Racing Esports. Philip Weiss at the wheel there. They're 7th. Preston and Nomad have still got Ryan Scott Hamilton at the wheel, and they're in that 8th place, head of World of Sim Racing. They're not to round out the top 10 there. Plenty of driver changes over the course of this race, and Sven Janssen has disappeared from the face of the earth again. Have we had another technical problem here? And the 27 laps we've seen so far, it's very possible. We did, yes. I can't believe
Sven Janssen
this.
dropped out of the session.
That is the 4.63 of Sven Janssen into pit lane. Frank Schmitz has now taken over. Now, have they stayed on the lead lap, though? That's the real key, isn't it? Have they stayed on the lead lap? I think the answer to that is no.
No, they are gonna at the very least lose a position now, lose that lap now, if they haven't already. So, yeah, they are so unfortunate. It is a little bit weird. I've also already had a hardware issue today where my wheel did reset mid-race of a Super Formula official race. So
that is weird. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. That's a universal thing, a strange thing, but
might have to write up NASA and ask if we have a solar flare event or something like that.
Yeah. We need to get the bottom of it somehow, because it's a bit odd, I've got to say. There is the Porsche. They've just missed out. I think they're missing out on staying on the lead lap. I think it was. I think if they'd have got out there just a tiny bit quicker, then they would have stayed on the lead lap. But no, they will be a lap down for Geodesic. That's the 4.63, who came into today second in the championship after finishing second at Daytona. Crucially, a lap down, and it's going to be very hard to get that back.
Next to impossible on a track like Road America with the field density that we have in the sport category. It's incredible how many issues we have seen thus far already, and just look at how long Frank Smits has to wait here until the entire Congo line of cars is past him. I think that just was the last car, so he's only now waiting for pit lane to open. No, there's another car driving past now. There we go, pit exit open. And he's able to drive out again. Now 1 lap down on the entire GT4 field.
And that's put him 20th in the GT4 field. 19 cars still on the lead lap there. Satellite Racing are 5 laps off. Apex 1 are out of the race, with Mashish Gronka after that stuck throttle. They're out. Satellite are back in though, but 5 laps down. So really a terrible start to the day for Geodesic Racing. Not even halfway through the race yet. We've actually just only just crossed over the quarter mark of this race here this afternoon. It's been just about an hour. Should be about 4 hours long, this race here this afternoon, by the way. The ClubSport races are a little bit shorter these days than last season. It was all 700-kilometre races last season. As I was saying, it was the Cup class, the Porsche Cup class was the top class, and so races would generally be around 5 hours. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a bit more, but the limit still at 6 as it was back then. I wouldn't imagine we'll be getting anywhere close to that this afternoon. So, Putin VDS lead overall. The lights are still on top of the safety car, and I think finally, for the first time since this race began, we can take a little bit of a breath and relax for a second here, Stefan, because what a race we've seen so far. What an action-packed race we've seen so far, but it's only really just beginning. There's still a very long way to go.
Oh my goodness, what an action-packed first part of the race. We saw 28 laps down, and I feel like I've already lost 4 years of my life commentating on this first part, with how much action and troubles we have seen. Thankfully though, not too many DNFs thus far. However, we have seen our fair share of hardware and internet failures already, which is yeah, a very big shame obviously for all the competitors, but the good thing is this Congo line is still up for some great pleasures. I
think one of the problems off of the restart here is the fact Huizenveld are up there in TCR, and they're not very far from the front of the field. The lights are still on here at the top of the safety car, by the way. We are going to get at least one more lap behind it. And so there's the Huizenveld car. Now, I'm not entirely familiar with this safety car procedure about whether the LMP, obviously the LMP3s have been allowed to the front of the field, but how far does the ordering go here in the ClubSport series would be my question, and I can't seem to get a handle on the rules at the moment. We'll try and figure it out, because yeah. So first the LMP3 cars should go first. Is that correct? And then the ClubSport and TCR classes stay as they are. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, in endurance, they would reset the order, but I don't think that they will do that in the in the ClubSport series. I'm not 100% sure on the rules right now. I'll have to read it up.
Yes, we're trying to read and commentate here. It's pretty difficult.
Yes.
LMP3s definitely go to the front. I'm trying to figure out whether that means that the Cup cars go to the front as well or not. Thomas Cope asking if there's a way to join for an interview. There certainly is. Join the... well, we're in the IVRA Discord today, so just let me know on Discord and we can arrange that, because we'd like to chat to some of the drivers here this afternoon. So yeah, just let me know. So now, there's some discussion about the time limit as well for these races. Someone's saying that we might actually hit the time limit for it this afternoon, because yeah, we're in a 700-kilometre race here today. What is the time limit for these in the end? I need to try and work this out, but obviously I can't see for the moment. Apparently 4 hours is what was it? Yeah, so it's a 4-hour limit for this one, not 6 as we used to have. So it's actually going to be quite close in the end here, Stefan. We've only just done a quarter of the race in an hour, so I know we've had a safety car, but even so.
Yeah. It is gonna be. If we get like 2 or 3 long safety cars, we're definitely gonna hit the time limit here in this race. And I've tried to read up just now on the safety car period procedure, and if I see this correctly, the LMP3 class and the Cup class will get sorted to the front, but Sport and TCR are not, if I read this correctly. So yeah, so Sport and TCR will be mixed, but the other 2 classes will be put to the front of the field so that they are at least clear of any slower class traffic.
So yes, that seems to be the case. We're trying to figure that one out for the moment, and trying to figure out whether it is going to be a time-limited race or not. Now, our software, the timing software, is telling us at the moment that there's 2 hours 40 remaining in terms of the laps. Obviously, it's not taking into account the fact that there'll be any more safety cars and stuff like that. But even so, that's what it's saying, and that gives us about 15 minutes to play with. I think that gives us about what, another safety car maybe, and then we'll be hitting the time limit. Someone's suggesting in YouTube chat that we'll be already hitting that time limit at the end of the day, and certainly if this safety car goes on for a long time, then it is going to be the case here this afternoon. Another lap is what we're going to have. We're trying to do chat to Thomas Cope at the moment from Olympus Esports about how to start this race. I don't think any of us have a power tracking out. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Normally I've got hours in what's going to track people about that, but I can't follow. I'm not sure what you look about that. Hopefully someone hears us and drags it for us, someone with more power than us, because we can't at the moment. Oh, pit stops have begun, that's why we've not got
Pit stops.
the race back to green. It's pit stops, Core Sim Racing, Trek Esports, Prestana Nomad and Hydrace Geodesic Racing are in from LMP3. Some of the TCRs are in as well, like Waverley Racing Team and Obsidian Racing.
Question is, which geodesic car is that out of the bunch though in LMP3? That is 72. No, it's 64 actually. Interesting.
I'm surprised anyone's coming in at this stage, aren't you? Because they were so not long ago, they were in the pit lane themselves for, and look at that, 8.7 seconds in the pit box, 11 seconds. You know, for me, you know, does that really feel worth it to do that?
I would say so, yes. Especially for Geodesic Black, because they are not losing too much on position anyway, because they were at the back end of the field, so of the LMP3 field. So this is not too much of an issue for them. But and obviously it also gives you a little bit of an advantage in strategy on top of that, since you are now topped off.
So now they've got to figure themselves and get themselves back to the front of the field again. But while that's all happening, we are now joined by Thomas Cope after a bit of a palaver. We've got him. Welcome in, Thomas. Good to have you with us for a bit of a chat here in the middle of the race, just while we're under safety car here. You obviously had a fantastic battle earlier on in Cup. I've got to say, we were thoroughly enjoying it. What was it like to be a part of there in that really big fight for the lead, as it was at the time?
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it in the car. It was very nerve-wracking at one moment when we went 3 wide coming down to turn 2. But other than that, it was a really good battle. I do apologise, I think, to the Visceral car that I mistakenly hit up the rear. I did get a 5-second penalty, which we have served, but yeah, it was a bit of an unsighted moment, but it was a really good battle nevertheless.
And you guys have now dropped to 8th place in the field. Was that mainly because of the penalty that you dropped to 8th, or was there something else there?
We had a little issue in pit. I missed the pit box and we were low on fuel, so we did actually struggle to reverse back into the pit box. But yeah, the penalty definitely didn't help. We did lose a bit of time with that, but we've got our race strategy, which we think towards the end of the race we're going to be back up there and hopefully contesting for a really good result after last time out. So we'll see how the rest of the race goes.
And so because of that, were you pleased to see the safety car here? Obviously someone ran out of fuel, and obviously the safety car was always going to come out anyway, because that's the rules and whatever, but were you pleased to see the safety car at the stage that it did come out?
Yeah, it's actually been pretty helpful for our strategy for other reasons, but it was actually a good timing for the situation that we had as well there and then. So yeah, it's going to help us out also, especially bunching the pack back up. We weren't 6 or 7 seconds behind, we're now right with the leaders again, so it's going to be an interesting start back to the race, and it's going to be interesting from there on out as well.
Yeah, we often speculate between ourselves what's going to happen here, but you've got a bit more information as you're a driver yourself. What do you think is going to happen on this race? How do you think it's going to go?
It's going to get interesting for some of the Porsche clubs trying to come through the field pretty quickly. From my understanding, we're not going to get waved by the TCRs and GT4s, so it's going to be an interesting start for us to get back past. But we'll see how it goes. As I'm actually seeing, we're actually getting way by now, so I take all that back, really.
Well, yeah, we were trying to understand this about the rules as well ourselves, but yes, there is. It's happening at the moment, and that's why we've not gone back to green just for the moment. Obviously, you've gotten out the car now. Lubov is at the wheel of the car again. Well, for the first time today, I should say. What is the plan driving wise for the remainder? Are you getting back in later or not?
Yeah, we'll see myself back in the car later on. We're still unsure when, if we're going to have Lou in for another stint or not. So she's put some really good pace, so we're going to see how she does in this first stint for herself.
We certainly will. Where are you aiming to be? Just quickly before we let you go, where are you aiming to be by the end?
Hopefully on the front row on the top step of the podium. But there's a lot of time between here and there, so we'll see.
We certainly will. Thomas, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. It's been great to talk to you while the safety car's been out. Yeah, good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks very much. Thomas Cope there of Olympus Esports having a bit of a chat with us while the safety car is ongoing here, Stefan, and it is still ongoing, unfortunately for us. Although the Cup cars look like they have now been way past the rest of the field, I got my fingers crossed that this lap will be the lap.
Yeah, should be the lap that we go back to green flag racing. Also, as we saw, the temporarily TCR leader was in pit lane just this lap. So interesting strategies going on. That was Heusenfeld that was on pit lane there.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting strategy. Why do you pit this late when the pit lane has been open for so long? Just not 100% that strategy call makes sense in my head, but hey, who knows? Maybe they know something that I don't know from up here.
Well, the only thing I can think of is the fact that Fabian Siegmann has only become available, and since he's in the car, you would swap to him if he had only just become available, because he's very good, of course. So I wonder whether that is the case. Obviously, I'm massively speculating. That's probably not what happened, but either way, it's puzzling to see that they've made that change quite so late, as you say. Now Impulse are leading, actually, in TCR. It's been a real change there. And Waverley Racing Team and Obsidian, of course, had to serve their penalties during those first green flag stops. That's why they're no longer 1 and 2, although they do seem to have the pace over the rest of the field. So I wonder how long it's going to be until they are 1 and 2 again.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take too long until they're 1 and 2 again. But obviously, it much more depends on how Miguel Vigo is going to do, because he showed great pace in that first stint until the yellow flag came out. So wouldn't be surprised if he can challenge now for the lead. Christopher Aubignon. Question also is there normally a very fast driver, especially in prototypes. So maybe he can put on an Austin J. Young here in this first few laps of the green flag racing. And pull away himself from the LMP3 field, as I think the lights are still on our pace car, so we might have another lap here behind it.
Yeah, maybe. Not sure why, but there clearly is a reason. So we'll get to the bottom of that and try and see when we'll be going to the back of the field. I think we may just have gotten it done in time. There was some arrangement going on, but we are now ready. I wonder how early the drivers knew about that, because all of a sudden they're weaving like crazy, and this race is going back to green maybe quicker than they anticipated. So all of a sudden, it's about getting your tyres warmed up again and getting yourself ready for this, because the lights have gone off on top of the safety car. It's pulled into pit lane, and with still 77 laps remaining at Road America, we're ready to go racing again. In control of the field, it's Christophe Urbigneau who has got the control over the rest of the field for Boots and BDS. The green flag waves again at Road America. We're back under green flag racing. Miguel Vigo runs in second, behind him with Alec Bergstrom in third. Into turn one they go, single file for the leaders. It's side by side further back as ATOS Academy and Brandon Blakesley is overtaken by Sandro Petroziello. That's the Team Heusenfeld LMP3 going through there on the inside. Other than that, though, the top 5 single file, and the same goes for Cup as well.
Yeah, seems like there was a little bit of a checkup in between the fields, and we see mostly single file racing in the Cups, Sports and TCR cars, which is great. Oh, there's a car in the background going off hard into the wall.
That's out of turn 1, who has gone off on this occasion. It's World of Sim Racing. Marco Pereira has gone off the road, and in a big way as well. Is this going to be another safety car? Because the Aston Martin is ruined. Davide Triccioli as well is still in 6th place, by the way, after all of that through the wave around and all of that. He's back up there again. Glacier Racing back inside the top 5 now as well, just in front of them, as you can see. The green flag waves again, but how long is it going to be for? Are we going to get a safety car for the World of Sim Racing Aston Martin?
Yeah, they're definitely still standing there inside of turn 2. So we might see another caution being dropped here very soon when the racing tool is finished with clearing black flags. As I think now they have jumped back into pit lane. Maybe they were allowed to jump back into pit lane without triggering a safety car.
Yeah, they were at an inlet there at the wall, so presumably that is why. It was just over the curb at turn 1. It's not even in an instant with anyone else, just dropped it on the curb and went straight into the wall.
Yeah, seems like cold tires from the pace car, and then, as I said, on the curb loses the grip, and yeah, that front is definitely no longer turning the way it should be. So yeah, good at least for everybody in this field that this is an inlet there and they can continue racing without another safety car period.
Oh, here we go. Battle for the lead. It's Hydrace Geodesic Racing. Forced to the outside by Urbino. And very close between them as well. Miguel Vigo wants this race lead, but he can't quite get it at turn 1. What about at turn 3? No again. He's shown the door. He's shown the outside. And he won't go through.
Whoa.
What defending as well there was there in the background as the fight for third really starts to kick off. Alec Bergstrom held it before, but no longer. Ian Lake is there with Gabriel Rouge for Vipperman Racing and Jan Bolmers as well. All on the way down towards turn 5. Who's going to prevail in this one? It'll be Ian Lake as Vipperman Racing go off the road and Alec Bergstrom's in the wall.
Oh, careful in behind. Oh. Yeah, he has wheel damage. Wheel damage left front, and that's an inlet, so another good call by them to stop there. My goodness, this is kicking off even more crazy than before.
It absolutely is. The battle for the lead not going away either. Side by side between Apex One and SRN Motorsports as well. Through goes the Apex One team. They're now back up to 11th with Marcin Rybachuk in that car, although I think they do have that penalty, don't they? Yeah, they do. Still have 10 seconds hanging over their head for the 5-second rule, as we talked about earlier on. Let's have a little bit of a look at some stuff for earlier on, if we can, a little bit later. But Kramer Racing are the ones in your screen at the moment. Here's the incident.
Yeah,
who loses it first? It's Vipperman Racing, isn't it, who lose it first, and Alec Bergstrom ends up on the inside wall.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Just Kramer a little bit too late on the brakes in the draft and then locks the rears because of it. Maybe a downshift too fast there for Kramer. Locks the rear, spins to the inside, and Moradnes there nowhere to go. Hits the inside wall hard with the left front, just left front. We're going to see it now here quite nicely. You can see just a tiny bit too late for the Kramer car. Pushes him over to the left, and you don't want that much cheese in your face.
You certainly don't. Miguel Vigo now, the new race leader, gets through and ahead of Boots and VDS by undercut. Into turn 3 they go now, and Vigo is just on an absolute mission. Didn't qualify very well at all, but he has raced fantastically so far in this one. It may not be over though. Urbino will be looking for this move in towards turn 5. It's a long, long way back from here though, and he can't do it on this occasion. He'll stay behind, but change for the race lead. Miguel Vigo's race to the front of the field is now finally complete.
Yeah, Miguel Vigo, incredible. He picks off where he left off in the first stint, so a very, very great stuff by Vigo. And now the question is, can he break loose off second place? They're already having a little bit of a gap back to third place after that kerfuffle we have seen last lap, I think. Yeah, there was before that incident between Kramer and the Morad car. So yeah, Vigo on a mission, just like Austin Young was in the first stint of this race. So Vigo maybe now doing what Austin was able to do, as we see a little bit of an issue there in the Cup Club.
Yeah, this group, the other, not the reigning champions car. Oh, there's contact there. That will be a near off the road moment for Geeks Energy. Not quite though, in towards turn 7. Down into 8 they go as well. Visceral and Corto on the outside here. Give them the inside for the carousel. If they can hold it there, we'll see him go through, you'd imagine, with the inside line prevailing, as it so often does through there. It was Ollie Peacock who's at the wheel now of the 997 car. Let's have a look what happened. It's into the 5th turn. It's impulse down the inside, but it doesn't roll them up. Oh, and there was more contact as Apex One got into the back of them, and it all went on. Well, I think it was a bit clumsy from Impulse, really. Almost like they didn't know what the length of their own car there.
Yeah, I mean, they missed a little bit the braking spot, so they were slower out of the turn than what Impulse would have thought, or what would be normal rather. So Impulse just misjudged their speed there a little bit, and that's why they made contact. But obviously, with a little bit more contact than from behind, once again pushing them into that car. So really, really unlucky, but at the same time very lucky for everybody involved, as it seems like they don't really have any damage from all of that contact happening down at turn, what is that, turn 5. Side
by side to Corvette in LMP3. That's Trek Esports And Jim Hertroy is getting through one Dan Neese in the Hydra Race geodesic racing car. So that's a pass for what will become 8th place now in the LMP3 field. Still close for the lead as well, half a second between those two right now at the front of the field. And there is big old Vigo leading ahead of Christoph Urbandil in the 92 Boots and VDS car. Still fairly close. It does feel like Vigo is faster though, and Urbandil is just clinging on to the slipstream and gaining from that.
And there is now someone dropping positions left, right and center in the sport category. David Tricoli of Sabel Esports. That is a Mercedes, not where you want it normally to be. A 491 looks to be broken quite as well. Or maybe not.
It's not terrible, but not ideal either.
It does look broken, I think, that right front.
Let's see what happens. Waverley on the outside of the pass. They were alongside. Unfortunately, Tricoli there just cut straight across them, and they were alongside. I don't think they can have many complaints.
No, most definitely not. That once again a self-inflicted. Yeah, that right front is broken. If I saw that correctly, that didn't look right. So most definitely there will be some repairs needed on that Mercedes AMG GT4.
So, following on 3rd place, Gabriel Bruce for Vipperman Racing. What a joy for these guys as well. They started 13th after not even taking part in qualifying. They've gained 10 places. Now they're on the podium. As further back, the battle for 4th commences. Brandon Blakesley down the inside of Ian Lake, and he gets through. That's the ATRS Academy car getting into 4th place in a very clean move, actually.
Yeah, that was probably one of the cleanest moves we have seen all day thus far. As we now look at the geodesic racing flag, I think in 9th place. So yeah, most definitely good moves being made through the field, especially in the LMP3 fields while they still can, because soon they're gonna be at the back end of the TCR field once again.
This is a battle for 10th place, would you believe it? Involving Impulse Racing in the Cup category. Somewhat of a surprise to see that kind of thing. So, well, let's see what happens on the way down the hill here between these two. It's going to be Visceral making the moves on the inside, and that was another clean move on SRN, but Geeks Energy Sim Racing are going to want a piece of it as well. They're not quite going to get it though. Frederick Schwartz and Justin Rem have been fighting for the lead in sport as well. Saw them exchanging places on the way down towards turn 1. We'll see if the geodesic McLaren can get back through again on the Mercedes. Justin Rem synonymous with this McLaren, of course. He's driven so often for geodesic, now looking to take it to the front of the 700 kilometers of Road America. He will get through. Schwartz lifted off, I think, a little bit down towards the back end of that straight just to let him have that one.
Yeah, so that is good for geodesic, Hydra Race geodesic, as they are at least with one car back in the lead. I think that was the 2nd place car at the start of this race, the 462. Yep, no, good stuff for them. And let's not forget lap 54, end of lap 54. That is where it really counts to be in 1st place, because that is where halfway points will be awarded, and we're not too far away of that anymore, within 20 laps of lap 54 now.
Very close to that, and yeah, we're being asked to bear it in mind when we were thinking about pit strategy earlier on, and we saw some of those LMP3s come in. Maybe that's what they were going for with their stops. Impulse Racing still lead in TCR, but as you can see, their 3 closest rivals are still very much in tow. Brabham Esports, Waverley Racing Team and Obsidian Racing. It's the 4 still main contenders in TCR, with Huizenveld a few seconds further back. I'd imagine they had a lot of GT4s between themselves and the rest of the TCR field when we went to that restart. Because of that late stop, of course, for Huizenveld, they probably would have restarted from almost last in the train.
Yeah, most definitely, but they're doing the best job that they could do to, you know, get back up there once again. A little bit of a fight for the top 3. 4th place also not too far away. So yeah, this could be a great fight, especially on strategy, with how fuel efficient TCR's car are already, but even in draft they're even more fuel efficient, and you can really save some great amount of fuel. By the way, quick update, the 915, which we saw spin around the 997 in turn 5, they received for that a 5-second penalty for causing that collision.
So out of the final turn for Team Hoisingveld in LMP3. They're having a much better time of things now. Earlier on, it was a bit of a disaster for them in qualifying. They were quite a long way away, and the rest of the field left them behind early on, but they're in 6th place now. Although Core Sim Racing make their way down the inside and get through. Don't think Team Hoisingveld really wanted to fight that one, to be honest. They just let Core through, and that was all fine in the end. Hoisingveld were more than happy to let that position go as traffic begins again. It's not even TCRs they've caught first here, I don't think. It's GT4s somehow.
Yeah, they already are past. They already are past the TCR class. I know 8 cars are not that good to spot, but yeah, the TCR cars, I think the leaders are just now going into turn 5, so they have already passed them. But yeah, no, that's going back to that Team Hoisingveld car 49 there. They still seem quite off pace, so something is definitely quite wrong with that LMP3 outfit here today. Probably a little bit of a wrong setup choice along the way, putting them on the back foot, and they are now just having to, you know, make the best out of it on what seems to be quite a difficult day for them here at Road America.
So all closed up these LMP3s just a bit. There's the TCRs, or the leaders of them anyway. There's only 6 on the lead lap, 3/4 of the field only on the lead lap at this point. Unfortunately, the Muranda's M Squad car may now be out of the race after that crash at the 5th corner, and it looks like that is the end of their day. A season that promised so much has turned into catastrophe a little bit, I'm afraid. 7th place only at Daytona, and they're now looking at a DNF at the end of the race at Road America here this afternoon as well. So Team Hoisingveld are still 7th. We're following them. Let's go back up to the leaders though. Hydro Genetic Racing still leading the way. 15 laps to go at the end of this one till we get to the halfway points. It's been a very, very difficult race to even get to that point so far in this one.
And you know, this is going to be really interesting actually, seeing if there's going to be some consequences for the Kramer car with that incident. Obviously a little bit of an unfortunate situation there altogether, but surely I could see either way getting a penalty and not getting a penalty for what had happened there in turn 5. Most definitely we'll have to wait and see if there is going to be a penalty. As we're going to look at something with the GSI black car, I did see that there's a protest lingering for them. The 64 cars, we see an issue there. Seems like to not be right there what happened there to lead to a protest between a 64 and a 33, which is incident number 22 already in this race, which is also now under review.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, it's important, the 444, that is Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward Yellow, 2nd place in the sport category. They have a 20-second penalty because of their restart. They overlapped before the start-finish line, so that is huge as well.
Very big news, and that's going to drop them way out of contention as far as this battle is concerned here. Geodesic are going to have a much better time in things as a result of that, because the 3rd place team, which is Impulse Racing, are a further 2nd and a bit back. Then there's a near 2nd back to Glacier, and the gaps get bigger from there as well. So that's the best news that Geodesic could have heard at that stage. Now back to the battle for what is 6th place, 8th place, maybe, I don't know. It's LMP3 battles anyway, and it's side by side as well between a couple of them. I think that's Preston and Nomad. It is Jason Dilworth trying to hang off Dan Neese at the moment, and Neese has got the inside line. I think Dilworth is going to find himself stuck here on the outside line, either behind a GT4 or just stuck on the outside. In the end, he gets stuck on the outside and loses the place. That was very near to an incident though, as Hoisingveld tried to go down the inside at turn 1, and the GT4 really didn't want it to happen.
No, yeah, but once again just shows how Hoisingveld is struggling, because they really didn't make too much of an intro compared to the other LMP3s in regard to that GT4. So Hoisingveld continues to be at least half a second off pace to the other LMP3 cars in their field. So, oh no! And now they're going to be...
At the turn 5. And no front... Oh, be careful again. Huizinveld there, no front end and nowhere to go. Well, what a disaster that is. And what a bizarre look that is as well. They're still heading down the inside of GT4s and all sorts as the battle for the lead in Cup also kicks off at the same time. That is a bizarre sight, but they'll have to go down pit lane very soon for that.
My goodness, speaking from a day going from bad to worse for Huizinveld. No thing they can do there, just a car on the inside losing it on the brake. Second time we have seen that from the LMP3 car. I'm actually surprised how well this LMP3 car is still racing around corners, not gonna lie. I
am as well. I mean, is it a case of maybe that damage showing up for us, but it's not actually aerodynamically affecting the car realistically for him, or is that different? I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be affecting him at all.
Yeah, just too late on the brakes, too hard on the brakes. What else can you say? Oh, was that a 64 actually? I didn't spot the number.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh my goodness, that was the 64. There we go. So Huizinveld definitely has missing that front clip, so they have to go back into pit lane and get a new nose. So the 64 there, that is for sure going to be a penalty. No doubt about that.
Yeah, it will be. There's a change for the lead as well in Cup, as I mentioned. Vince Peters and Jeremy Lamier have been fighting for that, with Fraser Smith there as well. It's 3 for the lead in LMP, in the Porsche Cup class, I should say. They're all, there they are. They're all line astern. Peters leading the way, reigning champions, the Visceral car, as we're getting towards the end of the first half of the race, and those points, of course, that will be so valuable over the course of the race, and or over the course of the season, I should say, available at the end of the race, and halfway through as well. Now, let's see if there's going to be a change as Jeremy Lamier tucks in behind Vince Peters on the way over the straight. They'll tuck in behind that TCR as well. How's that going to affect things? It might just make things easier for Vince Peters. He ducks around that one. He should hold on, but no. Jeremy Lamier fires it down the inside at turn 1. Space given by Vince Peters. A nice race in between the two. A slight brush on the exit, but it's all fine in the end. And down towards 3 they go now as well. Peters squeezes Lamier as much as he can. And good racing again, respectful between the two. Now Fraser Smith has got the run. Is he going to make it 3 wide, or is he going to push one to glory? It's going to be the push from Visceral Esports as Vince Peters gets pushed to the lead. Fraser Smith could benefit with a second place as well as they go down the inside of some TCRs on the way towards turn 5. It's a holding of the lead for Vince Peters, and Fraser Smith gets up to second place.
Smart racing from Fraser Smith. They're pushing that Visceral car to first place, but now makes the mistake on the brakes in turn 6 and loses right away the position once again to Jeremy Lamier. Nearly tried to make an impossible move to the inside there of turn 7. That could have went ugly as well if he would have sticked his nose inside that ECR Huizinveld car. So now loses massive amounts of time to our 2 leaders.
So let's see how this develops now with that last bit of traffic just affecting things for these three. Fraser Smith now nowhere to be seen all of a sudden after pushing Vince Peters to the lead. He's off in the background was one of the TCRs. That Damien Owen Harris, was it?
Sam Blees. The
Sam Blees, you're right, yeah. You're right. Sam Blees just running wide there through the kink. 5th place for Blees at the moment for Geodesic. It's just not been a very easy race for him so far. He's been off the road quite a few times.
Yeah, but at least he's keeping his car out of the wall, so could be worse for that Geodesic outfit. I don't know, it seems kind of weird to say that he's top 5, but also be one of the last few cars racing in TCR at the same time. As we look at the number 3, Moratna's car, 7 laps down, and I've also just seen that the penalty, or rather protest between them and the 72 has been reviewed, and it has been deemed a racing incident.
I think that's fair enough. You talk about the one where Ian Lake lost it on the brakes, I'm presuming.
Actually, no, that is a different incident. So they're only now going to that incident between the 3:32 and 11. So we'll still have to wait a little bit for that outcome.
Okay, apologies. There's been a lot going on so far, and I can imagine race control are pretty busy, as you might be able to imagine at home as well. Side by side for second as Bart Hoystein tried to get into the. He tried to give a bit of space to the cup cars there, but he wasn't quite clear yet, and there was a bit of contact. Marcel Jochheim goes straight back through again. Well, a good move in the end, but it was Brabham Esports almost kind of confirming the move before it was complete.
And now a cup car moves in between them. That is the ATRS car, third in the cup category rather. So that is a little bit of a sign for relief for Impulses. There's now also the Moradnes car, the LMP3, trying to make it 3 wide out of the carousel.
And it is ever so slightly, or ever so briefly, I should say, 3 wide between them. So Frug have gone the cup leaders. The Moradnes car is back out on the circuit, by the way, in LMP3. That's the car you've just seen go through there as well, so they're looking for points. And the battle for the lead in TCR has just been extended slightly, or stretched out, as a result of all of that. Waverley Racing Team now to the front of the field, and that's a good effort from them. Despite their penalty, they've been able to get through all of that, and now get to the lead of the class again after their penalty. It's a good job, really, and just over a second they have as well over Impulse Racing, who are trying to chase them down.
Oh, the lead in the LMP3s has closed in again. That we see right here, 62 versus 92. Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing versus Bouncing VDS by undercut. And we might see a little bit of a move there from Urbinier going down into turn 1. Let's see what he has in offer for this draft.
Well, he's straight in the slipstream there, couldn't get any closer really, and now pulls to the outside in towards turn 1. There's going to be a big squeeze here, and it's going to be late on the brakes. It has to be for Boots and VDS to get the lead, and it's not going to happen. Closing in as well is the third place car. Vipperman Racing, and Gabriel Ruse is putting on a show right now, and he's trying to go for second as well. He was on the grass almost going towards turn 3 there. Great racing between them. Now Herbino is going to hope for a good run out of 3 as well, for a run maybe at the next braking zone. It will be Hydro Race Geodesic Racing controlling this from the inside line. 2 cup cars in front of them, not going to affect them on this occasion. And this time around, Miguel Vigo will hold on to the lead, but for the first time in a little while, he has been attacked in that race lead.
Yeah, that is just due to bad traffic that he encounters there. Once again, 2 cup cars side by side right in front of him. Oh my goodness, that could have been once again quite controversial right there, but makes the most of it. And all of a sudden, a second gap has been created. The cup car in between them. Once again, a little bit of a slowdown for the second place. Herbignon, he has to wait for the cup car to go to the inside, and the gap already up by over a second. Now 4 cars in the LMP3 class fighting for that first place.
What a battle we're seeing here between these guys. Gap extends to a second as Miguel Vigo has a good run through the traffic on that occasion.
Wow, look at that gaggle of cars.
Yeah.
One thing we're not allowed to forget, as we see pretty much every class there on our screen right now, the 4th place ATRS Academy car in number 12 of Brandon Blakesley. They still have to serve their 30-second penalty from earlier in this race, so it is a little bit of a virtual top 4 for them right now, trying to challenge for that 3rd place in fake traffic.
Yeah, it's still 1.7 now. I wonder whether Miguel Vigo has now got that gap at the front of the race and is maybe going to run away with this at the moment, but it's hard to tell just for the moment. We're coming towards the end of the hour, or end of our commentary stint anyway, for the first few hours of this one. It's been a pleasure to have you alongside me, Stefan. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. We will be going on board with somebody over the next couple of moments as we see this battle for 3rd place just kick-off here between Biberman Racing and ATRS Academy. We'll just let's see and see who gets in front in this particular exchange. Into turn 5, Biberman Racing does indeed hold on to the place. On board we'll go with Brandon Blakesley here for a bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion. We'll be back very, very shortly with Joey Tebben and Derek Watson to take you to the flag.
Welcome back to the 700 kilometers of Road America in the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA. 46 laps into 108 planned laps of racing. I don't think we're going to reach the total lap limit here, as there is a 4-hour time limit, but critically we are approaching that halfway point. The time limit doesn't matter when we talk about halfway. When you cross 54 laps out of the planned 108 laps, we will hand out halfway points. Right now, at lap 46, it's Miguel Vigo in that number 62 behind the wheel of the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing LMP3, leading the way as Hydro Race Geodesic have been for the last couple of laps. ATRS Academy currently second, about a second and a half behind. Brandon Blakesley behind the wheel, the number 12 LMP3 at the moment. That was a lot closer just a couple of moments ago before we switched over. I have to imagine that's going to close up again. And then Whipperman Racing, they sit in third with Gabriel Roos behind the wheel there. Here is Gabriel Roos as we speak. Right now, all over the back of one of the LMP3s coming into the pits. Lots of outstanding penalties, though, Derek. It's been chaotic for the first half of this race.
It has been chaotic, Joey. It's sort of, in a way, an opposite of what we saw last time by. This is your leader pitting real quick right here. This is Manuel Vigo on screen, but the leader is pitting, we're being told in our ears. But yeah, in a way, sort of the opposite of what I remember the first round being, Joey, where it's kind of calm and quiet throughout the race.
2 overall leaders in LMP3 come in. This is an important move because, as I mentioned, halfway points go out. Lap number 54. Can you make it that far to get those halfway points? Or do you need to come in 7 laps early just to take fuel, just to be able to make it to the end of the race? It's almost like it's like a stage racing strategy. Do you take the points at halfway and add those to your post-race total, or do you go for the win no matter what? That's what every team is thinking about right now. That's actually why Hydro Race Geodesic are in the lead of the championship in LMP3 right now. They finished second on track at Daytona. Prestanda Nomad won overall in LMP3. They didn't get as many halfway points, though, so Hydro Race Geodesic lead the championship. It's another extra bit of strategy you have to think about in every single one of these 4 classes, Derek.
It is something to think about, and there's also the questions you have to ask yourself as a team manager and as a driver about, you know, what's more important, short-term, long-term, winning the race or, you know, points, because sometimes winning the race might not mean managing the halfway point totals and just going out and winning that race. It can be 2 very different topics. But here in the sport class, this is a 4-way battle right here. This is Geodesic, fiercely forward impulse Impulse, and Glacier Racing. 1, 2, 3, and 4, Joey. Look at how close that is. This is the fun of endurance racing for me. Here we are 2-ish hours into this race, and they're that close together.
And Justin Ream, one of the best there is in terms of piloting GT4 cars on iRacing. So many wins in league competition and in endurance competition. It's no surprise to see him still in that car out front. Frederick Schwartz behind, keeping the pressure on. Impulse Racing, the number 457, they were in contention last time around at Daytona. Didn't quite go their way, but that's Fraser. That's not Fraser Smith, rather. That's Sasha Anglesey behind the wheel right now. And then Otto Pustinen for Glacier Racing, the Finnish team. But there is still absolute chaos on the front straight as we are almost halfway in this race. This tends to be the point where things stratify out a little bit, because we did have that safety car just about 15 laps ago. Things are much closer, and we're seeing those quadruple traffic interactions with LMP3s reaching the Sport class, reaching the Cup class, reaching the TCR class. It's all kicking off into Turn 1.
It is all kicking off here into Turn 1, and with this track like this, you know, this is a little bit more traffic friendly than maybe other tracks we may visit on the schedule as far as getting around classes and some nice long straightaways, but traffic is always a concern. When you consider the speed difference between an LMP3, Joey, and a TCR, that closing rate happens much faster than you're sometimes expecting, and it can cause calamity. But I'm still impressed by Geodesic here. A great run here through the course under the Speedville sign. And right now they're just trying to keep ahead of this class and get those halfway points.
As I mentioned, a couple outstanding penalties. Still waiting for the number 64 for Hydro Race Geodesic to serve a 10-second penalty. That was not the leading LMP3. That was the second of the Hydro Race Geodesic cars. And also the number 32 LMP3 of K. Kramer Racing Esports. They currently sit in third. Off strategy, they're going to have to serve a 10-second penalty as well when they come down. But that's just the LMP3 penalties. There's still quite a few down the order that we'll get back into once things start getting a little bit more relevant towards the end of the race. We're not even to halfway. 6 more laps until that critical 54 lap mark. That's a question of how many more teams can make it. You have to imagine that in GT4, in the sport class, all of these guys came in 21, 22, 24 laps ago. You think I'd even make it to the end? Glacier Racing says, absolutely not. We're coming in. The Glacier Racing McLaren down pit lane.
Yeah, that'd be the play I would make. I understand the importance of halfway points, but set yourself up for the finale here and be ready to go. Don't push too hard. But obviously, if they couldn't make it in that draft with 4 cars there, I'm inclined to believe none of these cars could probably make it to the halfway point without some kind of pit stop.
That's a very long stint. Road America laps over 2 minutes long in GT4, going 20, 26, 28 laps. That's tough ask. That's a tough ask into Turn 1 with the Prestanda Nomad LMP3, our defending winners in class from Daytona a month ago, but the safety car is out. The safety car has come out. We've got a yellow yet again just before halfway. Trying to diagnose what happened here, see what happened out on track to bring out this yellow. But here we go again, Derek.
Well, let's say the replay in a moment what happened here, Joey, but this is going to change everything about the conversation we just had. But here's the replay. It's going to be...
SimCity Racing and an LMP3 as well. That is multi-class destruction coming out of Canada Corner.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see, and that's going to probably be race end for both of those cars, I would think. Well, no, maybe not.
That's the K. Kramer Racing Esports LMP3. They already had a 10-second penalty. They're going to get an even bigger penalty from that. That's going to be likely the end of their competitive race. And it looked like that SimCity Mercedes as well. That was Mackenzie Corintz behind the wheel. That is a very heavily damaged car as well. And suddenly, Derek, the strategy gets much more spicy because by the time this safety car is over, it may be halfway in the race. So you have to think here, do you come in or do you stay out until the yellow flag period is over and take those points?
Well, the question I had in my head, Joey, was a little deeper, which was what if the safety car isn't over by the halfway point? Then do these cars have enough gas under yellow to make it around to the halfway point is what I was actually wondering in my head, but yours is also a valid question. Here's a on-board replay here. What happens here? This is from the K. Kramer car, and just rear ends another car. Oh. There's 2 separate incidents there, I think, Joey.
Yeah, lots of cars tripping over each other. Those Jan Vollmers we rode on board there with. I'm sure we're going to have a whole spool more of looks at that accident as this caution period goes on. Core Sim Racing take over the lead of the race. they're only on a 19-lap stint right now, so they are definitely going to be thinking about those halfway points. Pascal Sticks behind the wheel right now. He's going to be thinking, can I extend this fuel for 5 more laps under yellow? That's going to be a very, very difficult job to do. Prestanda Nomad on the same period. Hydra Race Geodesic Plaque with Dan Neese behind the wheel. They're on 19-lap. It's been a 19-lap stint as well. You have to go back to Whipperman Racing. Adam State just got behind the wheel. They're on a 0-lap stint. They're the biggest winners from this caution cycle. Whipperman Racing may have just cycled out in the lead after all this in LMP3.
Yeah, they very well may cycle out here. And that's one of the benefits or the excitements of racing in an environment like IVRA, where we have yellow flags and safety cars, because it really does change that strategy from what we may do in iRacing officials, where there's no break in the clock, there's no break in the action. But yeah, I would say Whipperman Racing just made out pretty big here as far as getting a driver change done and losing minimal time under safety car compared to a green flag condition.
I was on board with one of the Cup class cars, and that was, the 901. Big traffic intersection there. One of the most difficult things about this league, about the GSI ClubSport series, there's 4 classes. There's 4 different types of machinery, and when the Visceral Esports Porsche Cup came in contact with that SimCity Racing GT4 Mercedes, it's just a big old speed difference, and it all ends in disaster. But that's actually going to be very important for that car we rode on board with, the Visceral Esports number 901. They're currently in 3rd in class right now. Will they come afoul of the stewards, though? Will they get a penalty handed down to them that suddenly makes that podium a little bit more unlikely? We're watching race control right now, and I have to imagine that verdict's going to be coming down soon.
Yeah, it very well could be coming down soon, and it's always hard to see when penalties affect a race, but oftentimes penalties are earned, not given, Joey. So a lot of times, you know, a driver can be mad at race control saying, hey, you gave me a penalty, or you did this, but the truth is they're earned by the actions you take either on restarts or on track incidents. Penalties are not given for no random reason.
As I mentioned, I'll go down the list of pending penalties because we do have a moment here to breathe. The number 401 in the Cup class has 2 pending penalties. They are out of the race though, so Mateusz Gronka, who accumulated those penalties. Apex 1 is not actually going to have to serve those because if you're not in the race, you can't serve the penalties. There's still a couple more though. The number 915 in the Cup class, that's Impulse Racing. They still have a penalty to serve 5 seconds. Frederick Swartz, the current leader in the Sport class, still has to serve a penalty in that number 444 for Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward. I do have a bone to pick with this team, by the way, Derek. Fiercely Forward normally show us those yellow liveries, but they've teamed up with Geeks Energy this time with their purple colors. It's still officially Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward yellow, but it's purple. Why do you do that to us?
Oh my gosh, and it's just, yeah, it's one of those commentator pet peeves that the average viewer may never understand, but yeah, that happens pretty commonly. You know, if we can go back and focus on Whipperman Racing for a second, you know, this is Adam's first stint in the car today. Adam, of course, is recently on this team. He came over from Satellite Racing. He's a 22-year-old native of England, so he's excited here. A great racer, Joey. You know, he actually won with his team in the 12 Hours of Sebring on the iRacing format last year.
There you go. Some of the best in the business here in the GSI ClubSport series by IVRA, and it's a mix of teams, I think we can say. You've got teams that compete at the highest level of sim racing. You've got teams that have just recently come together and compete in league opportunities elsewhere on iRacing. You've got a total combination of quite a few skill sets. There's a driver rating system, which tells you that there's a few drivers who are of that highest skill set, of the highest level, and there's a few others who are a little bit lower who getting their feet wet in sim racing for the first time. You can team them up in a combination of different skill sets. Here's the LMP3 leaders driving by pit lane as we organize the field. Nobody's going to come down pit lane in LMP3 this time. There were a few teams that came down. They're going to let the sport class GT4s come by here. It's a big process here, Derek, and that's another thing about this series. You do have those live stewards. You do have a very clear process when a safety car comes out for how to reorganize the field. There's no confusion when everybody follows the rules.
No, and sort of merge your 2 points together about the live stewards and the organization and then the driver list. This is a very prestigious league Joey. There's a wait list to get in here. Like people have to qualify their way in. There's no, this is not just you sign up, you're in. You have to really race your way into this event. So that's how they make sure that the racing stays mostly, fairly well clean with high quality racing. But yeah, so now laps are ticking away. And if we go back to our sport class, Joey, I'm still curious about this whole gas situation and stint data situation that we were talking about right before the yellow, because halfway points versus gas tanks. Do you pit under yellow? Do you not pit under yellow? We might go green with 2 to go before the halfway point.
That would be possible. I don't know when exactly we're going to go green. We still have lots of organization to do. You can see here in the second line here, there's Porsche Cup cars intersected with GT4 cars. I think they've got a little bit more work to do to organize the field before we can even think about that. But yeah, we got a little bit more time. That wait list that you mentioned, Derek, that's unfortunate, because that means that Watson Tebben Racing, we can't just drop in the next event and do whatever we want.
They really don't want. Well, at least the Watson side. I don't know what the Tebben said. I've seen Tebben race pretty well, but yeah, we may not qualify. I've seen the Tebben Racing side on other RaceSpot broadcasts. He does pretty well.
Yeah, my P11 finishes. They're gonna get me in. I'm gonna call Casper and everybody at IVRA. They're gonna get me in with an 11th place finish at the Charlotte Roval a couple weeks ago. It's just pacing right now. It's a time, Derek, for the teams, for the drivers, at least some of them, to calm down a little bit, take a break, organize the strategy, get everything wired back up to get ready to go racing in a couple of laps' time. For others, it's still strategy time. They still have to balance getting everything organized in the field, getting your drivers organized, figuring out what you're going to do to the end of the race, and also making those critical pit stops, which may be the second or third to last of the day.
Yeah, something to talk about here. Now that we're almost positive, in fact, we are positive, we're going to finish under time and not under laps. I think as a race manager even, which is another critical part of the team, this has probably gotten a little easier for you as the day goes on. And what I mean by that is now you know how long the race is going to be, you know when it ends, and you can start to do that pit stop math and figure it out. So there's a lot of strategy left to be played here. A lot of Google Sheets or Excel files are on fire right now, but this is part of the fun of endurance racing.
Love those Google Sheets, Derek. Love those Google Sheets. How good are you at Google Sheets? Are you a big conditional formatting guy?
Yes. Yes.
That's the only thing I know how to do. I know how to make the cells change colors, and that's all I got.
Yeah, and I'll make a controversial hot take here. If you're a conditional formatting guy, most of us hate Google Sheets because Excel is far superior in its conditional formatting.
But then if somebody doesn't have Microsoft Office, you can't share the sheet with them.
Oh, I know. Don't. Yeah, that's a whole different broadcast of a problem right there. That's more for the Excel World Championships that you can find on ESPN.
Welcome to the Microsoft Office Hour here on RaceSpotTV. It is pit stop time for the entirety of the Cup class. Basically, every single Porsche Cup team is down pit lane. Wave Italy, ATRS, Visceral, and the whole host of others. This basically means that this is going to be our order going forward in the race, Derek. Every single one of these cars coming down at exactly the same time. There's no strategy afoot here. It's just going to come down to the shortest stops and likely the same order exiting pit lane. SimCity Racing is actually going to stay out. They're going to take over the race lead in Cup, but literally, or almost literally, every single other car in this class has come down pit lane.
Yeah, so now you come down to the basics. You come down to hitting your pit box. You come down to getting it right in the middle of the box. And all the basics that you should be able to do as a driver. Those will matter now. Blowing your pit stop, or blowing your pit box, I should say, and that speed can make the difference. You come out first, fifth, or ninth in that class. But yeah, so that's their pit stops here. And I think Fiercely Ford also pitted that.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting, Derek, because the top 5 or top 6, top 5 all stayed out. SimCity Racing last came in 8 laps ago. K. Kramer last came in 3 laps ago. Apex won 4 laps ago. Olympus 4 laps ago. SRN 2 laps ago. They all have a reason to go to halfway here because they are not on full stints whatsoever. They're going to be able to take over that track position, but they're all offset on strategy, especially SimCity Racing, who's on the longest stint of anybody else. they've got to be counting back to the end of the race now and start thinking, can we make it to the end at the same pace as all those other guys who just came in?
But I think the key to consider there is that when you say something like 8 laps ago, 4 laps ago, that can sound like a lot until you realize how many of those laps have been under the safety car. It sounds like a lot, and it is a difference, but it's not as big of a difference as if we were under green flag conditions. So I don't think that the difference would be as massive as it could be, but it was obviously a little bit of luck involved for these teams to be able to set themselves up for these halfway points here. That'll happen in about a lap and a quarter, a lap and a half here.
So we've got a question in the chat about those halfway points. Halfway points are always given based on the lap count. So even if we do go to time, in a 700-kilometer race like this, there's a 4-hour time limit implanted within the rulebook. The race can't go longer than that. That doesn't mean that halfway points are given out at 2 hours, though. That means that as soon as you reach halfway in the scheduled laps, even if we aren't going to go 108 laps at the end of the race, those points will still go out at halfway at lap 54. So we're still 2 laps away from those points being given out, even if we will go to the 4-hour time limit. We'll probably have the clock up there in a little bit later. But RJD here, that's a big name that we haven't really talked about, Derek, here in the sport class. We were talking about Hydra Race Geodesic. We were talking about Impulse and Glacier. RJD have somehow, on an alternate strategy, they're about 20 laps separated from anybody else in class. They've put themselves up into 3rd, and if they can make it to halfway, that's going to be some big points for them they wouldn't have got otherwise.
Yeah, that's a great job, and that's how you get yourself relevant in the team standings, by making a call here, and by making a decision that maybe you're not sure about, but points matter. As I said earlier, this is a topic of short-term and long-term, points versus maybe winning the race. They might have felt more confident if they pitted and had the gas everyone else has, but I think they'll be fine here as the field's now pacing here through turns 13 and 13A. Don't get me started this early in the broadcast, but
I hate it, Derek. I hate it.
I hate it. But
if you're curious, by the way, what RJD stands for, Derek, it's not very complicated. RJD stands for the names of the drivers who drive for the team: Simon Rendell, Christian Jung, and Florian Denzler. Rendell, Jung, Denzler, RJD. It's not very complicated, but it's easy. We don't have to do any research. We don't have to look anything up. We can just say, RJD, easy.
There you go. That is pretty simple, and that's a nice looking livery right there.
Yeah.
That kind of starish,
black and green,
Starfieldish looking black and mint green. That's a nice look there.
It's making me hungry.
Like a little thin mint Girl Scout cookie action going on.
Yeah. Those are a few lapped cars you saw coming down pit lane, by the way. No change to the order there. Still just getting everything organized here. We've crossed the line for lap number 53. Halfway points are given out when you cross the line at the end of lap 54, so that tells me, Derek, I'm no mathematician, we could get surprised, but I have a feeling that halfway points are going to be given out under safety car conditions. We're almost totally organized here. We almost have everybody in line, but
I'm wondering if we're going to do a 1-lap shootout for halfway points.
Are the lights out on the pace car right now? Are the lights out in the safety car? Okay, so I think we will go around one more time, but we haven't talked much about the TCR class, and that's another place where strategy has differed just a little bit. Hydra Race Geodesic in their 3rd class that they're in contention for in this race, currently in the lead with Sam Blease behind the car right now, but they've been out there for 20 laps. They are off strategy compared to literally every single other car in the field who came in 1 lap ago. It's an uncomfortable position for them, but are they thinking we can make the end the same stops as anybody else without strategy comes out, or are they going to be aiming for halfway points and forget about nothing else? It's an added strategy there that everybody's got things that you would normally have to consider in race like this.
Yeah. It does make it exciting here. I'm still thinking we're organized. I'm watching the lights on the pace car to see what's going to happen here. But you're right. We may do it under yellow. Race Control has this all under control right now. They're working the field around to see what can happen here. But let's see.
And I don't believe you can serve penalties under safety car conditions. So none of those teams that still had penalties outstanding were able to serve them. They're going to have to serve them once green flag pit stops come around, likely in the next pit cycle, probably in about 20 laps time. Here are your leaders yet again in LMP3. You see the lights are still on the iRacing sedan pace car or safety car, depending on what flavor of description you like. These guys are going to go all out. If we do get a 1-lap restart, which I don't think we will, they may throw everything at this, because it's a big thing to get those halfway points. That's what, as I mentioned, determined the championship leader in LMP3 right now. 34 points for a halfway win in LMP3. That'll be good stuff if Core Sim Racing can pull that up after a bad race at Daytona. I think everybody would agree with that. They did finish, but they were 6 laps down after an incident, so this would be a great little bit of comeback for them. If they get 34 points at halfway, they only scored 36 points total at Daytona last week. That'd be doubling their points total in 1.5 races. That's a pretty good deal.
That is a really good deal. That's a really awesome run for them if they're able to pull that off and make that happen. Of course, as you said, a very unfortunate run at Daytona through the road course, and not the result they wanted, but was proud of them that day for finishing and for being out there and putting the effort in. Every spot matters in a league like this. If you park it and go home and you're able to keep running, you could be giving up points here. So, hey, look at this again. As I looked over my track map, I realized where we are. We're back in the same spot we were when I commented last time on 13 and 13A here. Of course, this is a 14-corner track. This is the final corner right here. And then we'll start that trek up the hill. The lights are still on, so we're not going green. So we're going to start lap 54 under the safety car here. We've been under safety car for about 6 laps or so as of this point, Joey. And this definitely will cement us to the timer and not the lap count.
Yeah. Well, everybody's going to be happy. If you're out on track right now, you're going to get those halfway points when we cross the line next time. So just a little bit of a victory lap right now in the middle of the race. You can enjoy the pacing. You can have a conversation with your team, because you're going to get some points handed off to you in about 4 miles time. It is a very long track comparatively for American tracks. I don't know of many American tracks that are much longer. Even Sebring, I think, is shorter, despite how long that lap feels. It is an old style track, though, and I don't know if you agree, Derek, but I'd say it's either tied or it is the best racetrack in the United States. I'm a Road America and Watkins Glen bias, but I think those are easily the 2 best racetracks in the United States. I don't think anybody can argue with that.
Yeah, it's funny. We've not had this conversation off air, but Watkins Glen did come to mind as soon as you brought that up. I was like, well, what about the Glen? And then you sort of covered that topic. I mean, there's a lot of great racetracks across the states. There's Sebring. I think VIR comes as a sort of a love-hate conversation. Some of us love it, some of us hate it. There's no middle of the road about VIR. And then, of course, you have Laguna Seca that comes to mind for some people. But, yeah, this is a beautiful racetrack. I mean, it's, 6 kilometers in length?
Well, VIR and Laguna Seca, for all the fun that they are, they're far more difficult to pass. I think Road America it's a perfect combination of there's passing opportunities. It's fun to hot lap on your own and get some qualifying laps down, but there's also so many places to pass. Down into turn 5, into turn 8, into Canada Corner. It's unbeaten. It is unbeaten. Watkins Glen's great, but this is a whole nother level.
Yeah, this is a great course here, and I said lots of passing opportunities. And for a multi-class race like this, the 2 straightaways from turns 14 to turn 1 and then turn 3 down to turn 5, honestly, is 2 great straightaways where the LMP3s can use a little bit more of that speed they have and pull away in a multi-class environment compared to some other courses like Long Beach, where there's just always traffic in a multi-course, or excuse me, in a multi-class environment, and it feels hard to get away from each other. So this is a great track, of course. Here in the heart of Wisconsin is where we are, and for maybe non-Americans watching, to be the northern United States, almost up to Canada. That's why we have a Canada corner, because it points that way. So a beautiful track here. Not only beautiful conditions for the race today.
Geography with Mr. Watson. How about that?
I'm no Joe Peak. Don't confuse yourself.
Where in the world is Derek San Diego?
There's a PRL reference.
That is. It's also a PBS reference for all you fans out there. And Wisconsin, it's actually more historically relevant to racing than you think. If you go all the way back to, well, obviously with Road America, people know that it was a street course before it was a permanent track. It goes back to the late 1940s or the early 1950s, I believe. But if you go back a century before that, 1878, on the roads of Wisconsin, the first motor race ever in the United States was held. 1878 on the roads of Wisconsin. So it's a big place for history. If you want to pay tribute to those racings or those histories of racing, you got to go to Wisconsin. You got to go to Manchester, where the first motor race ever was held back in 1867 on the public roads. It's lots of historical places there. The lights are still on in the safety car, by the way. So while we are going to get halfway points when we cross the line this time, I don't think we're going to go green. I think we're going to have to wait one more lap, and we're going to have to break out more historical racing anecdotes.
I think the pace car driver is going to get first place points on the
He might do. But also things have shifted around in the sport class as we have sat under pacing conditions. RJD have actually taken over the lead in the sport class in GT4 because I think we saw a couple extra pitters because we've gone so long in this stint that people have said, we're going to bring our cars down, we're going to put more fuel in the tank, and our old buddies RJD with a simple team name, they're out in the lead in GT4 right now, and they're staying out. They're going for those halfway points.
Yep, they're going for those halfway points, and this was a thought that I thought of when we went yellow there on lap 48 or so. I wondered if those sport class cars can make it even under yellow, whether it be clutching, whether it be, killing the engine, turning it back on. That's just really hard to get around here and save gas into yellow. You got a beautiful in-car shot here. You can see that backup camera, or the rear view mirror camera, as some people call it. See that beautiful digital dashboard our drivers get to look at here in this car. This is Christian Jung with RJD, and that number 450, as they're now leading the sport class around here. Now you see up top, we're down to the clock, Joey, an hour and 46 minutes. I almost...
Only a minute left, folks. Better get moving. But, because we have passed halfway now, Derek, halfway points have now been given out. So I'm going to take you down the ladder. I'm going to tell you who's got the big points. In LMP3, Core Sim Racing will get halfway points. You get 33% of the total race points you would get. So for a win in this series, you get 100 points in class. If you finish in the lead at halfway, you get 34 points, just over 33 for 33% of the points. So Core Sim Racing, 34 points for them. As I mentioned, at Daytona a couple of weeks ago, they finished 13th, got 36 total points in the race. They're almost going to double that just at halfway here. For Stand and Nomad, they're going to get 30 points. And Vipperman Racing, who may be in the best position of anybody right now, they're going to get some good points for third as well. Back in the Cup class, things are interesting. SimCity Racing, your championship leaders right now, your defending winners from Daytona, they're going to get halfway points in that class. Mr. Z, Dalton Zavadil, behind the wheel right now. Very comfortable in this car. Very comfortable in SimCity Racing. He's going to be feeling good. Olympus Esports and Orion rounded out the top three at halfway. They're both going to be happy with those points as well. RJD in the sport class, in this Aston Martin GT4, they got 3 points at halfway at Daytona last time. That's how unfortunate their race went. They did end up finishing 7th overall at the end of it, but 34 points at halfway here for RJD. Glacier and Hyperion, they're going to get halfway points for the top 3. And then real quick, TCR, Hydro Race Geodesic. Their TCR team didn't have the best luck at Daytona last time out. They finished 3rd. They're en route to potentially getting their first win of the season in TCR here. They get 34 points. Last event's winners, Team Hoisingfeld, get 30 points for second, and Wave Italy, they're going to get the 3rd place TCR points at halfway. But every car in class does get points. It does go all the way down to the end of the point scoring system. Lights are out in the safety car, though, Derek. With just over an hour and 40 minutes to go, we're going to go back racing here in just a couple of corners.
We are. We're going to go back racing here, and it'll be an exciting dash up that hill into turns 1 and 2, and seeing if we can keep this thing green for a while and make some strategy calls happen. We're getting close to the point here. We're 1 or 2 more yellows, and your race strategy and pit strategy will be done by the yellows and when they fall. So hopefully that's not happening. Hopefully it'll get a little cleaner here as the race goes on. And the thing is about this track, I was thinking of as we were talking, is we're about to hit green here. We'll talk about it later. Despite how big the track is, wreck avoidance can be pretty hard in the middle of this track, but we're about to go green here.
700 kilometers of Road America. It has now become the 4 hours of Road America. Pascal Stix behind the wheel of the number 80 Core Sim Racing car, and they're pitting immediately, actually. Core Sim Racing and Prestanda Nomad pull down pit lane. They were off the screen, and that means that Vipperman Racing, Adam State, is going to take us to the green flag. Technically a confusing restart for the lead in LMP3. Things are now sorted out as we're just past halfway. Adam State trying to pull a lead, almost throws it in the grass. The Hydra Race Geodesic driver, Graham Sanders, does throw it in the grass through turn 1. Everybody's going, though. The Cup class is going. The Sport class filing through turn 1 right behind. And TCR right behind as well. It is hectic stuff here, Derek, as we restart.
You know, I want to check with race control, Joey. Something that popped in mind as we saw those cars on pit road is that the green wasn't officially out. I'm going to check on this privately and get back to you. But, like, if they entered a closed pit, that would not be good news.
Hearing that the green lights were on.
Okay.
So if they were on, they're fine. Just awkward for the teams behind him on that restart. Side by side in the middle of the field, you just saw up there through turn 6. But up front, it's heating up. Graham Sanders, one of the fastest prototype drivers you're going to find on iRacing, is preparing to do battle with Adam State in that Vipperman Racing number 11 to the outside of the carousel. Sanders in the number 62 takes a peek. He's going to have to slot back in line through the fastest and longest corner on the track. He's within 0.2 of a second, though, and Graham Sanders is going to look for the lead into Canada Corner.
Coming out of Canada Corner here, this will be up through turn 11, which is the kink. Now we'll head down further around, pardon me, that's, sorry, the kink's before Canada Corner. We'll head around here, and beautiful race going on here with these 3 cars here, and now we'll see the pass on the inside. No, they're going to hold it side by side here as they go on.
No, Graham Sanders did take over the lead there, clears Adam State off of Canada Corner. But look at Christoph Herbino, 3rd in line for the Boots and VDS team. It is a 3-way battle for sure here for the race lead. They're already catching a little bit of lap traffic. I think that's the SimCity Racing GT4 right ahead. It should clear him with no time whatsoever. But look at Herbino and that orange and black Boots and VDS machine fully in the draft of Adam State. They're going to have a moving chicane of a GT4 in front of him. Herbino peeks to the inside. State blocks that off. And Vipperman Racing, they're going to stay in second. But Boots and VDS all over the back. They don't want to let Graham Sanders and Hydra Race Geodesic get away like they have done already. 7/10 in the opening 2 corners.
And remember, this is Adam's first laps of the race under green here for Vipperman Racing in 2nd place right here. So this is sort of a crash course in racing. And always trying to do the block there for P3. And let's see here. They're going to come down into this corner here. This is turn 5 they're going to come into, and Whipperman's going to hold the inside line, but I think they're going to try, nope, yeah, they did try the undercut.
The old switchback for Christoph Herbino up into turn 6. He gets into Adam State. 2nd and 3rd come together. Boots and VDS and Vipperman. Herbino and State. State comes off the worst. You saw Brandon Blakesley trying to take advantage of 2nd. He's not been able to take that, but Adam State and Vipperman Racing from leading at the restart down to P7 already.
That was a lot of aggressive blocking, in my opinion, by Adam. He sort of put himself in a spot where that was unfortunately going to happen at some point. You can't keep blocking someone who appears to be faster. And at a certain point, a block's going to go bad, and you're going to put yourself in the way of someone. That's unfortunate to see here, but now we're up to P2. Now look at that gap they've opened up, though, by that hard racing they were doing. Look at that gap there up to Geodesic in P1.
Brandon Blakesley in the ATRS number 12, the white LMP3 to the inside into Canada Corner. He gets it stopped, and he gets 2nd over Christoph Herbino. We do have to start thinking about that orange and black Boots and VDS car, though, Derek, because it wasn't the fastest bit of contact in the world. It was through turn 6, but there was a lot of contact. We'll take a replay of it now. Do either of these cars have damage from this?
There you go. I mean, honestly, Whipperman put them in a spot where, short of running Boots off the track, I don't know where they were expecting them to do. I guess they were expecting them to just slam on the brakes. I don't know.
Look who else is joining the fray. Trek Esports in that familiar blue and white livery. Niels von Handel back behind the wheel. Remember how fast he was at Daytona just a couple of weeks ago. He is going to be on a war path here, looking forward. But here's a replay of a little bit of traffic intersection. That's Core and TCR getting turned around at turn 7. Almost got away with it. Backs it into the tires, though.
Wow, that's a little bit of contact there. And from that angle, it looks like one of them just got off the corner a little faster than the other and carried a little bit more speed. And the old bump draft in there and just turned them around. But now we're back to our battle for lead. This is now going to be back here a little further in the field. This is our Cup Series right here.
Things have stratified out up front. Dalton Zavadil and SimCity Racing 4 seconds in the lead of this class. Vince Peters and Visceral second. But that's Olympus in that very, very colorful car getting by the SimCity Racing GT4. And there is a whole host of Cup cars behind them. It is all kicking off here for third place in class. Olympus, Visceral, Orion, and a second Olympus car as well, all fighting for third. That's the Orion car with all those funky polygons and the blue and white. Taking a look on the Olympus car ahead. Not going to be able to do it as they navigate through that SimCity Racing GT4 Mercedes. It's traffic, and it's making Road America 2 for some of these guys. You don't just have the same Road America you're used to. Suddenly there's an extra chicane with some GT4 cars in front of you.
Yeah, and that chicane is moving. It's not in the same spot every corner. It'll move around a little bit as the different classes come through, so to speak. But then, that Olympus car, if you're a spotter or even a commentator, Joey Tubman, those Olympus cars are magic. Because
they're slightly confusing, though, because they're white on the front end, but Satellite Racing, in the meantime, in trouble in GT4, trying to drive it back to pit lane. I don't know if they're quite going to make it there, and they're going to pit, or they're going to pull over right next to one of those inlets off track where they're going to be able to be pulled back by a virtual marshal. That's not going to bring out a safety car. Luckily, here's what happened to him. Coming up over through turn 1, and they almost took Prestanda Nomad and LMP3 with them.
Oh, that was hard. And that sort of goes back to what I was talking about right before the green. Despite this is a big track, Joey, it's not the widest track. There's not a lot of space here to make a mistake on most of the track and get away with it. If you loop a car around, if you spin it, if you get loose, or if you get hit, there's not a lot of space to avoid those walls. And unfortunately, Satellite Racing just found that out.
So the second of the two Olympus Esports cars is the number 9 460 you see on your screen right now. Thomas Cope currently behind the wheel, and then Akira Iwata with the Orion Racing team right behind. It's the battle for the last spot in the top 5. It's not the battle for the podium just yet. It's not even the battle for the lead as Dalton Zavadil pulls away for SimCity Racing. But you have to remember that SimCity Racing and Olympus Esports Proton in third, they're off strategy right now. They're 4 laps separated and 8 laps separated from everybody else in class. So this strategy is still not determined with 90 minutes left to go in the race, Derek.
No, it's not determined. And best case scenario for those two cars is that another yellow does come out and sort of levels the playing field as far as pit strategy. But if it doesn't, then we'll have to see how that does play out. You see Geodesic here leading here, this little pack, and doing pretty well. This is for 9th, 10th, and 11th. That's Wave Italy Racing and Apex 1, 9, 10, 11 right here. This is the battle in the Cup Series. That's colored red to kind of help you out. So we have the purple LMP3s, the red Cup, the green Sport, or the GT4s as some call them, and your TCR is back there in the dark, we'll call it a dark royal blue. Shall we type it?
I think so. It's royal enough. Øystein Herfjord is going to be thinking royally right now as he's holding back quite a battle of the nationalities. Herfjord racing from Norway, the Wave Italy Racing team, not all Italian, but they are racing with Italy in the team name. Max Humbert currently behind the wheel, very much not an Italian. And then Apex 1 are actually in this as well. I haven't done much talking about them, but Konrad Zarabiec right behind the wheel of that one in this huge train. We've got a replay of a little bit of a moment further back, even further back in the Cup class. That SimCity Racing GT4 barely involved as well, but I don't think they had anything to do with that. That was just a checkup into Canada corner.
A couple of checkups there. In fact, there was one in front, one behind him. And luckily, no contact of any significance there. No spun cars, no wrecks, nothing like that to speak of. And we'll go back to live racing here. We'll watch Geodesic again here. This is the Cup Series, the Porsche Cups that we're racing here. That's what Geodesic is leading in right now and doing a pretty good job at it.
So it's 90 minutes to go. I'm not good at these calculations, but LMP3 are turning just under 2-minute lap times. That's going to mean about 45 laps to go at the line, potentially. Something like that. That's not even assuming a pit stop. This is actually a battle for position. Trek Esports and Hydro Race Geodesic. It's the second Hydro Race Geodesic car, the number 64. Austin Young currently behind the wheel of that one. He is feeling hungry. Sees Niels von Handel ahead of him. They had a pretty good battle at Daytona last time out. Austin had a podium run going in another series here on RaceSpotTV on Monday night, so He's fresh, he's ready, and he's heavily in the draft coming into turn 1. Can he go for it in a couple of thousand feet?
Oh, that little bobble there. Either he thought about it or something happened right there. But no, he's not going to hold it here in turn 1 and wait for what he thinks is a better opportunity to do.
Smells like fuel saving.
Maybe. I mean, as I was thinking, as you said, if there's 45 laps left for the LMP3s, if we stay green, then you're looking at a 1 pit stop race to finish this off.
Yeah, so is Austin Young actually going to go for this move, or is he thinking about fuel to the end of this race? Is he going to be saving? You can see down this middle straight coming into turn 5, he could be far closer than he is. He's lifting off. He is not as fast as he could be. And you can see a similar thing going on up ahead with his with Austin Young's teammate Graham Sanders and that number 62 that's leading the race. They had about a 2-second lead over the ATRS Academy. They've lost that entire lead as I think Sanders has backed off, but there's a pit stop for the leaders in the Cup class. SimCity Racing are finally down. They're off strategy, and with over 90 minutes to go, they're hoping it's only one more stop for them, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, that may be the difference here, is maybe the thought process under that yellow was depending upon how long it went, everybody has to pit again. No one was going to make it after that, there. So let's watch what happens here, and I'll come back to that. Oh no. And that's
through the final
that's
corner.
a great example of the closing distance there.
Yeah, through the final corner, Core Sim Racing, who led on the restart, who had to come down pit lane to take service immediately after getting their halfway points. It's kind of come undone for them. Have they had the full amount of their glory already? See if they can recover from that spin. Visceral takes over the lead of the Cup class, and it's going to be a visceral reaction for some of the other teams, as it is a 1-2. Vince Peters and Ollie Peacock, 1 and 2 in the Cup class, with identical strategies to each other. They're on 9-lap stints each. I don't think it's going to be a simple one stop to the end for either of these two, but it's always good when you've got two teammates to be totally organized on strategy and to be on sort of the same path forward to the end of the race.
Despite the identical strategies, I want to say, luckily for us, not identical liveries. The difference in how those colors are inverted, right? It makes it easier for us to see it. I noticed that instantly, but a great job here by Visceral, leading this Cup class now after the pit stops. You watch him coming through the course here.
I just want to say, Ollie Peacock, what a name. What a name is Ollie Peacock. That makes me so happy every time we do one of these IVRA ClubSport Series races. And it's not just the name that does him well. He's been pretty quick as well. Lots and lots of experience, lots and lots of the mythical iRating, and lots of speed. But he's riding behind his teammate right now. They're catching up to some TCR class traffic right now. That's the Hydra Race Geodesic TCR right ahead. Luckily, though, they're going to catch him on a straight. That's going to make their lives so much easier. If only you could catch lap traffic on a straight every time.
If only you could. Yeah, it'd make racing a lot simpler, wouldn't it? But on a straightaway like this, where it's uphill, and incline that it has, it is hard to catch someone there and keep the momentum on a pass. This is, in my opinion, and maybe you have a different one, one of the most difficult and scariest front straights because of the incline it has, and sort of that blind crest that you face.
I think it would be scarier if I was a fan and I was trying to walk around the track and I'm trying to get to the grandstands in the front straight. I'm just like, I gotta climb a mountain here, a billion feet of elevation. I think I'll stay down in the bottom. But yeah, it does get blind up over the top there. Things are closing down a little bit further ahead in LMP3. Remember that battle for fourth between Niels van Handel and Austin Young? Well, get a handle on this because it's back together. Austin Young all over the back of that Trek Esports LMP3, and he's looking hungry this time. He's looking to the inside. He's not fuel saving anymore. He's going to try and trap that Trek Esports LMP3 in a bunch of traffic, and he's done exactly that as they get through the Impulse Racing GT4 rather. Wasn't able to trap him as much as he thought. He's going to have to do it through the next little bit. There's the Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward GT4. Here comes the whole field.
Here comes the whole field. You got different classes now. This is a classic highway traffic jam right here. And when you're the faster class, this is possibly the most frustrating part of a race, when you're trying to run someone down in your same class, but you feel you're getting kind of slowed down or blocked or just cut off by a slower class. It takes a lot of work sometimes to just calm down a teammate and remind them, listen, it's okay. We'll make the time up. Just breathe. It can happen here. In the case of Trek Esports here, they put a little bit of gap just because of how they caught traffic compared to the car in front of them.
See the marching ants down at the bottom of your screen, how things have separated between LMP3 and Sport. These are two classes that we've seen in other leagues intersecting on track at the same time, but they have very different speeds. And there is Austin Young to the outside and Niels van Handel as they get around the Wave Italy GT4. And that's going to be Austin Young and Hydra Race Geodesic up into 4th. Now can they look forward to Boots and VDS and Christoph Herbino for 3rd? Could we have 2 Hydra Race Geodesic cars in the podium? There's some GT4 traffic doing some rallycross. Luckily, they're already clear of that.
Yeah, there's a difference between being kind of off the track and what that was. That was very clearly 4 tires off the track, almost like mowing the lawn back there.
I think that was Jeffrey Lund from Hyperion. Book him for Race Spot Rallycross soon.
Seriously. Looking for farm sim at that rate.
That's actually promoted our old friends at the Rusty Spatulas up into the podium in the sport class in GT4. Jan Ziliakis has taken 3rd, at least for the moment. But can Niels van Handel repay the favor here? I mentioned Austin Young looking forward at 3rd. He's still got to look back at 4th as well. He is not clear of Niels van Handel. He has not left him in the dust. He's got to get around the Glacier Racing McLaren, and that's going to allow Trek Esports to get to the inside into turn 1. Going to be blocked off on the exit, and there goes the Glacier Racing McLaren. An insane save, keeps it pointed straight. No caution's going to come out because nothing's changed. Nothing has changed in class. The race leader gets turned on the straight after turn 1, and he's still fine. He's nursing a 2-second lead.
More important than the save, which was amazing, the car behind in the wreck avoidance from the LMP3 behind him. Oh my God, I'm excited to see that replay because I don't know how that happened.
Book that one to the IVRA highlight books. First, here's Jeffrey Lund and his little rallycross moment. We'll give him his glory while we can. Off the road, good save, keeps the wheel pointed straight. That's some good stuff. So we rode on board with the Rusty Spatula's Mercedes. But that was the race leader in GT4, turned 90 degrees out of turn 1 by 4th and 5th in LMP3, and somehow nothing has changed. The Moradness M Squad LMP3 gets by. I think there's going to be some yellow snow in the Glacier Racing camp, but there's not any damage on the car.
Going to be maybe some words exchanged between that car and the LMP3s to help get him around, but I am a loss for words, and for anyone who knows me, through broadcast or privately, to have me lost for words is an accomplishment.
Here it is, Austin Young on the outside. He's the driver who gets into the side of that Glacier Racing, or gets into the back of the Glacier Racing McLaren. But what a save! And he wasn't even helped by the LMP3 behind. It's not like he was straightened out. He had to do all that work himself on the wheel, and somehow Ville Ruola put him in the Race Spot Rallycross team as well, because that was yet another display of car control.
That's amazing that wasn't worse. Obviously, I'm sure that they're not happy with Austin Young and that bump they got from the back, but the fact that everyone got that turned around and Austin had the patience to kind of back out a little bit and not keep spinning the car, that's a great job by everyone to not make that worse than it was. That could have been easily a track blocking scenario here at Road America.
Helps when you have a 90-hour-long lead as well. Ville Ruola had such a lead over Archer Brothers and Liam Matthews that gap is already 4 seconds now. Here it is from onboard Austin Young. He's trying to go around the outside, doesn't work, gets into the back of the Glacier Racing McLaren, and then just keeps going. No questions asked, nothing wrong there, no harm, no foul, everybody keeps going. But here's 2nd and 3rd. They're really wishing that did go worse into turn 1, because that would put Archer Brothers in the number 460 into the lead. That would put Rusty Spatulas and Jan Ziliakis in 2nd. But instead, they're still fighting for 2nd, a distant 4 seconds off the lead.
Now, to come back and close that topic, though, for Austin Young, what he thought was going to happen is that car was going to stick to the inside of the corner and let him by on the outside in a multi-class scenario. I don't think he was expecting them to come the track all the way back out to the outside of the corner. And I think that it just all happened so fast, there was nothing for him to do. I don't think that was in any way, an egregious bump or something that was intentional. And he just a miscommunication of driving lines, which is a very, very common thing in multi-class racing.
And it's only been 7 minutes, essentially, since the, it's been 20 minutes since the restart, but it just has not been very long in this race since we've seen quite a bit of the race-defining action. So that's really got us back into the rhythm of things here. And as we look at the rear end of this Archer Brothers number 460. They've got Forge line on the wing. That's a pretty good sponsor placement. They're going to be thankful we put a camera here.
Yeah, they will be thankful we put a camera here. Now, you talked about the gap that exists now in this class because of that incident, but the gap that exists in the leading class because of that incident, Joey, is also impressive. So it's geodesic, pardon me, and ATRS 1 and 2, and then it's 8 seconds back to third place now because of the incident that happened there. So these guys are 8 seconds back from the lead, partially because having to check up for that incident.
It was not ideal, and that gap I mentioned up front between Hydro Race Geodesic and the ATRS Academy, it's ballooned a little bit for the race lead. It was about 2 seconds between those two. Now it's below 1 second again. It was as low as half a second at a point when ATRS had really caught up, but through traffic, things have stratified out just a little bit more. Almost 1.5 seconds separating these two now as Graham Sanders almost throws it off the road. Now, we've just decided to flip this race upside down in the last 90 minutes. It's a good save from Graham Sanders, but he almost threw it all away.
You know, I was wondering about Graham Sanders in that car after the incident they had, if there would be any damage to it or any aero effects to it. You bump a car like that, that's a bigger car and a heavier car than your own, you could sometimes have some damage. I looked at the car on my own from different cameras. I didn't see anything, but when you see a car flip around like that, you wonder if they're now going to fight some damage that maybe they got from that.
Getting past the RJD GT4, currently back in 16th in sport. They're trying to fight their way forward, but this is the best opportunity that Blakesley in that white car has had, but just as he gets the opportunity, he throws it off the road as well. I don't know what's gotten into these guys, Derek. Maybe it's fatigue after 2.5 hours of racing, but nobody seems to want to keep it on the track.
It could be fatigue. It could be the changing track conditions as far as weather and rubber wear. It could be that now the pressure's on, now that the clock is ticking, and you can hear that ticking in your head as a driver when it starts to happen. You know that even, it's an hour and 20 minutes now left in this race. It doesn't feel that long in the car. It sounds like a lot when you say an hour and 20 minutes out loud, but an hour and 20 minutes in the car is not long. You have to be aggressive and make things happen, and that can lead to some moments like that.
TCR finding each other on track yet again. It's really not a surprise. In Daytona, in basically every series, this class is just so evenly matched. They're so low-powered comparatively that when you put 8 TCRs on track, they're basically all going to be stuck together for the entire race. That makes things very exciting for the battle for the lead. Makes things very frustrating for other classes trying to come through. But these guys are still separated by only 1.5 seconds from first to third.
Yeah, that's sort of impressive to see here back in the TCR category that first through third back here to Impulse Racing is that close together. It's just going to be one simple off track, one simple mistake, or one great move by a team could change this running order of 1, 2, 3 very easily.
Let's see if Wave Italy wants to make the move here. These are all identical strategies in TCR. Hoistingfeld, Wave Italy, Impulse, Brabham, Obsidian, Moradness, well, not Moradness, but those top 5 in TCR all in the same exact strategy to the end of this race. Battle for 8th in the Cup class. Throw a blanket over these guys as well as the overall race leaders in LMP3 are coming through. Blakesley getting held up big time behind the Impulse Racing number 915. But Geeks Energy, Hydro Race Geodesic, and Impulse, 3 of the most represented teams in this field. They've all found each other in this battle for 8th, and they seem to have similar straight line speed to that ATRS LMP3.
They really do seem to have it here. Now they're going to make this corner pretty tight. Ooh.
Was nearly a repeat of what we saw between the race leader and the Glacier Racing GT4 and Austin Young. Doesn't happen that way though. Hydro Race Geodesic though falls down to P10. Impulse gets through. That's traffic management for you. One little bobble in traffic and that door becomes wide open. Just like I said, it's Road America 2. It's a whole nother track in traffic.
Yeah, as I said, those moving chicanes get to be difficult, but it really showed you the power of the draft there, that 3 P-Cup cars or Porsche Cup cars were able to draft their way up and keep even with an LMP3. It shows you just how close these cars can be in certain scenarios as far as speed and whatnot. But here we're going to see a battle back here again in CCR. This is 1, 2, and 3. This is impulse in the back here with Wave Italy in second, running down the leaders.
Ooh,
passing by an Olympus car there.
Both Olympus cars coming through the carousel, but these two were side by side. The Hoisingfeld TCR, that's the silver car, and the red Wave Italy TCR. They were side by side for about half a lap before we saw this, and now suddenly they come through the kink and down the long back straight into the best overtaking opportunity on the track. Is anything going to happen here? All 4 classes meet on track at the same place, and somehow everybody's got to make it through. ATRS, the LMP3 getting very held up in this traffic, and Wave Italy not able to make the move in TCR, not able to find the inside in that traffic. But this is absolute chaos, Derek. After the restart, everybody's met each other on track at exactly the same place.
Yeah, this is a meeting that maybe you didn't want to have happen here at the speeds they're having it here at 120, 130, 140 miles an hour, whatever it is. And but they're having it here, and they're all working it out so far. No contact, but lots of good, tight, clean racing.
Erwin Lishkowicz behind the wheel of the Wave Italy TCR right now in the draft, coming into turn 1. He's going to close it down to about 1/10 of a second. Is he going to be close enough to go for the dive? He's thinking about it with some LMP3 traffic coming up behind. That was dicey stuff. The Trek Esports LMP3 gets through and spooked off the road as the race leader in TCR. There we go. Through into the lead goes Wave Italy. Second place now. Fabian Siegman for Team Hoisingfeld got spooked into turn 1 by those LMP3s coming through, and he's going to have to settle for second for a moment.
Yeah, settling for second for a moment is a good way to put that. And we're not quite done with all this yet. We got maybe another lap before they all get this sorted out. Look at all the, as you call them, the marching ants in the bottom of the screen here. Look how close they all are together here. That's all 4 classes. Colors representing the classes on the left side of your screen. And you know, Joey, one of my favorite stories in sim racing is actually this team Hoisingfeld. You know, we have this thing where I think people get intimidated to ask for things or ask for sponsors, and you know, this team formed because a bunch of guys went to Hoisingfeld and said, "Hey, do you guys want to have a sim racing team?" And that's how it all started back in 2014. No big deals, no, you know, no big negotiations. Hey, let's ask. The worst they can do is say no. And that's how it started 9 years ago with Hoisingfeld having sim racing teams.
And that's a pretty good deal. Get some Hoisingfeld equipment as well. I think I'm going to go down the road to Westport, Connecticut. I'm going to call Bridgewater Associates, the largest hedge fund in the world, and see if they'll sponsor my sim racing efforts.
I was thinking about Buffalo Wild Wings myself.
That too. That would be good too. But if I can get in the Ray DeLeo pocket, I can get as much Buffalo Wild Wings as I want. I'm not making it into that fund any other way, so I'm gonna have to beg iRacing style.
Of course, if I get a Buffalo Wild Wings sponsorship, I won't fit in the race car anymore. That's a whole separate problem.
We can make it wider. We can make it work. We'll figure out a way. We'll break out the jaws of life. This battle sprouting to life as well. P5 into the sport class. Huge Ass Racing, obviously our favorite team, longtime sim racing team. They've actually expanded into the real world as well. Lots of commitment for them and Champ Car and the like. But up ahead, the battle for second with Wave Italy and Archer Brothers. That's what's actually bringing in Rusty Spatulas and Huge Ass and Hyperion. They're throwing everything at it for second as Duchovskis has gotten by Matthews. But that battle's not over. Coming down into turn 8, separated by 0.2 of a second. Is there going to be a repaid dive? Is Matthews going to think about it? He's going to stay in line for now.
Yeah, stay in line for now is probably the right call here. Make the team get it set up a little bit better here. And now they're going to be running here that close together here with Wave Italy and Archer Brothers 2 and 3. As you said, a 0.2 of a second here. These guys are running it hard, and I think it's all about who wants to outbrake someone. If Archer Brothers wants to get a pass here, they're going to outbrake into a corner here and make it happen.
Duchovskis, the Lithuanian driver over Liam Matthews, coming into Canada corner, still separated by 0.2 of a second, still feeling the full effect of the little bit of dirty air there is in GT4. Nothing doing into Canada corner this time, though. It's going to stay in the same order. Giovanni Romano in that Huge Ass car, by the way, did get by the number 411 for Rusty Spatulas. He's looking forward, and Giovanni Romano is one of the fastest drivers you're going to find on iRacing in any class, and he is looking forward at two guys who have looked very hungry to battle with each other. They may not have known Giovanni was coming up behind him. Let's see what happens here into turn 1. Nothing's going to happen just yet. Riding in line. But turn 5, best overtaking opportunity on the track. You get through turn 1 cleanly. Down the hill into turn 2. It's not really a corner, but we call it a corner anyway, coming under the Ariens Bridge. Then under braking into turn 3. This is critical. Get a good exit onto the middle straight, one of the longest straights in the track. And now we wait for the Archer brothers. In the draft again. Is 3/10 too big of a gap? It may be. They may have to wait yet another straight, yet another lap.
Yeah, yet another lap would be, I think, the correct way to put that there, as they both, of course, got passed by a geodesic LMP3 there, and it's led them by easily. Now we'll come down here into turn 5, and then we get into turn 6 and 7 here. There'll be another short straightaway for them to set up, and maybe a pass before turn 8 if they can get close enough.
We do have to think about the championship in this class as well. We didn't do much talking about Daytona in the sport class because Glacier Racing were the winners. They're leading again, so it's going to be looking very good for Glacier Racing in the team's championship. But there is a very, very hot battle in the middle of the table after Daytona. Wave Italy, Huge Ass, Hyperion, Archer Brothers, Core Sim Racing even, RJD, separated by minuscule amounts of points and fighting for those middle spots in the team's championship. So even though it may be difficult to catch Glacier Racing after how strong they've been in the sport class, every championship position matters. Every single position in this series is going to pay points up until the end of the class here. So you want every spot you can get because it all adds up at the end of this championship in a couple months' time.
Yep, that's what we're all looking forward to, is in a few months when that final checkered flag falls about all the points and where they finish up here. But there's a lot of great racing. You see that huge-ass car, very iconic car across all of sim racing, a name that's been around for a long time. And so they're going to try to run down Archer Brothers here and see if they can make that pass.
Whoa.
Oh, I thought he was... Oh, someone is pitting. Okay. Not the car I thought, though.
Yeah, that was chaos. That was Trek Esports and LMP3 going off the road to make that pass through traffic. The race leader in LMP3, Hydra Race Geodesic, the number 62 are in. The leader in the sport class as well, Glacier Racing, they're in as well. It is pit stop time with just over an hour to go for two race leaders, two class leaders. 25 laps was the stint for Graham Sanders. 25 laps, that's going to add up to only 50 minutes. There's going to be one more stop for that team. When's it going to come, though? Suddenly, the strategy has just become far more complicated. Hydra Race Geodesic can't make it to the end. Can Core Sim Racing make it to the end? Can Prestanda Nomad make it to the end on one more stop? We can only wait and see. We got to start doing calculations now. It's math time.
It is math time. Just over an hour to go here. For at least some of these classes, I would think we're getting to the point now where they're guaranteeing themselves, one stop to the finish here. But we're seeing a great battle back here. This is Olympus, ATRS, and K. Kramer back there in second, third, fourth, and fifth in the Cup action. So doing a great job here with those Olympus cars leading this around here. Now, I love those Olympus cars, Joey, but we're going to talk liveries for a second here. I don't see a difference in them.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, there is a difference. The lead Olympus car has red lines on the front end, and the second one has blue lines.
But look at that. You're right.
The only problem with the Olympus cars, which I do love, I love the unicorn, I think, on the side. It's that they're basically two different cars. You look at the front end, it's bright white. You look at the rear end, it's every color in the book. So depending on which angle you're looking at the cars, it's hard to determine which one's which. Are you looking at a white car, or are you looking at a colorful car? Either way, I think we know the difference between these two at least, and they've found each other on track. Are they going to think about battling for track position right now with the HERS Cup car coming up and the K. Kramer Cup car coming up, or are they thinking strategically right now? They're thinking we're both coming in similar amounts of time. It may actually be a pit stop on this lap for the second Olympus car. They've been out on track for 23 laps, but the two teams, they're going to be organizing things in their intra-team affairs right about now.
Yeah, they could be. And in fact, even the cars behind them, ATRS and K. Kramer, might be wondering if we just sit still, conserve a little bit more gas in this drafting line. But there they split. There's your answer, Joey. They pitted on different laps.
Yeah, second Olympus car, the Olympus Proton number 922, came in 23 laps ago. Now coming in, Daniel Sedgley bringing that car down the lane. the other Olympus car with Thomas Cope behind the wheel, the number 946. They've still got 4 more laps until they reach that 224 range. There's a dive into turn 1, though. Geeks Energy and Impulse side by side. That's for P7 in class. They're still side by side coming down the hill into turn 3. Geeks on the inside, Impulse on the outside. Still, it's half a lap now. Still side by side coming down the middle straight. Who's going to be braver on the brakes into turn 5? Impulse is clear, but this battle's not over yet.
No, it's not over. And there was a lot of dirt and grass being thrown around on, honestly, both sides of the track there as they were trying to get around each other. But here comes Geeks again. They're going to try and get fiercely forward, if you will. And nope, they're not going to make it there.
Geeks Energy, a energy drink brand, if I'm not mistaken. I think I looked them up at one point. I think they do like gamer fuel, like drink powders, and a very big sponsor of sim racing. Trying to think of the word. Very generous, I think we can say. They've been so generous to put their names on about 3 different teams in this series, and they are looking forward. They're acting on their impulses to try and get back by. Through the carousel, closing through the fastest corner on the track, through the corner that requires the most downforce, the most commitment. It's so hard, especially in these Porsche Cup cars, though, to ride in the dirty air.
It can be hard to ride in dirty air, and that's a challenge that I think a lot of drivers don't get enough practice in, is how to ride behind somebody, because how your car behaves in clean air versus how it behaves behind somebody can be vastly different in moments like that. We'll come back to this now behind that Olympus car again. This is ATRS, K Kramer, and Apex. Speaking of K Kramer, there in that P Cup car, Joey, in that car, they have 2 engineering students and a nurse on that team. If you want to have someone to help you figure out fuel strategies, you got 2 engineering students on that team. I think they should have it covered.
Well, how did they have time to get in this race? They should be buried in homework
busy,
right now.
Right? Yeah, I know,
They should
right?
be doing physics.
You have Lucas Leng, who's an engineering student out of Munich, Germany, and he's 26 years old. You got a 22-year-old engineering student there, and Noah, and then Mark is the nurse there. So, got a lot of different professions covered in that one.
I mean,
car
I'd
right
be
there.
worried if I was in an accident and Mark came up and I saw him. I was like, oh, I might need surgery on my kidneys. Oh wait, this guy was doing a 4-hour race at Road America instead of going to school.
Well, everyone's gonna have a hobby, right?
Nah, medical professionals are not allowed to have hobbies. There's my hot take of the day. Just make them go totally insane. They're already going insane on those 7-day straight shifts or whatever they do in the hospitals, but let's just make it worse. Ban them from iRacing. That'll ban the dentists too.
Well, tell you what, maybe we can get like a 7-day straight shift for race commentators. What do you think?
I mean, I would go to school for iRacing. I basically did. I majored in media and communications. I basically did get a degree in iRacing. But anyway, the pit stop cycle is so separated right now that those leaders that I mentioned in basically every class, in LMP3, Trek Esports, and Hydra Race Geodesic Black, the number 64, they still have a couple more laps they can afford to go. They might make it past the hour mark, and they might be able to think about making it to the end on just one more stop. Hydra Race Geodesic White are in after a 26-lap stint. David Duino, an absolutely monster stint from him to make it this far. I don't think it's going to be quite so far, though, or quite long enough, though, that basically every team, I have a feeling, other than Core, other than Prestanda Nomad, I have a feeling, Derek, they may all be forced to take more than one more stop.
Yeah, it's gonna be close here. I don't know for some of these classes what's gonna happen as far as we're at that 1 hour mark, as we'll peel the overlays back and go racing here for just a moment, and then just a raw feed, and that's okay. There's more to see, but we'll see a different battle. I think for the slower classes, I think that 1 hour mark, if you can pit within that 1 hour mark, you would have the confidence of knowing you could likely make it around. You see that Trek Esports car getting around and making some more moves here. Speaking of different drivers, I think that's still Niles in the car there for Trek Esports. That guy had 10 years of real-life karting experience before he found iRacing, so that could explain some of his comfort in the car, and the confidence he has comes from his real-life racing experience.
Yeah, lots of kart craft for Niels van Handel. Here's what might make things more difficult, though, for basically every single one of these overall leaders. It's a big lockup into turn 5, by the way, for the Olympus Porsche Cup there. They're going to hang on to that You saw one of the Hydra Race geodesic cars come through, though. I think that was Graham Sanders. 3 laps on this stint now. He knows he has to make one more stop. And because he's forced into making that one more stop, I think they can afford to push at Hydra Race Geodesic, the main team, the number 62 team. They can push until the end of the race. They know they have to make one more stop. Everybody else may have to save fuel and be that little bit slower to the end of the race to make the strategy work, but it's complex. It's complicated.
It is complicated, and that's sort of the hard part of the team manager role when you have one for an endurance race. It's not about figuring out what your team can do. It's the what-ifs and the maybes and the whys behind the other teams around you and what they can do. And there's another car down pit road here, and now they're going to pit and have one more stop left in that LMP3 class after that one.
Yeah, apologies for the technical difficulties here. We will have the ticker back up shortly, but Trek Esports are in from the race lead. Hydra Race Geodesic number 64, they're in as well from second. The car on screen right now is the second Hydra Race Geodesic car on track, the first car of the team, the number 62, up the front straight, so the number 62 goes. And Graham Sanders behind the wheel, I believe, will retake the race lead fairly comfortably, but he has to make one more stop. Hydra Race Geodesic number 64 has to make one more stop. Trek Esports coming out of the pits in second. They have to make one more stop. And they're all in track position right now to do exactly that and still hold on to the lead. There's a tough pit exit for the number 64 coming straight out into big traffic. One of the Olympus Porsche Cups almost throws it off the road. And there's the ATRS LMP3, 3 wide into turn 3. I don't know how we made that work, but somehow ATRS on ATRS. No collisions between traffic whatsoever.
Lots of contact there that led to nothing somehow. That's impressive, but whew, man, that was, wow.
So the only team in LMP3 that may be able to make it to the finish on just one more stop. Well, everybody's able to make it on one more stop, but Core Sim Racing. I want to talk about them. The number 80. They're still only on lap 20 of this stint. Remember, they were on an alternate strategy. They went for halfway points. They came into the pits immediately at the restart after halfway. They're currently in third on the same strategy as everyone else. If they can go 6 more laps, basically, and make it to that 50-minute mark, they're going to be good to the end, and that could very well be a podium for Core Sim Racing on an alternate strategy. They've got some very fast teams behind them, though. They've got Hydra Race Geodesic, they've got ATRS, they've got the Boots and VDS car you see on your screen right now. It's going to be a tough game, but they are on strategy to potentially be able to make it to the end. Here is Core Sim Racing, that red and white car on screen right now. They've even got a little bit of draft from Trek Esports to save a little bit of extra fuel to make it that much further.
Yeah, that draft will help you a lot as far as what you can do with it. You need to stick in it a while, though. I think the one thing about fuel saving we don't talk enough about in the iRacing world is how long it takes to fuel save. You can't fuel save a lap and have a difference here. If you're fuel saving, you need to do it for a whole stint.
Oh, here comes Core. Sorry, Derek, but that is going to throw away the opportunity to make it to the end on one more stop. They weren't able to extend that mythical 25, 26 lap mark. They come in now. They're going to have to come in one more time for a splash. That's going to be their fight for the podium over.
It could be. Yeah, it very well could be the fight over. That was Pascal Sticks there in the car for Core who brought it in. And let's see what's going to happen here. Oh! That's Geodesic getting in the back of, is that one of the Keys cars? I can't tell.
Yeah,
that
number
is
9.
Kappa, yeah.
Yeah, number 935 around. Eventually gets it pointed straight, so not going to be anything worse than that. But that's a lot of positions lost for the number 935. Michal Lemon behind the wheel drops that car all the way down to basically the end of the class. P12 with 13 cars left on track. It's going to be heartbreaking for them. Look at all of this action on pit lane, though. The Cup leaders are in. Impulse is in. Olympus is in. Visceral came in quite a few laps ago. So we're going to see the blend here in just a matter of moments, see who's really going to have the advantage to the end of the race. It's a very short stop for Impulse, but they're side-by-side in LMP3 here. Whipperman and the third Hydra Race Geodesic car, that's going to be resolved behind the tree, and that's going to be Whipperman Racing holding on to the last spot in the top 5.
Yeah, Whipperman trying to do that recovery after the incident.
Here we go. This is the blend for the lead. Apex 1 around the Impulse Racing Cup car, and that's not correct. That's trouble. That is trouble for Impulse Racing. Philip Hammer has gotten behind the wheel, and it looks like he's having technical issues after a short stop, a much shorter stop than anybody else. Hammer is not up to speed, and he's still struggling. This looks like a technical issue.
It does look like a technical issue, and the concern is going to be in everyone's mind right now, the what ifs. Well, does that bring out a caution? Does that bring out whatever? That was
He's pulled over in a safe spot. They're going to bring that car behind the wall, but that is so unfortunate for a race that was going very well for Impulse Racing, a strategy that may have worked out for him, but it's over instantly. Here's Apex 1. They've taken over the lead in class, in the Cup class, but can they make it to the end? I have to imagine the answer is going to be probably no. They're currently on a 3-lap stint. They have to make it a full hour to the end of the race, almost 20 more laps total. That's going to be tough.
You know, that car that was slow there sort of reminded me of an incident we saw in the first hour, where you saw a car slowly, creeping up the hill. The difference here is I think I could hear the Impulse Racing motor still revving as they were coming around, compared to that car in the first hour that was just kind of silently, creeping up the hill. So I don't think it was out of gas. I'm trying to figure out if they hit a wall or I don't know.
I don't know how they would be out of gas unless they took tires in the stop and forgot to take fuel, but
yes,
that's
what I was thinking.
That would be odd. Leader in GT4 is in. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, they have pitted. TCR have done their cycle as well. Team Hoistingfeld have actually gotten back ahead of Wave Italy. They're only separated by half a second. We're under an hour to go. We're into the double digits only of minutes to go. And there is Impulse back in the. This is the replay of them back in the pits. Drops off the jacks, and then there they go. Talk us through that, Derek. What happened there?
I'm still obviously he fell off the jacks pretty quickly, but in these cars, one of the new rules you have, you can take gas and fuel at the same time. So
caution! Yellow flag is out on the track as we looked at the replay of the trouble for Impulse. The yellow flag is out on track. I'm looking down the order to see who it could be, and I am not sure. Rusty Spatulas may have gotten into trouble in the sport class, but I'm not seeing them in any trouble on track. I know it wasn't for the Impulse car pulling over, because they pulled over in a safe spot, but we're going to have a late race restart here as the caution comes out with less than an hour to go.
And this changes every pit strategy for everyone, probably except for the LMP3s. There are definitely now cars that will definitely make it on the pit stop they just made.
And Core Sim Racing, they're going to be saying, why did we come in? We should have waited a couple more laps if we were able to. I don't know if they necessarily had the fuel to be able to make it even this far, though. So now, things are basically evened out. Still trying to diagnose what actually brought out this yellow flag. We're looking through race control, trying to hear what happened, but there's nothing immediately obvious, so clearly race control has seen something that we didn't see. A car off the road that immediately recovered, but or that towed, that was not immediately recoverable.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. I want to come back and finish the story on Impulse. I agree with you that it must have been a fueling problem. My only confusion would be, since you can take gas and tires at the same time in these cars, I was just surprised that they didn't have more gas. Not enough gas to get to the end, but I'm surprised they didn't have enough gas to at least get around a couple of laps. But I've went back and looked on my own through a couple of different cameras, and there's no contact. It has to be a gas problem. I'm just surprised it affected them that quickly.
This evens everything out now. Are we going to see every single team in the field come in this time? I have to imagine we will, because we're going to restart, I'd say most likely with about 45 or 40 minutes to go. That's going to be easy to make it to the end for every single class. You have to imagine that basically everybody's going to come in, but maybe they wait for as long as possible.
Yeah, that's where my head is at right now. As someone who does team managing sometimes, is I would want to wait this out, because if I'm an LMP3 and I pit right now, I have no confidence that we're done pitting for the day. If we're going to pit again anyways, why not stay out and just pit maybe when we go green and see if that's enough? But I think some of the classes in the back, the TCRs maybe, or the GT4, the sports part of me, I think if they just pitted right before the yellow, they might be good.
How things tend to spice up at the end of these races. We saw a very similar thing at Daytona a month ago in the season opener. A late race caution changed everything. It was about For that, it was about an hour run to the end. This is going to be a sprint to the end. It's going to be 30 to 40 minutes. It's going to be like a league scenario with sprint races. And as we see the organization, as GT4s are making their way through, as we get through the usual suspects, the tension is going to be rising here, Derek, because this is no longer an endurance race. This is no longer a club sport race. This is a sprint race.
This is a sprint race. Now, let me bring back to the argument to play devil's advocate about why you do pit here if you're in LMP3. We're not guaranteed to be done with yellows. So maybe you do pit here thinking, listen, I pit here, and if one more yellow comes out, I have the confidence I can make it on gas. So there's an argument for each side. This is why team manager role I think is underrated as far as making decisions and sticking to it. There's a lot of different things in play here about what could be the deciding moment.
I'm still trying to read through race control, see if there was anything that said why that caution came out, and I can't figure it out for the life of me. I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking at the sheets, and maybe I need to find another sheet with the caution reports, because I still don't have anything that tells us what happened there.
Yeah, I don't see it either, so I'm going to wait and see if we can get some kind of official word about what's going on here. But we're just in the early processes of this yellow flag condition. You see the cars on the outside getting the wave around, and the officials will do their best to get all the cars lined up by class so that the race is a clean start. It's not just a mess of cars trying to get around. I've seen that happen before elsewhere. When you don't let all the classes get organized one by one, it is quite the mess.
SimCity Racing have just parked the car on pit lane. I think they've actually just switched drivers in the Cup class, but I don't know if they were responsible for it. Chris Beats has just gotten behind the wheel of that car, but he's still not out on track. I don't know. Maybe it was SimCity Racing that brought it out, but it is just impossible to know. It's not possible.
Let's see, this is the potential for what happened here.
Yeah, we've got a replay loaded up. I was just listening to our director saying this may be what happened. That's the Geeks Energy Porsche Cup here. Diving it into the final corner, turning the Impulse TCR, and then looping it around himself. Pulls over directly in front of a post where he could have been drawn back. And that is not the caution. That is just a car spinning and rolling forward. The mystery continues.
It had to have been something pretty instant, though. The only reason I say that is that typically for what happens, I'll give a little inside baseball here. If we have a car that's slow, such as we saw with the car earlier, the Impulse car, when they get over and pull off to the side, typically race control will start talking to them, asking if they can get somewhere safe, if they can tow, if they can get off the racing line before the yellow comes out. There's typically a little bit of conversation happening first. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a conversation happening. I didn't hear any kind of, hey, can you tow? It came out of nowhere. It really took me by surprise. So we'll have to wait and see if we can figure it out. When there's that many cars and no instant voice chatter about it, it can be hard to find what brings out a yellow.
Under the Speedville Bridge, under caution, under safety car conditions. They're just trying to make me hungry, Derek. I didn't actually have lunch before this broadcast started because I thought we'd be out of here around 2:30, around 3. We've got 50 more minutes to stay hungry, and I'm going to be thinking about lunch for the extent of this safety car. I think I'm going to forget about it once we restart because that's going to be exciting. But right now, I'm thinking very heavily about those burnt sausages on that bridge.
Well, I'll tell you what, it goes both ways because here on the West Coast, it's early still. I mean, it's 11:30 now, but I did not get breakfast before this broadcast started. So when I think of sausages, I'm thinking of like links and patties to go with maybe some eggs and some biscuits and gravy, maybe some sausage gravy even. So that food thing goes both ways here. If we could get someone, as commentators, we need a sponsor. You ever thought about that? Like maybe we get someone to sponsor, like Derek Watts and Joey Tubman coming to live from the Bob Evans commentary booth.
Well, that's what I said. Coming live from the Bridgewater Associates commentary booth, and we get a budget of $5,000 on catering, and then we lose our minds because we're just making PowerPoints and papers all day because we're working for a hedge fund. So Bridgewater, if you're listening, come give us a call. Give us a call.
It's only for the commenters, by the way. Those producer guys don't deserve anything.
No, Dustin Ellis gets nothing. He gets no food. He gets the scraps. He gets the crumbs. He gets the the ethereal aura of the food. But here we go. Lots of cars over to the right side. Pits are still closed though, so nobody coming in just yet. You have to imagine that just as we're thinking about breakfast, everybody in this field is going to be very, very hungry to come down pit lane as soon as the pits actually open and things are organized.
Well, I'll tell you what, with the length of a pace lap here under yellow, my first thought was you don't pit here because, you know, you wouldn't be ready, but we're going to pace it around again here. So we're probably going to come back around here at about, 42 and a half minutes left in the race. When pits open, maybe you do pit here. Maybe that's just enough time for an LMP3.
Well,
I
think you're gonna. I think you're gonna have to come in LMP3 because if you look at the top 3, 9-lap stint, 5-lap stint, 5-lap stint, go down to the rest, 10-lap stint, 11-lap stint. Even if we do restart with like 35 minutes to go, that's still going to be 17 extra laps. That would be 27 laps for some teams. And about 24, 25 laps for others. I don't know.
Yeah, my thought wasn't that they would be done for the race. My thought was, you know, do you want to risk pitting now and not having enough gas, or do you want to wait and pit after we're done with the yellow flag and know you have the gas? But as we continue to tick off the laps here under yellow, those two lines are slowly merging together in my head of you have the laps.
Sargento Bridge as well. It's just comedy at Road America. Every time we think about food, you're just driving under a food bridge. It's like you're on a broadcast and they just break out the food B-roll and lunch isn't for a couple more hours. But alas, still you can see the organization that still needs to be done. This is why these safety car periods do take a little while. Obviously the length of a Road America pace lap, almost 4 minutes for everybody to get around here. That's why it takes a little while, but still waiting for everybody to get in order, still waiting to wave around some LMP3s and wave back some TCRs and every combination of the sort. We will be back racing though, and I would say maybe 12 minutes. I think we'll go racing with at the very most 36 minutes to go, at the very least about half an hour to go. We will go racing for an absolute sprint to the finish.
Yep, an absolute sprint to finish, and then the tension becomes super high because now you have to start to think to yourself, where maybe like one more yellow from this race just ending that way, depending upon when it happens. If that yellow happens within the 15-minute mark, you know, it'll probably be the end of the race. So this is where that strategy comes into play about, you know, do I pit now and secure that if the yellow comes out? You never want to hope for a yellow. You never want to pray for a yellow, but I don't know. Hey, there's a sign that's not finally something food.
It is America though, so it's guns. Henry repeating arms. I don't actually know what a repeating arm is, and I don't think I really want to, but that's what that is. They are a supporter of Road America. I also did just I exonerated myself because I was talking about Geeks Energy earlier. I was correct. It is sort of like a gamer fuel brand. It's a German energy food brand. So they have the drink mixes, they have the bars, they have all sorts of stuff. So maybe if they ever want to do an international shipment, I'm open.
Yeah, maybe you guys can sponsor Joey Tebben. We can have him take some right before the next broadcast stint.
And I'll be so energized. I'll be speaking German.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll be there. I'll be ready.
You know,
the TCR class, Derek. I just want to mention this. They've been so close under green flag conditions. They're going to be even more condensed when we restart here in a couple of laps' time. It's going to be a TCR sprint to the finish, as if TCR endurance racing wasn't exciting enough. I don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be a condensed ball of action in TCR. Somebody's going to end up winning, but it's going to be the hardest fight of anybody because they're going to be stuck together the whole time.
And they are, and it's the class obviously due to their speed or I guess speed compared to the others that I'm most confident they're done pitting in that group. But you know, as we take a look again at this Huizenfeld team right here on your screen with the big H on the side of the car, the other note about them that surprised me this week when I was talking to them and getting to know them a little bit, we think of sim racing being a young person's event or a young person's sport. Team Huizenfeld, the ages on their team range from 28 to 39, so there's still hope for us left.
I think that still counts as young.
okay. I'll be young. That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. I'm young.
You
Of course,
are?
I'm
Yeah.
a little more than 39, but that's not important.
Well, you're more than 39, so you're not in the window. So there you go. You're not young. But
Thank you.
no problem. But when we talk about older people in sim racing, I'm always thinking about the people we see in league competition, where you can find guys who are in their 50s and their 60s. I know some guys in their 70s. I even think I've heard from a guy who's in his 80s. On RaceSpotTV, we have the 60-plus racing adventures, where you've got some retired guys who still enjoy doing this stuff in their free time. They may be decades older than some of the other guys. When you see people who are 17 and 18 at the highest level of sim racing, there's still some guys who are 50 years older than them who can keep the pace.
Yeah, so that's always one of the fun things about sim racing is that the playing fields get leveled a little bit, and there's so much diversity about the ages or the nationalities of where drivers are from. It really allows that experience like no other. I mean, as we were doing our research yesterday, there's all the different countries that our drivers are from. We have Spain, with the Netherlands, Hungary, Portugal, Canada, the United States, Luxembourg, Germany, Austria. There were so many yesterday that you guys were helping me learn some nations' flags yesterday as we were going through our studying.
And I will send you old episodes of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. We'll get you to learn that way.
See, that's what it was. If I'd have watched, I was watching Animaniacs and Nations of the World yesterday. If I'd have done that,
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru.
Yeah.
That's all I got there. That was an interesting perspective on the screen, by the way, when we saw the Brabham Esports TCR and the LMP3 in front. Normally, when you see one of these Ligier JS P320s, one of these LMP3 cars, you'd say, "Oh, it's a prototype. It's probably a decent size." But then you see a production-style car like a TCR. It's modeled after a hatchback. When you see a Hyundai Veloster or any of the other models, or a Honda Civic on the road, you think, "Oh, that's a hatchback. That's a small car." And then you realize the perspective that prototypes, for as big as they look sometimes, they are still very, very small and cramped cars.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we go to the front of the field and go back to the geodesic car, look at the difference even just between the pace car and the geodesic car.
Like, look at that. That makes a Honda Civic look like a minivan.
I mean, the real life experience we could relate to, of course, was at there's a race in France. I'm not allowed to say that name anymore, where NASCAR put in a car this year, and it raced, against GT3s and other cars. And just the massive size of the NASCAR vehicle was incredible. We don't think of NASCARs as being big, but when compared to some of the other cars, it just looked like a monster truck out there.
Is pit lane going to be open this time? We've been getting everything organized. Things are starting to look pretty organized. And is anybody going to come down? You see Hydro Race Geodesic looking to the right, and there we go. Oh, but they're going to be one of the few in. Trek Esports have stayed out. They are staying out, but the lights are on pit lane. Was pit lane actually open for Hydro Race Geodesic, ATRS, Boots and VDS, Vipperman, the second Hydro Race Geodesic team?
There's a lot of teams down, so I would think so.
I have to imagine the pits were open. I don't think we've just seen mass hysteria there and everybody making a mistake. But everybody, or almost everybody in LMP3 is in. TCR is going to be in. Lots of cup cars are going to be in. Lots of sport cars are going to be in. It's going to be calamity. It's going to be a cloud of cars for the next couple of minutes. And this is the race-defining pit stop here. Hopefully the final one.
Yeah, very possibly the final one here. Now we're less than 40 minutes here, so we're a little longer than what I thought we would be before these pit stops happen. I have a little bit more confidence now that with how long this safety car procedure will last, that these cars are probably good as far as making it all the way. So it makes it more curious about the call by Trek Esports, if what they're thinking. I would love to know. I don't know.
Well, those were fairly short stops from everybody who came in. Graham Sanders in the 62, 14 seconds in the box. The number 72 for Hydro Race Geodesic, 9.6 seconds. ATRS, 16. Boost and VDS, 16. That's about half of a normal fuel stop.
It makes me think they just took just enough fuel for the end.
Well, yeah, they can make it to the end, but can Trek Esports, Hydro Race Geodesic Black, and Core Sim Racing make it to the end? They're on 7 and 6 lap stints respectively. Obviously, about 3 or 4 of those have been caution laps. But can they make it to the end? Can they make it when we go green? It'll probably be about 16, 17 more laps to go. They're going to hope that they have enough fuel to do that.
Let's watch this again here. This is going to be a pause screen here. I think this is going to be when pit road opens. Watch this again here about who pits and who doesn't. There's the red lights, but I tend to think, I'm guessing race control opened it manually because it's hard for, as Joey said, it's hard for me to believe that everyone made the mistake there. Maybe that's where Trek is confused because the lights weren't green. I don't know, but the alternate strategy would be that Trek is hoping for one more yellow. We talked about that, you know, that I don't like that playstyle of hoping for the yellow. But honestly, with how long this takes, one more yellow, and Trek may not need to stop for gas again, Joey.
Well, they might not even need a yellow. That's what this is going to be all about in the final 30 minutes of this race. It is going to be a fuel mileage race for some of these guys. And Trek are on a recovery drive after Daytona, after the previous event about a month ago. They were in the fight for the win. They may have won if they didn't get a penalty, but it was a 40-second penalty added to their time post-race, dropped them all the way to 8th place, gave the win to Prestanda Nomad. They're on a redemption drive today. No penalties await the number 33 right now, and if they can make it to the end, they've got track position, they've got a few cars of buffer with Hydra Race Geodesic Black and Core behind them. Niels van Handel could redeem Daytona here, but he's got to make this fuel last to the end, which may even be under 30 minutes when we go green. We may go 2 more laps.
Yeah, and that may be the key of what Niels and his teammates are thinking right now is, listen, we need to take a swing at something. We didn't finish well at Daytona. We finished 8th. We finished well outside of where we thought we could. We need to take a swing at something to see if, we can find a way to make up some points here and make something happen. There's a lot of different what ifs and maybes in sim racing and especially in endurance racing about the thought process and drivers who are willing to take a chance. Unless they come in this time, that would be killing all of my theories, but I don't think they are. They're going to come around here and keep going. There's some fake outs there.
There were some fake outs. I think that was that was the Vipperman Racing LMP3. Okay. Actually, no, that was somebody else who was a lap down, so no worries about that. But we do have some penalties that are still pending. Luckily, none of them are for any of our leaders, so we don't really have to worry about battles and wins being defined by penalties, just like we had at Daytona, where the winner on track wasn't actually the winner of the race because of penalties. The only pending penalties are Visceral down in the Cup class. They've had some bad luck. That number 901 is outside of the top 10. The number 467 in the Sport class, and a few others that are out of contention, so we won't worry about that too much. That was a lap down LMP3 coming into the pits, and it was K. Kramer. Remember, they have damage from their kerfuffle with SimCity Racing in the Sport class down at Canada Corner. We've crossed the line with 36 minutes to go. Next time we cross the line, it'll be 32 minutes to go. That'll be about 16 laps to the end, and that's assuming we go green this time, which is always a question. It's not guaranteed that we do.
Yeah, and LMP3s, they should be safe from here. If they were to pit right here, they would all be safe to go to the end. And most tracks, depending upon the track and the speed and 102 other factors, typically an LMP3 does 40 to 40-ish minute fuel stints, depending upon the track. So everyone should be gave here. But they're right now, race control is finishing up here. They're just now handing out any penalties that need to be done for end of lap. That'll include the 923 and the number 11 of Whipperman Racing are 2 of the cars getting end of line penalties. So we'll wait and see how that plays out and what those are for.
I'm looking at the race control sheet. There's lots of reviews right now for some things, but still the admin's going all out here, doing their business. I
will say, unsung heroes of sim racing, race admins. I've done it before for a different event. I spent a day doing it, and let me tell you, that is wow. That is a job of trying to decide who's at fault, who's not at fault. Was it egregious? Was it not egregious? Was it a racing incident? And when you have a committee doing it, it's much different because you can have 3 or 4 different opinions of the same incident, and trying to work out what the penalty is can be quite the experience. So when a penalty is pending forever, it's not because they're not looking at it. It's just there's a lot of debate about it. race admins really do have one of the hardest jobs of the whole event.
Did all sorts of talking about the strategy in LMP3 at the front of the field. It's similar in the Cup class and in the Sport class. In the Cup class, or actually I'll start with the Sport class since we're down here, Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, Impulse Racing, and German Sim Racing, all of them on different strategies to everybody else in the field. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, Alvar Gomez behind the wheel. He's been out on track for 6 laps. Impulse have been out on track for 7 laps. German Sim Racing by ACV have been out on track for 8 laps. Every single other car in the Sport class just came into the pits under this caution. Huge Ass leads that effort, and they might be in the best position of anybody when we go green here. Up in the Cup class as well, it's the same situation. ATRS 7 laps on this stint. Hydro Race Geodesic 7 laps. Wave Italy only 2 laps, so I think they got lucky, but they also may have come down a closed pit lane, so that may be reviewed.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. If we can go back to the Sport class for a second, though, I'm going to focus on Impulse Racing for a second. You know, when I was talking to the team this week, this is sort of a rebuild for them on the GT4 side. They weren't real thrilled with how it was going, so they told me this week, what was their words? They said the GT4 squad is reformed after last season, was the words they used. So they said maybe except for 1 or 2 people is a new hire, and they're happy to be in this ClubSport series to really get everyone's feet wet in this GT4. So you see Jeremy Rouleau here in the car for the 457. So they're hoping for a good finish. And when you're a reformed team and you can finish 2nd at Road America, that's a good experience for you.
Sounds like a good experience, but we're crossing the line here. We're going to go around one more time. I think we will get the restart next time, but that's going to be with 27 minutes on the clock. That's going to be 14 laps to go. It gets more and more comfortable for some of those teams that stayed out.
And speaking of what things can change as this race ends, look at how the sky is changing, Joey, how the sun is setting. There's your track temperatures, 27 degrees Celsius. It's going to be, what, 72, trying to do my mental math, 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's take a look here. It's going to be 80 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a little off. So this track is cooling off, and so it's going to allow for a little harder racing, more grip, as when it is now 5:31 virtual sim time on the 20th of October. Do you think virtual sim time has daylight savings?
I don't think so. But what I don't have is I don't have the ability to translate Celsius to Fahrenheit, because unlike those engineering students and that nurse, I forgot everything I learned in physics class. So it's 80.6 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's pretty cool, at least on the track.
In media training, they don't really teach you much math. We've proved that in a commentary booth a few times.
One of my teammates, Ted Lowendick, is a biological scientist, something like that, and he always tells me the equation, and he's like, it's 16 something.
16 plus something. If the snow was out, then you have to add 4, and it's
however many. No, I got nothing. It's harvest time in Wisconsin, though, so the orange sky, it's making me hungry. They're probably milking the cows. They're probably growing the pumpkins and squeezing the apples. Oh, it's fall time.
Apple cider. There's a thought. Oh, there's the Johnsonville Brat sign. Oh, yeah.
Can you tell we're thinking about lunch? Only 30 minutes to go left in the race.
And I have plans after this that don't. Can you believe I have plans after this that don't involve food? I really messed this up.
That's, yeah. Our producer just said Derek has to cancel that, and I think I agree. You might have to make food an option there.
Yeah, it's going to have to happen.
There's not many plans that can't include food. Are you going to go in to do surgery and you can't bring food into the OR?
I am uber nerd today. I'm going from sim racing to board games.
You can get food there. That's literally the most adaptable hobby to food. You can definitely get food.
Short of sim racing to board games being nerd, there's not much more I could add in there except for like a pocket calculator or I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. LePage's car is lights off, by the way, so you were right. We are going to go green this time. Race controls also reminding the drivers here, and about 27 minutes, I'd guess, maybe 28 minutes is when we're going to go green.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. 14, 15 laps to go. It's going to be especially close for these guys up front. Trek Esports, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black, and Core Sim Racing LMP3 have all stayed out under that last yellow. They're on 7-lap longer stints than anybody else, and they are going to be on fuel mileage races. Are they going to have to bring it down pit lane on the restart like we saw on that previous restart with who else but Core? We can only wait and see, though, as we crawl through the final corner. It's going to be a 28-minute sprint here in the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA, and we are green already. Trek pulling hard to the right, not going to bring it down pit lane, though, and Niels van Handel in the number 33 takes us back to green for this final stint. Here we go, Barney the Flagman going crazy because he's got a full field behind him, and look at those hungry cars that can absolutely make it to the end. Verstanden Nomad can make it to the end in that teal and green car, but there's a spin. That's a lap car off the road after contact with Core Sim Racing. Not going to worry about them. They're out of the way. Verstanden Nomad, they're the first car. They're the first team with Lachlan Behrman behind the wheel that can absolutely make it to the finish on fuel.
That did not take long to have our first contact of the day with Core Sim Racing. We'll see if we can get a replay in a few minutes of that other car and how they fared. I'm guessing they might have found a wall based on the speed of that spin here, but right now Trek Esports is this full gas forward to be too wide here. Right there, that's a pass.
It was Gareth Higgins in the white ATRS car over Adam State in the Vipperman Racing number 11. Porsche Cup going at it as well. This is the battle for the lead in that class. ATRS and Hydro Race Geodesic in a similar fuel situation as the LMP3 class. Both of these guys on 9 lap stints so far. Obviously, a lot of those laps have been under caution, but still, it's going to be tough to make it to the end. And there's a dive from Hydro Race Geodesic. Johan Shirazi behind the wheel, not able to make that move, and he's going to open the door to Thomas Cope in that Olympus number 946 behind. The multicolors are getting even more colorful in the rearview mirror.
They are getting more colorful in the rearview mirror, and as the track lights are going, or the track, I should say, the sky's
sorry,
going
Derek.
down.
Hydro Race Geodesic into the lead, out of the kink. I think there may have been a bobble for Niels van Handel that opened up the door, and Austin Young in the lead Hydro Race Geodesic car now has taken over the race lead. Look at Verstanden Nomad, though. This is the battle between cars that can absolutely make it to the end. Graham Sanders in the second Hydro Race Geodesic car has been faster than anybody today. He's on the back foot for the first time, and he's got to go on offense as they climb up the front straight for the second time after the restart. Sanders needs to make this move on Behrman quick.
Well, I'm going to put a thought out here about Trek Esports and that pass that happened in the moment, and what I think why they may have let it happen, as we're going to come around here and watch some more racing come through here. So be back to the top of the hill through turn 1, and we're going to see some different racing happening here. But I think Trek Racing let that pass happen. If they truly are trying to make it to the end, Joey, they might need to fuel save, and being behind that lead car in drafting would be the way to do it. I'm not convinced that Trek Esports didn't let that pass happen.
Well, here's the pass, or here's the issue into turn 1, rather. There's the contact between Core and the Hoisinckfeld LMP3, who was a lap down, so the stewards may review that. It doesn't matter for the positions of the race for Core or for Hoisinckfeld. Nothing changed, but Core may end up with a penalty because of that. We'll have to wait for the stewards to send their hammer down. But more importantly, Graham Sanders was able to clear Lachlan Behrman into turn 1. That's going to be Hydro Race Geodesic number 62 into 4th. They are now the lead car that can absolutely 100% make it to the end on fuel, and they've got the fastest driver in the field behind the wheel, who may be able to make those passes either way.
Yeah, they can. Now, the one difference you'll see between this and other racing we've seen in the past, though, with those short pit stops, there's no way they put tires on the car. So even though they have the confidence of the fuel, they don't have the new tires that'll help them run them down that quickly. But that confidence of laying on the gas pedal, that will help them catch this field more than likely.
Could be later on the brakes into Canada corner. He doesn't have to save anything. We'll get a lap time review, I think, on the end of the next lap, because Sanders did take a little bit of time to pass Behrman. But up over the Bill Mitchell bend, you can see he is throwing that Ligier LMP3 car around here through the final corner, over the curb, extending the track too far. That's off the road for Graham Sanders. That's going to scupper his momentum a little bit more, but you can tell, Derek, that he is pushing.
He is pushing. He wants this bad. He wants to put Geodesic back up on the podium. That's a spot where they really believe they belong. You know, Geodesic, another one of those names that's been in sim racing for a long, long time, and it's a very prestigious name across the sim racing community. So they're going to try to get up here. Watch them all really wide here through turn 1, almost up in the dirt, all of them. So you can see that's just part of the racing line here. But now they're under attack as well, right behind them, and trying to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, this is the third Hydro Race Geodesic car, David Duino, but we got to see what happened in the Porsche Cup class. This is in the middle of the field. Olympus through turn 1. Everything looks good, but it's all going to get a little bit worse coming down into turn 3, Derek.
Yeah, probably get a little worse in the turn 3. That's Olympus leading, as you said. And I don't see anything in note going to replay yet. Oh, this is live. Okay, sorry. I thought this was a replay. I apologize.
This is live action in the Porsche Cup class. Sorry for that, but coming down the middle straight as the sun starts to set. This is for second in class, actually. Olympus, Thomas Cope leading this train while ATRS runs away, while Luis Spileke feels in control. There is a very hungry pack of cars behind that, again, can all make it to the end on fuel, can all be ready to go, and we're going to continue that battle down the hill into turn 7. Oh, there's a big block. That was Orion all the way to the inside of the track.
That was a big block. That was, man. Now through turn 8, through turn 9, that's going to be the carousel that leads in turn 10 is where those cars are right here. We go full screen action, and you can see the headlights are slowly coming into play because you can start to see them reflect off the track a little bit more than what we saw earlier because the sun's going down here at Road America.
Things have separated out a little bit more in LMP3. Things have separated out a little bit more in the Cup class. The battles for the lead are standing by for just a moment, and as every other position is being fought, as hardly as anything. Still trying to hang on for second. That's Thomas Cope still behind the wheel. It's the lead Olympus Esports car. That's the Atlas team. Wave Italy right behind, though, fighting for the podium. These guys all had some bad luck. Visceral, they're sixth in line right now. That number 901 still has a penalty to serve. So if they finish sixth on track, that's going to be great. But they still have, I believe, a 20-second post-race penalty. That's going to drop them likely outside of the top 10. So they're trying to get every position they can get to the inside to turn 1 on the Hydro Race Geodesic Cup car. Goes the Visceral into turn 1 over the curb. They're still going to fight it out. They are going for everything here. After Vince Peters had to serve that 20-second penalty, or after he does at the end of the race, Santeri Martikainen behind the wheel right now is clear of Hydro Race Geodesic, is clear up into the top 5.
You know, I think it's important to talk about, too, for maybe fans who are watching who are wondering why you don't need to serve the penalty. At this point in the race, when we're now 20-ish minutes left here, the problem is if a safety car comes out, we're not going to go green again, more than likely. So if they do serve the penalty now, they can put them in the back of the field, and there's no chance of making that up. If they were going to serve the penalty, they should have done it like an hour ago, and then maybe one of the safety cars would have saved them. But right now, you are where you are. You're stuck with your decisions. You've made your bed. Any analogy you want to use, Joey, that's what you're stuck with.
It's P6 and P7. Big dive into Canada corner from Adam State over David Duino. Good stuff there from the Whipperman Racing number 11. They've been up and down all day, Derek. They've been in the lead. They've been at the back of the field, but Adam State has done a fantastic job of keeping focused, keeping that charge forward, and now he is up into P6 in that number 11, still looking forward at quite an aggressive battle because second, third, and fourth, they're separated by just as much. Trek Esports and Niels van Handel still trying to hang on, still trying to make it to the end of the race. They've got Graham Sanders right behind that battle for second.
Yeah, you know, I had the theory earlier that maybe Trek had fallen back to let the drafting happen to save some gas, but they've fallen well off the leader. So my theory about that is not as prominent as it once was. Now they're in a hard battle for second, third, and fourth, and they're just trying to hold on here. But I am getting a little suspicious about if Trek Esports
Here comes Sanders, Derek, easily into third over Core Esports, or over Core Sim Racing, and that tells me, Derek, that all three of these lead cars are saving fuel. They are in danger of not being able to make it to the end. Sanders is able to go fully into the braking zone. He doesn't have to save any fuel. This has all gone Hydro Race Geodesic's way.
Yeah, they have the confidence to know what they're doing right now, and they're excited about it. Watch him here as they're going to come up here in a moment into these corners, and I thought he would try there to outbrake him, but he's not. He's going to wait here and try the more opportune spot.
Through the carousel, Sanders using every last bit of downforce. out of the corner, through the kink. He's going to have a fantastic run. You can't go for a move into the kink, and Sanders knows that. He backs out of it to get the run down the back straight. You can see how slow Niels van Hondel is, and Sanders is going to be able to be so much later on the brakes here. Into Canada corner. He's going to have to make the move, work around the outside. Van Hondel later on the brakes, but Sanders is still there trying to make it happen. It's not going to happen just yet, but he is all over the back of that Trek 33.
No, probably the most opportune spot if he's confident he has the gas to make it happen. Maybe out of 14 here and up into the uphill. If he's confident he has the gas to make it work, he'll probably be on the gas a little sooner and get a little bit more speed here. It's now up the hill they're going to go. Let's see if he pulls out here for turn 1. Now they're about to come up on a slower class car here. They're both going to go to the right side. Let's see if Graham Sanders does anything in the 1 here.
Here we go. He's looking. He's got about half a nose to the inside. He's not able to be late enough on the brakes, though. It was easy pickings with core sim racing, as we'll take a look a little bit further back. That was an argument in GT4, Prestanda Nomad and SimCity Racing. Luckily, that Prestanda Nomad Mercedes ended up parked right next to a Marshall post and did get going rolling either way, but that's going to be the end of their race. Heavy, heavy damage. Here comes Graham Sanders, though, to the outside to turn 5. This is where he made the move on Sven Newman for 3rd in the previous lap. Is he going to be able to make it happen for 2nd this time? Still no. He's going to switch it back. Not going to be close enough. Is Niels van Hondel wasting too much fuel now, holding him off? Is this going to put Trek in danger of making it to the end?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. So on one hand, I was like, man, Nas is doing a great job of making him pass on the outside to go by a slower car here. But at the same time, Graham Sanders is getting a little impatient here, Joey.
Big switchback here. This is defensive driving at its finest. Van Hondel is throwing everything at him. Around the outside of some TCR traffic, around the Brabham car, around the Hydra Race Geodesic car, around the Wave Italy car. Here we go, through the kink, getting some clean air on the nose, making himself visible, making himself known, and then using the full effect of the draft here, down the back straight. Sanders is not going to be close enough this time. Got a little bit too held up on the outside of that TCR traffic, and he's lifting off very early into Canada corner. Does Sanders have a problem?
No, I think he's just kind of, I think he's just backing up to get a better run later. He thinks he's kind of frustrated by the defensive driving, I think, and just wants to get another run here. Maybe back up, just calm down a second. But there's
he's out of draft range now, and he's put himself under pressure from the core sim racing LMP3. Yes. Now this is tough stuff.
That slower traffic will help him catch back up here. They're going to go up here into 1. Let's go ahead and take a replay real quick here, Joey, at the 922. What's going to happen here?
It's Apex 1, Geeks Energy, SimCity Racing on the inside. Apex 1 has not had a good day, Derek. That's got to be the 3rd or 4th incident they've been involved in, and I think one of them they got a penalty for, but I don't think any others have been their fault.
Now that's unfortunate here. Graham Sanders 3 wide here with the slower traffic. And tell you what, one comment for Trek Esports, they are not letting the slower traffic impede their progress. They are actually maybe even putting a bigger gap on Graham Sanders because of this traffic here. This is a great job by them. Now down in here to turn number 5.
He's back in draft range now, back about 6 or 7 tenths behind Niels van Hondel. There's big trouble up through turn 6 as there's a spin with the Archer brothers Mercedes. They're going to get back going, but that is right in front of that battle for 2nd, and that was right in front of the race leader, Austin Young, in the Hydra Race Geodesic 64. He's lost a ton of time. That leaves the top 3 separated by only 1.5 seconds, and that's made the 2nd Hydra Race Geodesic car's life much, much easier.
Let's check a replay here real quick on the top of your screen. A little bit more contact and a loop around there. That's very little contact compared to what we've seen earlier, but they're going to get it pulled around here. That is one of the Visceral cars? No, I take that back. After I see the back of the car, I'm not sure that's not one of the Visceral cars.
It's the Archer brothers, but that was a dicey rejoin, a spin around. It was off the racing line, but still, that was tough stuff, and that is why the lead Hydra Race Geodesic car lost all that time. There's an absolute melee of GT4 traffic here. That's actually going to hold up Graham Sanders more than anybody through the final couple of corners. Around the outside of the Wave Italy Mercedes, he's clear now. And look at everybody else who's still got to deal with this stuff. The battle for 5th, Prestanda Nomad, Whipperman Racing. Whipperman Racing, they want to get a top 5 here. If Adam State can recover to get back up there, that'd be a phenomenal race for them. And he's within draft range to do it.
Yeah, it'd be a great race for Adam compared to where his run started about an hour and a half ago with that spin off of the Boots car. So be a great run for him if he can make that happen, as they're seeing the battle here up the front straight.
And the battle for the lead separated by only 0.3 of a second now. This is the closest it has been, as Austin Young has struggled in traffic. Niels van Handel has absolutely thrived, and he's within 0.4 now as they get by, ironically, a Hydra Race Geodesic McLaren down in the sport class. This is the closest it's been between two cars on 17 lap stints right now. They are still in danger on fuel. I cannot stop emphasizing that. We don't know if either of these two can make it to the end. They're going to battle it out on track, though, as they get by 2 more bits of GT4 traffic. There's the leaders in the sport class. Impulse and Geeks Energy right up ahead.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are racing like they can make it on fuel. Sometimes when you have a car who is concerned about making on fuel, you can tell by how they race that they're not sure. They're either a little early in the corners, they're more willing to draft a car, they're more willing to just be relaxed, but both Trek and Geodesic here, 1 and 2, are full throttle as far as I can tell.
Lost a little bit of time on the outside in the carousel there, did the number 33, but he's putting the pressure on through the kink a little bit faster, a little bit more downforce potentially, helping that car move through the kink and into Canada corner. Is Austin Young in that lead car lifting off a little bit earlier? He lost a little bit of time in the braking zone, gained it on the exit. These are 3 cars with Graham Sanders now right behind. You saw him driving up over the hill, 3rd in line. 3 cars separated by 1.2 seconds now for the race lead. It continues to condense.
Yeah, that'll be the difference to be able to tell how confident each driver is. Now that traffic is gone, can Graham Sanders continue to close up that gap again and get closer and closer? He's almost within drafting range of, or maybe even in the drafting range of that Trek Esports machine. And we'll see if we head into 1 here. A little headlight flash I thought I saw there, by the way.
Oh, Graham Sanders going for Rallycross again. He is testing the track limits. It's good for us because it shows us how hard he's pushing. It's a visible marker. It's not going to be so good for him to keep getting those off tracks, to keep falling back. Here we go, down to the turn 5. We drive past the DRS marker. No DRS in these LMP3 cars. You don't really seem to need it with how incredibly easy it has been to go for some dives in these longest straights today. Not going to be easy for Niels van Handel, though. He's going to stick in second. He's going to slot back in line. Here's Nomad and Whipperman, though. Remember, that battle was heating up for the end of the top 5. And Adam Staten, that red, black, and white car, is forced off the road. He's going to have to make it work around the outside in turn 6.
Yep, great battle still going here. As I said, 5th and 6th. This is Whipperman and their battle here with Adam in the car to continue to get back up there. There's a lot of great battles going on, though. When watching this LM3 battle, even back in sport, Impulse Racing is within a second of the leaders back there. So there's a lot. That's the Geeks, I can't say that. Fiercely Forward sport class car. They're batting. See on the ticker there on the left side of your screen. But this is a great battle here as well. So lots of great battles across all the classes with about 10.5 minutes to go, Joey.
This battle's not resolved. We're going to keep our focus on this because they were side by side for almost an entire lap, and they're fixing to be side by side through Canada corner. They may be 3 wide with the white ATRS car behind. Adam State latest on the brakes. Is he going to get it stopped just barely without getting into the gravel? And that's going to open the door for the ATRS LMP3. Gareth Higgins around the outside. He's going to have to slot back in line and hope he can outbrake that Prestanda Nomad car into the final corner. Things are resolved for just a moment. As there we go, back to the inside. Lachlan Behrman says this battle's not over. We may have been side by side for a full lap. How about we do it for another one?
Yeah, how about we do it for another one? Maybe the call here, but finally Adam is getting a little bit of a gap here for Whipperman here in this LMP3 battle. They're going to come down into turn number 1. Ooh, a little bit of looking and peeking in the back of that field, though. And they're all going to get here through single file. This will take them down through 3 and 3A. Down into 4, and maybe my least favorite corner of the whole track, turn number 5. I think one of the most deceptively hard corners in this track.
This is essentially an LMP3 Cup right now, because with the timing of that restart about 20 minutes ago, it's meant that everybody's just separated enough that that we don't really have to deal with lap traffic right now. It is LMP3 v LMP3 multiplied by 5, make it multiplied by 3 with the battle up front as well. They are going to reach traffic, I think, before the end of the race, if my calculations are correct in my mind, which they may not be, but for right now, this is exactly what these drivers want. They want to be able to make these battles happen on track with nobody else to play with. because that's just that's the way that can come down to the drivers, and it won't have anything to do with the traffic. It is just a battle of driver skill and driver bravery.
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to, is the bravery and the confidence of, do you have, you know, the gas to get here to the end? We think everyone back here probably does. I think the only time we should have that battle, or that concern, part of me, would be up front about if they have enough gas to get there. So everyone back here should be good. They're racing like it too. Just nice hard racing in a line, waiting to make a move here. This is going to be live in the Porsche Cup right here.
Whoa, that's off the track. That is off the road for Visceral. They punt SimCity Racing off into turn 1. I don't know what went on there. Maybe too early of a turn in, but Visceral was in the inside of the track. There's no grip on the grass. It ends up bonking that SimCity Racing number 971 off the road.
Yeah, probably just, as you said, an aggressive corner that wasn't going to stick. And so all things considered, maybe the best possible outcome of two cars touching there in that corner. Just have a small slide and everyone kind of gathered it back together. But this is multi-class racing. You've got those LMP3s in the bottom right hand of your screen. You've got the Porsche Cups here and the Cup Series here. 3 wide here, and they're going to come into this corner, and they're not going to exit 3 wide, I can tell you that.
Still 2 wide, though. Patrick Kingston in that black and gray Visceral car coming down through turn 7, already making contact with Max Humbert in the Wave Italy Porsche Cup. They've resolved that, but that was scary stuff. Multiple bits of contact for that Visceral P Cup car, and that is going to be in the eyes of the stewards there. Let's see a replay into turn 5. That was a dive. That's actually live from Whipperman. And then ATRS around the outside up into turn 6. That's a hard move to make, especially up over the off-camber corner. Still sticking it there is Gareth Higgins, though. He has been as aggressive as anybody in that blank white car. He has been anything but that. He's going to try and make it around the outside of turn 8 now.
He is going to try to make it outside of turn 8. I can tell you off camera, by the way, Graham Sanders has again closed up on Trek Esports just ahead of this battle. So I'm sure we'll see that before this race is over with about 6.5 minutes to go here. It is getting tight all across the track here. This is a great 5-car, maybe 6-car battle back here. But it's getting close everywhere on this track for the LMP3 field.
Here we go. Look at Sanders. This is the closest he's been to Niels van Handel in many, many laps. They had a triumphant battle about 4 laps ago, and now Sanders sends the dive into the final corner. It's a tough place to make an overtake, but enough room is given, and he is going to try and stick side by side. He'll be cleared, though, by the Trek Esports number 33. He's going to try and make it work the long way around into turn 1. That door's not going to be open just yet. Is he going to go to the inside? Is he going to go to the outside? He's going to go nowhere, and he's going to wait until the middle straight for a better overtaking opportunity. But here's the battle in TCR. Second to Impulse, Wave Italy. Doors banging up through turn 6. Every position on the track is being fought for this, Derek, because as they cross the line there, it meant 3 laps to go only.
It does mean 3 laps to go. And everyone knows it. Look how they're battling right there. I'm not a fan of road course beating and banging, but that's a nice way to do it, just to sort of nudge someone. You know, no aggression there, nothing like that. But they're going to battle here for second. Now we're going to go live again. This is up in the LMP3s. There's Graham Sanders again, trying to make the move here. Now, what I was wondering, hold on, there's a pass.
This is his best chance yet. He got to the inside into turn 6, but he still wasn't able to clear him through turn 7. Niels van Handel is going to hold on again. We're going to have to think of an acronym for him because we've been saying his name about 50 times. He's not SVG, he's going to be NVH. And now he's trying to hold off Graham Sanders yet again. Can Sanders make it work around the outside of the carousel? It's the long way around. It's the hard way around. And he's still trying to make it happen. They're going to be side by side through the kink. This could end in absolute calamity. Who's going to lift first? Sanders is forced to lift back in line. You can't go side by side through there. You can go side by side through Canada Corner, though, and he's going to try and make that happen. He looks to the outside. He looks to the inside now, and he's going to look to the back of that rear bumper because he's once again not able to make the move, but time is running out.
Time is running out now, and they're getting a little bit further away from the leaders. They're doing this now about 1.5 seconds.
There it is again.
This is about a second bigger than that's been.
Leaning on each other, TCR style. He's going to make the move this time, but he did need a little bit of contact to help him. That did slow down Niels. Graham Sanders up into second now, but as they cross the line, it's actually going to be 3 laps to go with these laps just under 2 minutes. Graham's still got time, but he's almost given the position back to the Trek Esports number 33 on the outside.
Yeah, I was concerned he was actually going to spin NVH out there in that grass when he made that contact door to door, but they got it gathered up here. But now they brought another car into this battle, and now it's three-way traffic. Okay.
Oh, but that was Trek off the road. That was Von Handel finally making a mistake, and he's going to be out of contention for the battle for third for a couple of moments. This is the last bit of traffic, though. I mentioned that things had stratified out a little bit. It was an LMP3 Cup for just a while. They're going to have to deal with traffic one more time. Look at Sven Newman up into third. Haven't said his name much. He's kind of been holding back in the precipice of the battle, but Trek has gone off. They've made contact with the traffic. That's going to be a tragic end to their day. Niels Von Handel, get a replay of it here, down to turn 5, coming up on the Brabham Esports TCR. Were they too late in the brakes? Locked it up themselves, didn't take anybody with them.
Just trying to be aggressive to get a spot back, and that's where aggression can lead you. And unfortunately, NVH will be the victim here. Now the gap up front here is getting closer. This is Graham Sanders trying to run down Austin Young. That gap is now under a second. A little sharp move there. But all is good for that car. But now behind this Olympus car,
that's Austin Young in the number 64, Graham Sanders in the number 62. Just like at Daytona, it seems to be coming down to Hydra Race Geodesic versus Hydra Race Geodesic. If you remember that battle from about a month ago, though, it quickly came undone, and the race wasn't actually won by Hydra Race Geodesic after being dominated by them in a 1-2 for so long. They're really hoping that doesn't happen today, and they're hoping it could be a clean battle between the two of these guys to the end of this race. It's going to be 2 laps to go at the line. Does Austin Young have the fuel to make it happen? As he crosses the line here, that's his 23rd lap on this tank of fuel. It is going to be teammates battling to the end of this race on fuel. The Trek Esports LMP3 is still out there on track, shockingly, with no front end. They're just going to try and finish this race, but I have a feeling they're going to have a hard time keeping this train behind them.
Yeah, definitely a hard time keeping the train behind them, because that car will handle much differently with no front end wing and all the damage they took. But doing a great job keeping it there.
And we've just got a ruling down from race control. This penalty just came in a couple of moments ago. Austin Young and the number 64 have taken a 5-second penalty. That makes their lives so much more difficult now. Sanders doesn't have to get past on track. He just has to stay within 5 seconds, but there is a huge lockup. They're still spinning. ATRS around, Whipperman around as well. It's all come undone in the middle of the LMP3 field.
Trek Esports has benefited from that moment right there, Joey, because they got around that, and that'll clear up some of that traffic they were battling and let them have an easier time getting that car around. But boy, oh boy, with that penalty for Austin Young, that means that Graham Sanders knows that. Now he just has to race calm here in his last bit of the race here, and he'll be good to go. 5 seconds is more than the gap between first and second.
And you know what that penalty was for? It was for that incident with Glacier Racing in turn 1, that little bit of contact that almost ended Glacier Racing's race. That is what got Austin Young a penalty, and that is what may lose him this race. But he's hoping the traffic goes his way. He's hoping that he can make it a 5-second gap over his teammate. That's going to be very tough doing indeed, though. The battles continue on in the middle of the field. It's for every position. It's not just for the wins in these classes, because every single position matters across the season. John Badefer in the Hydra Race Geodesic McLaren right now. It's not going to be a win in the sport class for him and Justin Ream. It may very well be a top 5, though, if he can hang on. Here's what happened into turn 5 with all of that calamity between Whipperman, between Trek, between Boots and VDS, and between ATRS.
Wait to see what's going to happen. It's 3 wide for a second time in this replay. Boots gets through. Oh, a little bit of bumping back there. They're sort of bumping in the back of Trek, and then calamity sort of happened. Boots made it through, but then ATRS and others do not.
We are now on the final lap. The battle for the lead is officially the battle for the lead now. Graham Sanders doesn't need to make the pass on track. He just needs to stay within 5 seconds of his teammate Austin Young, and it'll still be a Hydra Race Geodesic 1-3 at the very least. Sven Newman in the Core Racing LMP3 is actually only a second behind. He's not out of this, but this is the battle for 5th in class. Brastanda and Nomad are defending winners from Daytona ahead of Boots and VDS, who are still around, maybe with a little bit of damage. That's going to be resolved. But we have to look up front here because Austin Young is nursing a 1-second lead coming up behind one of his inter-team sport class cars. He wants to win this race on track. He's got to make it a couple more corners to do it, though, and hope that he can maybe extend a 5-second gap by some miracle over Core at the very least.
Yeah, that's what I'd say. Our leaders are likely to finish P3 here at the end of this lap because of that, how close that battle is. See the times on your screen right here for the battle for first. And right now, this is that two-way battle, Hydro Race Geodesic. Easy for me to say, but they're going to come through here for the final time. And I think it's going to be Graham Sanders who will be a winner in a few minutes.
Well, Young was very slow down the last part of that straight. Could he be in fuel danger of making it to the end here? I'm not sure. But through the final corner, Austin Young and the number 64 Hydro Race Geodesic Black team, they're going to be happy to win the race on track, but they are not going to win the race in the final results. A 5-second penalty immediately applied as they cross the line, and Graham Sanders and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing number 62, him and Miguel Vigo, are going to come home with the win in LMP3. Absolute chaos at the end, but it's still going to be a Hydro Race Geodesic 1-3 with the penalties applied. ATRS come home with the win in the Cup class. They were just totally dominant. We talked about fuel concerns. There were no concerns. Luis Bilecki brought that car to the finish with absolutely no trouble whatsoever. Fantastic run from that team. In GT4, in the sport class, it's not over yet. Geeks Energy and Impulse Racing, I think they're still in a battle to the line now.
They are still in a battle of the line. See that right there as it's coming around here. 3 seconds here, so pretty safe for Geeks Energy. But I want to say again, what a great race for Impulse, trying to rebuild this GT4 program. There'll be lots of high fives and attaboys all around at the end of this race.
Core number 80 is under review as well, so the 1-2 for Hydro Race Geodesic may actually might not be a total loss. Right now, it is looking very much like a 1-3, because Young would drop to third 10 seconds ahead of Lachlan Behrman in the Prestanda Nomad car. But we'll wait and see what race control says. Either way, it is absolutely guaranteed that Hydro Race Geodesic number 62, Sanders and Vigo, with 5-second penalty applied to their teammates, that's going to be the win for them. But in the sport class, it's come down to the last lap. It's come down to almost a full extra lap with how the traffic organized itself. But Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, the number 444, is going to get this win in class again. Alvar Gomez coming up the hill, and it's going to be a dominant win for them. 3.5 seconds over Impulse.
Yeah, a great race here for both Geeks and Impulse here. Geeks, of course, is going to get the win, it looks like, and they will. And we're going to finish up the battle here in the sport class.
Yeah, penalties come down for the 445. No penalty for the 444, though. Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward, they come home with the win. And down in TCR, they just crossed the line as well. Have to give a huge shout out to Team Hoisingfeld. 7.5 seconds over Impulse Racing. It's going to be a dominant win for them as well. Fabian Siegman, what a phenomenal final stint for him. I'm just looking down the sheet of penalties just to make sure there's no more. But I can tell you, no penalties coming in for this car. Team Hoisingfeld coming home with the win in TCR. Absolute domination for them. And what an exciting run to the end of this race, Derek. 30 minutes of a sprint, comes down to a penalty in the lead, but everything else, it was raced hard.
Oh yeah, it comes down to everything. It comes down to decisions. It comes down to how hard you want to race, and everything matters at the very last second. That's the fun of endurance racing. You never know 4 hours ago how this could end up, and it's exciting.
Unofficial results are ready. There's no penalties applied, but we'll tell you the biggest and most consequential penalties as they come in. In LMP3, Austin Young did bring that car across the line in the lead. That car is going to get a 5-second post-race penalty, which will drop it right now down to third. Graham Sanders and Miguel Vigo, number 62 for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. They will be the winners of the 700 kilometers of Road America. Core Sim Racing, the number 80, up and down on strategy. They're either going to finish third or second or somewhere else. They may have a penalty coming. Their incident is currently under review. Lachlan Behrman brought the Prestanda Nomad car down in fourth. Could be third. We never know. And Valentin Bonny brought the Boots and VDS by undercut car to the end of the race. Then it was Hydro Race Geodesic, Trek Esports, ATRS, Biberman, and Team Hoisingfeld down to the end of the top 10 in LMP3. And there were a few others in the used car lot. Michael Dobeck had a big incident in that K. Kramer Racing Esports car, or at least his teammate did. Moradness M Squad, Adam Brockway, didn't have the best luck. and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. It all went wrong for them very, very early. They didn't even get a chance to fight for the win. The hits keep on coming, though, because down in the Porsche Cup class, these are the official results, at least in the top 3, I believe. Louis Spilakey, we know that at least, guaranteed to be your race winner. The ATRS Esports team, the number 913, fantastic run from them, and Luis had an absolutely fantastic run to the finish with some insane stuff. Fraser Smith was cheering him on in the chat. They're all very happy over at ATRS. Visceral Esports, P2 on track, a penalty coming down for them for an incident that Vince Peters got into, and Thomas Cope and Olympus third on track. We'll see what happens after the race with all the organization there. Then Hydra Race Geodesic, Orion, Olympus, K Kramer, Visceral, SimCity, and SRN down to the end of the top 10 in the Cup class. But hits keep on coming for these guys as well. It's a big class. Apex 1, Geeks Energy Sim Racing, not the team that won in GT4 in sport class. Then Wave Italy and Impulse make up the used car lot. Impulse from the race lead, technical issues, or not putting fuel in the car. Either way, took them out of the contention. Down in the sport class, it was Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward that won this whole thing. Alvar Gomez took that car to the finish. His teammates as well were very happy to see that. Frederick Schwartz, too, happy to see him take that to the end. Impulse Racing, German Sim Racing rounded out the podium. Giovanni Romano was really hoping in that huge ass car that him and Antonio Alvarez could have taken that win on fuel strategy. Didn't quite go their way, nor did it go the way of the Hydra Race Geodesic Sport Class entry of John Betafer and Justin Ream. XBD Emerald, Glacier, Wave Italy, Hyperion rounded out the lead lap finishers. Glacier Racing, spare a thought for them after leading in that scary moment with Austin Young. Didn't quite go their way on the strategy. Kristen Young was one lap down for RJD. They spent some time in the lead of this race as well. Then K Kramer, Archer Brothers, Echelon, Core, Prestanda Nomad, Rusty Spatulas, Hydra Race Geodesic, and Saybelt Esports go down to 2 laps down, and then we get into the used car lot of cars with heavy damage. SimCity Racing had a huge crash. They were done early, and our old commentary buddy Ryan Walker for Satellite Racing, they finished the race just many, many laps down. And then World of Sim Racing and Apex 1, even more trouble for them. A couple penalties came down for Apex 1, and that was the end of their day. And the last bit of results as the hits stop coming. TCR, Team Hoisingfeld, Fabian Siegman brought that car home, and it was just total domination for them at the end of it all. Fabian was so fast, so dominant over the rest of the field that I don't think anybody else could really touch him in that final stint. Norbert Leitner and Erwin Lischkowitz for Impulse and Wave Italy rounded the podium. Then Hydra Race Geodesic, Brabham, Obsidian Core, and XBD Emerald rounded out an 8-car TCR field. Not the biggest field in the world, but they certainly supplied the excitement. My voice doesn't get to take a rest just yet, because I am very much ready to talk to our race winner on the track. We've got a representative from Hydra Race Geodesic, and it's our old Monday night buddy here on RaceSpotTV. It's Graham Sanders. Graham, you and Miguel didn't win the race on track, did finish second, but after a penalty for the number 64, you guys are going to inherit this race win. How does that feel after 4 hours of battling?
Oh man, that was a stressful one. I mean, after qualifying, Miguel just kind of struggled to get some heat in the tires and get a good lap down. Started P11, but he had an unbelievable opening stint and gave me the car in the lead, and got a little unlucky with the safety car. But at the end of the day, at least for right now, it's a win. There is a protest against me, but in my opinion, I think it was a racing incident there in the final corner. But it feels great. It feels great.
Is there were you aware of the penalty that came down for your teammates in the number 64? Were you aware that you weren't necessarily fighting for the race lead there in those final laps?
Yes, I was told. I was told shortly after the penalty was given. So I just had to worry about Trek, and it all worked out.
Well, Graham, forward our congratulations to Miguel and the whole team, and we'll see you in a month for another IVRA event. We'll probably see you in a couple weeks on RaceSpotTV.
Yep. See you later. Thanks.
Graham Sanders, him and Miguel Vigo winning in the LMP3 class, but luckily we've got representatives from every team. And Derek, lucky for you, you got a twofer. You got Fraser Smith and Louis Spilakey, both from ATRS, who won in Cup.
Hello. That's right. We have our Cup winners with us here. Luis, great job today in the run. Talk us through those last couple of laps. How nervous were you after that last caution?
I was very nervous with the last laps. I was like, oh, I'm actually keeping the gap. At one point I had a slide, so I was worried about my pace dropping, but it all worked out. And with the traffic also coming up, I was just, okay, whatever. I'm gonna wait. Just take all the time out of me you need, and it somehow worked out.
Yeah, it worked out for you indeed. A great run here today at Road America. Would you consider this to be one of your favorite racetracks?
I actually didn't like the racetrack before I started practicing. So this was one of the first few laps I did when I started practicing for this one. But I definitely put in a decent amount of laps, and I hope it showed.
Well, I assume that winning will help it become one of your favorite racetracks.
Yes, 100%. This is such an amazing track now. It was a bit messy with the cars, but overall it was a perfect race.
And for me going in, I felt like I felt like I was quite far off actually, but it seemed like with the strategy which we did with tires, it just worked. And can't believe it.
Yeah, Fraser, definitely worked for you. So great job today, guys, and good luck in the rest of the season here for IVRA.
Thank you very much.
That was Fraser Smith and Luis Bielicki from the number 913 ATRS team. And luckily for us, we do have one more driver to chat to. We've got the number 148 Hoisingveld team. And we've got Roman Persky ready to drag us into the booth, having some technical issues trying to drag him in. Give me one moment. And there he is, the magic of TeamSpeak, Roman Persky. Welcome to the booth. Hoisingveld Racing, after some heartbreak last week, you finally got the win this week, or last race rather. You've got the win this week at Road America. How good does that feel?
Oh, thank you very much. Fantastic, crazy race today for us.
It was crazy, but how good did it feel at the end of the race there with Fabian in the car pulling 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds? Did you start to feel comfortable at the end?
Yes, to be fair, but it was luck. Wave Italy had some issues with lapping cars. I think got punted into T1, and that opened up the gap for us and then made this win possible. I think if you look on paper, their pace was stellar today, so there would have been a fight until the end with them.
Well, Roman, forward our congratulations to the whole team, especially Fabian. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you guys in about a month's time at Road Atlanta.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye.
Roman Persky representing the Team Hoisingveld team. And that's going to be about it for us today, Derek. 4 hours of racing, absolute drama, absolute calamity at times, and race results that may not even be totally resolved. But I have a feeling that the number 62 is going to hang on to that win. I don't think that'll be penalty-worthy contact, but we can only wait and see, and we can only sign off in a matter of moments.
I agree. We're 2-2 on exciting races here in the IVRA ClubSport Series. And I guess we'll have to wait for the next race and see if we go 3 for 3.
Well, that's been about it for us in the GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA. Thank you for joining us for all 4 hours of this action. But I've been Joey Tebben. Derek Watson's been Derek Watson. You had Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger and Stefan Schlocker previously. And our producer for the entirety of this business has been Dustin Allis. Thank you for joining us. Until we see you next time, so long.